Chapter 18, Chapter 18, Visitors from the Sky. A week passed like many desert weeks do, edges sunburned, light and long shadows. Our routine in Puente Antiguo settled into a rhythm even the Marvel Cinematic Universe would respect: drills at dawn, quiet patrols through the dusty streets of New Mexico in the afternoon, motel check-ins like clockwork. By day 3, the diner waiter knew my order. By day 4, he stopped flinching when 2 or 3 very large men accepted water refills without blinking. By day 5, Agent Phil Cowlson had perfected his slow drive-by window up, tie neat, the world's politest head tilt serving as a stand-in for a warrant. SHIELD was everywhere and nowhere, and we pretended that was okay because it had to be. Thor Odinson brooded less with each sunrise. At first, he sat on the edge of the Desert Star in bed, like dethroned kings who sit on chairs that aren't theirs, back straight, jaw clenched, the word unfair floating like a halo he refused to wear. But Jane Foster has a way of easing sharp edges without asking permission. Around her, Thor's voice gradually softened, and pride learned manners. Darcy Lewis kept poking the balloon whenever it tried to reinflate. Sarcasm plus shock taser equals great therapy. Eric Selvig kept a running commentary on SHIELD that would have been libel if it weren't mostly true, and I agreed with him out loud enough to keep him from bursting a vessel. 7 Spartans altered the neighborhood's perception of conflict. A purse snatching? They apologized within 30 seconds and returned the purse, keeping the cash untouched, while giving a firm lecture about pursuing better hobbies. A bar fight, reminiscent of trying out for YouTube? It was de-escalated in 10 seconds, and within 2 minutes, everyone recognized the miracle of going home sober. We used our Spartan 2 stance as a form of performance, and our self-control became a weapon. The residents learned to distinguish between what is frightening and what is safe, and they decided we were definitely the latter, even if they also chose to cross the street when we were 3 abreast, because elbows are elbows. The real entertainment was in the rookies. Alpha 05 sharpened his skills under Alpha 02's relentless footwork instructions. He started the week stepping awkwardly as if wearing someone else's shoes and finished moving with such confidence that lines seemed to ask for his autograph. Alpha 06 learned not to overcommit as Alpha 03 refined his strikes into clean, almost gentle paths, less exclamation point, more period. Alpha 07 mimicked Alpha 04 with rapid adoption, his guard shifting from hopeful to hateful in just 48 hours. Each night, I watched and pretended I wasn't feeling proud enough to choke. "Look at my boys," I'd say from a folding lawn chair in the motel parking lot, sipping a soda like a dad who'd won visitation. "Growing up so fast. Soon you'll be terrifying in your own right." "Terror not objective," Alpha 02 would reply without glancing up, as if terror were an item you could misplace. "Yeah, I'd concede." Yet Cowlson's presence in SHIELD was like a respectful thundercloud, no rain, but always a reason to keep an umbrella nearby. He'd weave a question into a friendly remark, receive an answer that didn't quite clarify, and then silently note it down. We took pride in being boring when possible, helpful when needed, and unphotogenic wherever we could. It was simply our way. On the 8th morning, the sky forgot itself. Clouds didn't roll, they shimmered, as if the atmosphere had learned to breathe through a lens. The hair on the back of my neck did that small salute it saves for moments you'll later call fate. Even before the town reacted, even before Darcy's phone rose like a lark and Jane's eyes went huge, we all felt it. Pressure. A soft hip check from the universe. Thor froze mid-sentence outside the diner, sun cutting his profile into a coin. And then the visitors from the sky arrived. The Bifrost didn't slam like a drum this time, it sighed. The column of light that stabbed down into the 2-lane road at the town's edge was still the business card of Asgard, but someone had edited it for finesse. 4 figures stepped out of the gleam like the air had been saving them: Sif, her spear a straight line that could argue anyone into submission; Fondrel, smug in a way only genuinely talented men survive; Hagun, quiet enough to be a weather pattern; and Volstagg, whose stomach got there first and whose heart arrived with it. "Thor!" Sif called, her voice mixing relief and a hint of argument in the same syllable. My friends, Thor breathed, and there it was, the first true smile he'd given Midgard. It hurt to watch, in the good way. We had 5 seconds of reunion, shoulders grabbed, words tripping before the sky moved again. Not the Bifrost this time. Not storm. Something colder. The clouds puckered, then smoothed, as if a fist had pressed against a velvet curtain from the other side. Sif and the warriors 3 turned together. Their faces showed no panic, instead, they looked serious. I leaned against the SUV, took a last pull from my water, and let deadpan keep my blood pressure reasonable. That doesn't look like a thunderstorm. It is the destroyer, Volstagg said, and for once his voice had misplaced its laughter. The what now? I asked, even though a dozen FanWiki pages were already flipping open in my head. A weapon forged in Asgard, Sif said, jaw tight enough to cut rope. A guardian. A judgment. Thor's expression collapsed inward, the way a tower settles after you pull the right stone. Loki. I whistled low. Well, that explains the sense of doom. Behind me, Alpha 01 shifted closer, a movement so small it only qualified as motion if you measure in atoms. Alpha 02-03-04 mirrored him, and I felt the rookie's eyes click to me like magnets finding north. Alpha 05-06-07 stood at readiness and tried not to look like they were trying. All right, everyone, breathe, I said, tossing the empty bottle into the SUV and letting my grin fade to command. It's just a big, shiny suit of armor. How bad could it be? Answer, very. The destroyer strode into Puente Antiguo like a lawsuit. Towering, sleek, polished to mirror an armored cathedral with legs. Each footfall rattled the pavement and shoved the air. It hissed steam through vents like it had decided to sigh in a way that melted things, its faceplate irised open with a whisper that sounded like a secret you didn't want to hear. Behind that opening, fire, banked and hungry. Oh my God, Darcy whispered from behind me. It's Iron Man on steroids. Nat, I said, because I am compulsively myself. Iron Man's cuter. The beam came without warning, a line of heat that unstitched a parked car, pinwheeling it into a storefront where it retired permanently. Screams tried to be orderly and failed. Civilians did that herd math where everyone becomes someone else's elbow. We have to get everyone out, Jane said, grabbing Thor's arm with a thoroughly human strength. Right, I said, already snapping into our sop. I pointed at the rookies. Alpha 05-06-07, evacuation duty. Get people out. Keep them safe. No heroics. Acknowledged, they called out in unison before swiftly taking action using their hands' knowledge of leverage to extract civilians from chaos, transforming panic into organized lines and creating barriers from thin air. Alpha 05 quickly lifted a child into his mother's arms and was gone before she could thank him. Alpha 06 deftly pushed a man away from a collapsing awning with his palm on the man's chest and a single commanding "sir" that commanded obedience. Alpha 07 moved alongside an elderly couple with such gentle coordination that it seemed like they had planned the move. I addressed the veterans. Stay on standby. Let the Asgardians take the initial action. We intervene only if they fail. Contain them, but do not kill. Understood, Alpha 01 said. The Warriors 3 and Sif were already charging Volstagg, roaring with his axe like he'd found a reason to exist. Fondrel vaulting high with that acrobatics as arrogance thing that would be grating if it weren't effective, Hagun cutting low with quiet violence, Sif driving her spear point like a thesis statement. It was stunning in the way doomed things often are. Blades clanged against metal, the destroyer didn't flinch. Heat vents hissed, a second beam knocked Volstagg through a truck with the effortless precision of physics. Hagun crumpled like a man who had done his math and still learned the world cheats. Fondrel's landing turned into a skid, and a sword tumbled away in a glittering arc. Sif pushed forward with another thrust, the destroyer responded with a backhand that treated her like punctuation. "All right, Spartans," I snapped, the edge in my voice leaving fingerprints on the air. "Your turn. Engage, but don't kill. Contain only. Move." Alpha 01-02-03-04 hit the street together. The ground felt it. Alpha 01 took point, his punch landing with a crack that spidered the asphalt under the destroyer's heels. It staggered, not injured, but interrupted. Alpha 02 stepped through and slotted a textbook knee kick into the joint, metal groaned, and the massive frame adjusted to remember it had to obey torque. Alpha 03 vaulted high and clamped onto its back, his forearm cinching around the collar assembly in what read as a choke on anything with a windpipe. The faceplate tried to turn toward him, heat spooling. Alpha 03 rode it like a mechanical bull and pressed down, angling for denial rather than domination. Alpha 04 swept low, caught the leading leg, and forced a stutter step that threw off its aim by degrees. They moved like a single organism, no wasted motion, no chatter, everything learned repeated correctly at speed. For the first time since it crested the hill, the destroyer looked less like inevitable and more like prey being asked an unwelcome question. "Now that's teamwork," I said, letting my hands slide into my hoodie pocket because some habits are armor. Thor watched wide-eyed, his face running the math of 1,000 years of Asgard and arriving at a new variable. The warriors three groaned where they lay. Sif clawed herself upright by will and grit and something more complicated called love. "What are they?" she breathed, not at me so much as to the story. "Mine," I said cheerfully, keeping my gaze on the monster so I didn't have to explain the ethics of ownership. The destroyer vented with a furnace howl, the faceplate snapping toward Alpha 01, light coiling behind it. "Alpha 01, move!" I barked. He dropped like the command had cut his strings, the beam lanced through the space his skull had been occupying and carved a glowing scar across Main Street. Alpha 02 was already in, elbow slamming into the jawline to force the plate shut. Alpha 03 cinched tighter, his body a lever. Alpha 04 wrenched the near arm into a joint lock that would have popped bones on anything alive. Metal shrieked. The destroyer whipped its free arm into Alpha 04 and launched him backward. He rolled with the hit and rose in one breath, stance already reset. Dented now. Scorched by its own heat. Still dangerous. "They're holding it back," Jane said, voice thin with awe. "Of course they are," I said. "That's what I pay them for." "You don't pay them," Darcy said, not taking her phone off the spectacle. "Details." "Impossible," Selvig whispered, but he cleaned his glasses anyway, as if clearer lenses might downgrade reality to reasonable. The destroyer's backhand caught Alpha 02 across the chest and skidded him 10 feet, he planted, reset, and charged again. Alpha 01 and Alpha 03 worked the head drumbeat strikes in a pattern that stopped the face from finding a clean line. Alpha 04 dove and seized an ankle. Tendons don't live in that leg, but balance still does, and the machine shuddered as its weight shifted onto its own bad decisions. Heat surged. The air around us turned into oven wind. I shielded my eyes with one wrist and didn't blink. The faceplate flared again, and the light inside throbbed. "Oh," I felt a small tap dance in my ribs. "It's going to blow. Pull back." All four disengaged at the same moment, breaking contact like professionals who wanted to survive. The beam cut across the street, turning asphalt into molten fluid. Cars soared upward like punctuation. Glass shattered and rained down. Heat roared as the town's painted signs curled inward like shy creatures. "Enough!" Thor shouted into the world's hair dryer. "Stop this madness!" The destroyer turned its head, the movement somehow judgmental, and faced him. "Spartans protect civilians. Do not re-engage." My voice didn't have to be loud, it had to be true. They fell back to the perimeter, slotting in with the rookies, opening and reopening evac routes as SHIELD agents stiff, brave, overmatched started pushing cones and regret. Quiet arrived, not as mercy but as prelude, the way it often does when myth needs the floor. Thor stepped into the street calm where pride had lived, arms spread. He looked less like a fallen prince and more like a man who'd changed his mind about what winning meant. "Brother," he said to the empty air where Loki undoubtedly listened, "if you hear me, take me. Spare them." The destroyer tilted its head, as if trying on his words for size, and then struck. One devastating blow, no heat, just physics, and Thor flew, hit the ground wrong, and stopped moving. The sound Jane made knifed through the burn and hit marrow. Darcy clapped a hand over her mouth. Sif staggered forward and collapsed to a knee as if she could hold the earth together by posture. I clenched my fists and watched, understanding this part because the MCU loves structure, and sacrifices a lever you can pull only once if you're honest. Jane cradled him, dust turned tears into mud. The destroyer loomed, heat gathering for a final blow. Very far away, the hammer moved. Out in the desert, in the shallow crater under SHIELD scaffolds, Mjolnir shuddered, then ripped upward with the petty violence of an object remembering it has a favorite person. A silver comet shredded the sky and stitched a storm behind it. The clouds split like a courtroom parting for a verdict. Mjolnir found Thor's hand with a sound like the world exhaling. Lightning told the air to sit down. Armor rewrapped him in a shimmer, the red cape snapping like punctuation in Odin's language. Thor stood whole, the eyes that had been full of questions carried power again, and something new behind it that had to be humility. "Well," I said, grinning because sometimes the universe pays off foreshadowing the way it should. "About damn time." The destroyer fired. Thor met the beam with Mjolnir's face, and thunder sang in harmony. He rose into the storm on a column of air that wasn't there until he needed it, then fell like a gavel. The destroyer bent, faltered, and collapsed, light guttered like a candle that had lied about being fireproof. The shell caved in on itself with a series of sighs that read as cooling metal to civilians and an admission of defeat to the kind of men who measure these things. Silence returned, this time shaped like mercy. Hiss of heat leaving. Clink of settling plates. Thor settled back onto the asphalt, breathing steady, Mjolnir easy in his hand as if it had never been heavy. Jane watched with her mouth open and all her science intact. Darcy muttered something about muscles that I chose not to quote. Selvig cleaned his glasses again as if the third pass might finally teach him it wasn't a hallucination. Sif and the warriors three regained their feet, relief loosening the corners of their mouths even as pain wrote side notes in their posture. I slid my hands deeper into my pockets and smiled. "You finally got your toy back, Goldilocks. Took you long enough." Thor turned, and for once he smiled back, not the grin of a frat god, not the smirk of a man with more hair than sense. A real smile. It sat well on him. Ding! Reward, 2,000 points. Targets, Thor Odinson and civilians of Puente Antiguo. Reason, provided containment and support during the destroyer incident. Oh, that was pretty. The HUD tucked the number away with a satisfied TCH, and I let the dopamine do a polite lap. "Good job, boys," I called out as my Spartans regrouped from the perimeter, passing by groups of SHIELD agents whispering about what they are that can't be written on a form. "Clean fight. Nobody died. Thor powered up. And I just scored 2,000 points. That's a win." Alpha 01 nodded once, the crease at the corner of his eye softening in a way that, if you squinted, could be called pride. Alpha 02 adjusted his stance and did a quick head-to-toe scan of himself and then on Alpha 05 because habits are love in camouflage. Alpha 03 flicked a scorch mark off his sleeve with a motion that said annoying more than injury. Alpha 04 flexed his hands once, satisfied the joints still understood cooperation. Alpha 05-06-07 took 3 deep breaths in sync and released them as one, the exhale of rookies who had watched a cathedral try to sit on their town and learned the right lesson. Across the way, Agent Carlson approached, Ty somehow still at regulation after a small war. He took in Thor, took in Jane, took in the destroyer cooling into modern art, and then let his eyes visit us like a diplomatic delegation. That was, contained, he said, which, from SHIELD, is a standing ovation. We aim for boring, I said. The good kind. He almost smiled. If you ever decide to fill out an application, I'll burn the paperwork the same afternoon. Flattered, I said. We'll stick to volunteer work. Of course you will. He glanced at Thor, who was in the middle of inventing a new category of apology with Sif and the Warriors 3. We'll need to debrief. Later. Later, I agreed. He earned a minute. Coulson nodded, touched the earpiece he always seems to have without actually touching it, and moved on to turn chaos into reports before it had a chance to grow back. I watched Thor look at Jane like Midgard had invented light just to keep her visible. I watched Darcy film the last hiss of the destroyer like a girl who would absolutely edit a fire emoji into that video. I watched Selvig brace against the fender of a still-smoking car and take the kind of steadying breath that promises future lectures in future bars. We'll celebrate later, I told the squad. For now, let the god have his spotlight. We stepped back, using hinges instead of hammers. SHIELD arranged cones and courtesy, trying not to mind that their day was taken by a myth and a man who learned to be worthy without winning first. Civilians emerged from alleys and doorways, their faces smudged but alive. Someone clapped, then pretended they hadn't. A dog barked the kind of bark that signals the world is wrong, but mine is still okay. For MCU historians seeking details, Sif's spear didn't break. Fondrel picked up his sword and kissed it, because some men can't help but be themselves. Hagun refused a stretcher with a look that turned the medic into a piece of furniture. Volstagg made a joke about breakfast and then admitted he wanted to sit down. Thor hugged Jane in a way that was PG-13 and then met Coulson's eyes with the respect of a man who now understands that authority and service are cousins, not enemies. I leaned on the SUV, watching the points meter in my peripheral vision jump from 3,000 to 5,000, and I deliberately held back from spending any right away. The debate between quality and quantity could pause for a few moments. Today, I decided to accept gratitude as my reward, choosing simplicity and contentment with genuine conviction. Hey, Goldilocks! I called as the hugs eased and the speeches grew less frequent. Thor glanced over. When you're finished saving New Mexico, let's discuss the cleanup. He laughed. Laughed. The sound sat on the street like a blessing. Your warriors are formidable, he said, nodding at my walls that walk. Hinges, not hammers, I corrected, then shrugged. But we can swing when we have to. He lifted Mjolnir a fraction. As can we. Good, I said. Because next time the sky changes, I'd prefer if it were for good news. He looked up as if expecting an Asgardian weather report, then looked down with an expression that suggested Loki might soon be both our trouble and our amusement. But that was a story for tomorrow. Today, the destroyer was broken into pieces, cooling into scrap. Today, the town remembered how to breathe again. Today, SHIELD acted as if they were in control, and we went along with it. Today, a prince discovered what it means to be worthy, and 7 Spartans became a rumor that makes streets safer than patrol cars. We didn't take a bow. We don't bow. We assist. We let the god have his spotlight and turned our backs to the sun so the shadows we threw would be long enough to cover the people who still needed them. Chapter 19, Fire in the Street. The sky went wrong before anyone had words for it. Clouds didn't roll in, they shivered, as if someone had pulled a sheet of glass over the desert and then breathed on it from the other side. The air got that taste dry metal on the tongue that only shows up when the Marvel Cinematic Universe decides the plot needs a bigger budget. Jane Foster sensed it first, her eyes widened, her scientist focus snapping into place like a lens cap pulled off quickly. Darcy Lewis didn't ask questions, she simply raised her phone as if she were deputized by the internet. Across the block, Eric Selvig removed his glasses and cleaned them in that professional way when he'd rather not rewire his worldview just yet. Thor Odinson froze mid-sentence. It wasn't just his posture, it was a moment of recognition. His bones understood before his brain accepted it. And on the town's edge, cutting out of the shimmer like an answer etched into the sky, Sif and the warriors three halted, all four turning together toward the horizon. Faces grave. Weapons already deciding how they'd be used. I leaned against the SUV, took a sip of lukewarm water, and tried out a joke to keep my pulse from writing checks. Well, that doesn't look like a thunderstorm. Volstag's voice boomed back without any of its usual comedy. It is the destroyer. The what now? Sif's jaw set like a locked door. A weapon forged in Asgard. Thor's face shed pride and found something heavier. Loki. I let out a low whistle. There it is. That explains the background radiation of doom. Behind me, Alpha 01 drifted just a hair closer. Alpha 02, Alpha 03, and Alpha 04 mirrored him, three shadows hugging a fourth. The rookies Alpha 05, Alpha 06, Alpha 07 hung back half a step, eyes on me for the call like they were reading a teleprompter only I could see. All right, everyone, I said lightly, tossing my empty bottle into the cup holder because I'm environmentally conscious when the apocalypse isn't staring at me. Deep breaths. It's just a big, shiny suit of armor. How bad could it be? The answer walked into town. The destroyer came down Main Street like a lawsuit, tall enough to need its own zoning, sleek and polished as a mirror, each footfall rattling the pavement into new opinions. Vents hissed. The faceplate irised open with a whisper that made the hair along my arms stand up. Behind it lived heat, not just fire, but judgment warmed up and ready to go. Oh my God, Darcy muttered, not quite breathing. It's Iron Man on steroids. Nat, I said, because if I stop being me, we're already losing. Iron Man is cuter. The beam shot out suddenly. A parked sedan turned into a vivid display of kinetic art, flipping into a storefront and leaving the scene. Screams trailed just behind the heat. We have to get everyone out of here, Jane said, grabbing Thor's arm like she meant to move a mountain 1 inch left. Right. Civilians first. I flicked my gaze to the rookies. Alpha 05-06-07, you're on evacuation duty. Pull bodies out of the splash zone. Keep them moving. No heroics. Doors and corners. Acknowledged, they answered in one neat chord, and then they weren't there anymore. They poured into the chaos like they'd been poured out of the mold for exactly this. Alpha 05 lifted a kid clean off the ground, spun on his heel, and returned the boy to a mother whose scream shut off mid-note. Alpha 06 turned a guy who wanted to film the apocalypse around with one palm to the sternum and the word "sir" pronounced like a spell. Alpha 07 interposed a shoulder between a collapsing awning and a bewildered tourist, then shepherded the man and his dog in a line that read safety even to people who couldn't spell it. I watched my veterans. Stand off. Let the Asgardians go first, I said, voice normal and precise. We intervene if they fail. Contain, don't kill. Alpha 01 dipped a nod, and the four of them froze into a sharp stillness. Sif and the warriors three were already in motion. Volstagg roared like a promise and brought his axe down at a seam. Hagun slid low, blades flashing toward the knee like he meant to teach it about leverage. Fondrel vaulted a golden blur aiming for the neck. Sif drove her spear in a line that would have won any argument not made of metal. For a heartbeat, it was gorgeous. Steel on steel, movement like a sentence diagrammed by a poet. The destroyer didn't care. Vents flared. Heat boiled out. A beam drew a bright line straight through Volstagg's center of mass. He left the ground and entered a truck by the express lane. Hagun went down hard and didn't bounce. Fondrel landed wrong enough to misplace his sword, which pinwheeled into a nice new friendship with the sidewalk. Sif found one more thrust and then got backhanded into a car so hard the car apologized. Thor shouted. I was already moving. All right, Spartans, I snapped, the joke stepping aside so orders could pass. Your turn. Engage, but don't kill. Contain only. Move. Alpha 01, Alpha 02, Alpha 03, Alpha 04 hit as a unit. The ground noticed. Alpha 01 took point fist into the chest plate with a crack, the pavement spider webbing under the destroyer's heels. The machine rocked. Not hurt, interrupted. Alpha 02 stepped through and chopped a kick into the knee joint. Metal groaned like it remembered gravity is a rule, not a suggestion. Alpha 03 went high, latched onto the head assembly, and cinched his forearm in what would be a choke on anything with lungs. Sparks skittered as the face tried to swivel. Alpha 03's weight said no. Alpha 04 scythed low and stole balance, even God's toys live or die by it. They moved in a rhythm that made sense if you'd ever been trained to hear it. No chatter. No extra motion. Hinge, not hammer, turn the shape, don't smash the door. For the first time, Asgard's favorite furnace looked less like inevitable and more like negotiable. Now that's teamwork, I said, hands sliding into my hoodie pocket because there's a ceremony in pretending to be relaxed. Thor stared eyes wide, pride struggling to add up. The warriors three groaned where they lay. Sif planted a knee, determination and willpower making a silent plea to stand up. What are they? She asked, the breath of it almost stealing the word. Mine, I answered, cheerful like I was talking about a set of golf clubs. I didn't look away from the thing trying to melt my day. The destroyer roared like a furnace encountering music. Its faceplate shifted toward Alpha 01 as light streamed from behind the iris. Alpha 01 move. He dropped flat so fast the beam probably felt insulted to miss. Heat shaved the air where his head had been and carved a known bad line across Main Street. Alpha 02 stepped in with an elbow across the jawline, the plate slammed shut with a hiss. Alpha 03 tightened his lock until the metal protested. Alpha 04 yanked an arm into a joint that didn't have one. The screech didn't come from pain, it came from physics. The destroyer answered with a backhand that hauled Alpha 04 airborne. He rolled through the landing, came up balanced, and reset like the world owed him a better punch. Dents. Scorch marks. Still plenty of murder left in the machine. They're holding it back, Jane said, awe sanded down to the soft truth. Of course they are, I said. That's what I pay them for. You don't pay them, Darcy said, not looking away from her screen. Details. Impossible, Selvig whispered to his glasses. The destroyer's free hand swept Alpha 02 off his feet and slid him 10 feet. He planted a boot, stood, and went back in without the drama. Alpha 01 and Alpha 03 bracketed the torso and hammered a metronome into it left, right, clamp keeping the face from finding a clean line. Alpha 04 dove for the legs a second time and found the mechanical equivalent of a tendon. The machine staggered, weight distributing to regret. Then the air changed. Heat didn't just rise, it spiked. The light behind the faceplate didn't just glow, it loaded. It's going to blow, I snapped. Pull back, pull back. All four Spartans pulled back simultaneously. The beam sliced through the street like molten metal. Cars crashed into flames. Windows shattered into fragments. The town became scorching hot, with air pressing in from all sides. Enough. Thor's voice cut through it. Stop this madness. The destroyer turned to him. Spartans protect civilians, I said. Do not re-engage. They moved back to the perimeter and merged with the rookies, forming corridors where chaos had attracted crowds. Alpha 05 grabbed two firefighters' extinguishers, creating a foam barrier between a burning SUV and the sidewalk, then returned the tools with a nod that conveyed teamwork. Alpha 06 diverted pedestrian traffic away from a propane cage behind the hardware store, acting like someone who can sense headlines. Alpha 07 repurposed a wet floor sign from a diner as a directional marker, and no one laughed because everyone understood. The hiss of burning became the town's lungs. Thor stood in the center of it unarmed, pride filed under later. He spread his arms. He didn't look like a king. He looked like a man who had finally learned the difference between winning and saving. Brother, if you hear me, take me. Spare them. The destroyer cocked its head a fraction. Then it hit him like an answer. Thor flew and remained on the ground. The sound Jane made cut through me so deeply that I'll probably joke about it later because I can't help myself, but at that moment, there was no punchline strong enough to hide it. Darcy covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes clouded with emotion. Sif took 2 steps forward and then knelt, her respect stopping her from disrupting the solemnity of the moment. I clenched my fists and stayed alert because I understood this part. The MCU loves a lever called sacrifice, and if you pull it properly, the machine does the right thing. Jane knelt. Dust turned her tears into tracks. The destroyer loomed, heat building for the final sentence. Mjolnir moved. Miles away, beneath SHIELD scaffolds, the hammer quivered in its crater before unleashing violence toward home. A silver comet tore across the sky, unleashing a storm with it. The clouds didn't merely part, they obeyed. The hammer met Thor's palm with the sound of a promise kept. Lightning called the world to attention. Armor flowed over him like the memory of a better version of himself, the red cape snapped like punctuation in an all-father sentence. Thor stood whole again, power bright behind his eyes and something new sitting beside it that looked an awful lot like humility. Well, I said, because habit is armor. About damn time. The destroyer fired, and Thor responded with Mjolnir, with thunder providing support. He ascended into the storm and then descended sharply like a judge's gavel. Metal bent under the force, light flickered and faded. The shell caved inwards, resembling a cathedral closing for renovations that no one would ever see approve. Silence came back wearing mercy. Cooling metal hissed in short sentences. Smoke found reason and reorganized. Thor slumped onto the asphalt, breathing evenly, with his hammer loosely in his hand. Jane looked on, as if science had suddenly uncovered magic in her lab, and the data remained reliable. Muscles, Darcy muttered, emphasizing the importance of consistency. Selvig polished his glasses once more before ceasing to pretend they were dirty. Meanwhile, Sif and the warriors 3 shakily got to their feet, relief subtly shaping their bruised faces. I slid my hands deeper into my pockets and grinned. You finally got your toy back, Goldilocks. Took you long enough. Thor turned and for once, he smiled back. No smirk, no swagger. Just thanks spoken in the only language some men allow on their faces. Ding. Reward, 2,000 points. Targets, Thor Odinson, civilians of Puente Antiguo. Reason, provided containment and support during the destroyer incident. That was quite beautiful. The number entered my mental tally with a satisfying click. I suppressed a laugh, feeling it wanted to escape. The moment didn't call for celebration, just steady action. Good work, boys. Alpha 01 gave the slightest nod, signaling that the door remained the door. Alpha 02 adjusted his stance, emphasizing the importance of posture. Alpha 03 brushed a scorch mark off his sleeve, irritated by disorder. Alpha 04 opened and closed his hands once, confirming his joints still functioned properly. Alpha 05-06-07 exhaled together, 3 learning how to organize their experience without trembling. We didn't break formation to high five, we carried out the boring yet life-saving task. Alpha 05 checked on a sprained wrist and a scraped knee, guiding a teen toward the triage corner. SHIELD medics were setting up beside the diner. Alpha 06 and Alpha 07 carefully moved a propane canister out of a hot zone because, fun fact, fire plus gas equals new skylights. Alpha 01 stepped in with 2 cones and a look, turned a gawking crowd into an orderly line, and then handed the cones back to the agent like he was tipping a valet. Speaking of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson materialized with a clipboard in spirit if not in hand, tie at regulation, expression pitched at we're all friends here, please be useful. That was, contained, he said, eyes tracking from the destroyer's cooling carcass to Thor to me and then to the wall of polite muscle I brought as a conversation starter. We aim for boring, I said. The good kind. He almost smiled. If you ever decide to fill out an application, I'll misfile it somewhere safe. Flattered. We're happy to stay independent and helpful. One eyebrow twitched Coulson for belly laugh. We'll want to debrief. Later. Later sounds right, I said. Let the god have his spotlight. He nodded, tapped the earpiece he pretends doesn't exist, and seamlessly resumed the dance of cones and reports, exuding quiet competence and survivor's grace. Across the battlefield Turn Street, Sif reached Thor first. They clasped forearms like warriors and hugged like friends. Fondrel found his sword, kissed it because of course he did, then tried to pretend he hadn't. Hagun declined a stretcher with a look that convinced the medic he had never believed in stretchers in the first place. Volstagg declared he could fight another 20 men as long as those men were sandwiches. Jane entered, causing the edges of the world to soften. Thor inclined his head to her and quietly said something that didn't require my presence. Darcy caught the final hiss of smoke with her phone and appended a fire emoji, as history seems to dictate. Selvig rested on a fender, breathing as if he's relearning how to. More boring, more saving. Alpha 02, I said, grab a couple of fire extinguishers from the diner's kitchen. Clear that engine block before the oil decides to audition. Acknowledged. He was already halfway there, Alpha 05 ghosting him like a shadow that does chores. Alpha 03, double-check the gas mains behind the hardware store. Alpha 06 with you. I don't want a sequel explosion. Copy. Alpha 04, Alpha 07, walk the perimeter with SHIELD and move anyone who looks like an audience back 2 storefronts. Smile if you must. Don't bare teeth. Confirmed. They went. It looked like choreography, it was just discipline wearing jeans. Thor finished being hugged and hailed and turned toward me. Your warriors, he said, Mjolnir easy in his fist, are formidable. Hinges, not hammers, I corrected, because someone has to be tedious about doctrine. But we can swing when we have to. He lifted the hammer a fraction in agreement. As can we. I tipped an imaginary hat. In the future, a little notice before the family weapon comes to visit would be great. He almost laughed. I will, try. Behind him, Sif eyed my Spartans the way professionals eye other professionals cataloging angles, estimating weight. They are, not of Midgard, she said, making it a question so nobody had to lie in front of God and all these people. They're of mine, I said. That's enough for today. She accepted that, because sane people triage mysteries and handle the ones that bleed first. Coulson reappeared, glanced at Thor, then at me. We'll be removing the destroyer shell, he said, polite as a fence. If you have insights, my team would welcome them. Here's an insight, I said. Put the hot part where it can't touch anything flammable. And maybe don't let Loki borrow the keys again. He didn't blink, but the corner of his mouth traded secrets with gravity. Duly noted. The town's heartbeat found itself again. Sirens finally arrived late enough to feel performative. SHIELD agents moved with the clean efficiency of a group that practices on weekdays. Locals peeked out of doorways, saw Thor dressed like a poster and holding a hammer that should weigh more than a Buick, and decided they were believers in whatever religion that implied. I did one more lap of boring and then gave the team the nod. They collapsed back toward the SUV like a tide going home. After action in 10, I said. Then food. If we saved the town without diner pancakes, did we even save it? Commander requires calories, Alpha-02 said in a tone just dry enough to make Darcy snort if she'd heard it. Exactly, I said. Tell the destroyer I said thanks for the cardio. We didn't take a bow. We don't bow. We assist. That's the whole game, the whole trick, be the hinge the story needs so the door swings the right way, and then step out of the frame while the light finds the people who earned it. Thor and Jane took center, Sif and the Warriors 3 formed a geometry of relief, Coulson built paperwork out of smoke and courtesy. We faded to the edge of the shot, 7 Spartans and 1 smug commander in an SUV that smelled like dust and victory. Celebrate later, I told them as the first SHIELD truck backed up to the destroyer with a winch and 2 good intentions. For now, we let the god have his spotlight. They didn't answer. They didn't need to. The day had been loud enough already. Chapter 20, God says thanks. Smoke lingered over Puente Antiguo like an unshakable thought, slow to dissipate and eager to be remembered. Main Street resembled a discarded Marvel Cinematic Universe set, a pickup still hissing where the engine had decided that combustion was its way of life, a sedan transformed into modern art, and storefront windows spider-webbed and sagging as if glass could sweat. The asphalt bore heat scars that would tell weathered stories in the months to come. Civilians observed from alleys and behind torn blinds, whispering in the quiet tone reserved for miracles and accidents. I stood there with my hands in my hoodie pockets, wearing a grin I hadn't earned but refused to lose. Behind me, my Spartans formed neat lines with clean edges Alpha-01 to Alpha-04 at the front like a walking wall, Alpha-05 to Alpha-07 steady behind, humming with that bright, calm buzz you hear only after a successful evac. They looked like a Halo-grade comm in plain clothes, a small army that trusted in hinges, not hammers, unless the story demanded thunder. Thor Odinson lowered Mjolnir, the hammer settling securely in his hand as if it had never been lifted. His armor reflected the desert sunlight, scattering it neatly. For once, he appeared just like the god he insists Midgard call him, only now devoid of the smugness that had once clung to him before humility arrived with a lesson. He turned to me, and what lived in his eyes wasn't challenge, or pride, or even relief. It was gratitude awkward in a princely face, honest anyway. Shredder, he said, voice steady enough to hold the street in place. You and your warriors stood where others could not. You protected Midgard in my stead. For that, I thank you. I widened my grin to full uncivilized. The mighty Thor saying thank you. Somebody frame this. No, better Darcy, do your influencer thing. Already on it, Darcy Lewis stage whispered behind Jane Foster, phone up, angle practiced. Somebody get this on a Hallmark card. Thank you for watching my town while I requalified from Mjolnir. Thor ignored her, which is growth. His gaze slid to Alpha-01, then Alpha-02, Alpha-03, Alpha-04 taking the measure of 4 men who had just manhandled an Asgardian weapon that terrifies Asgardians. They fought with honor, he said. I have not seen such strength outside Asgard. Yet, I shrugged, casual because any other posture would be too much. They're pretty good. I feed them well, too. That helps. The Spartans continued not reacting, which is their version of blushing. Sif limped closer, armor dented, hair wild in a way that only made her look more like a statue someone had carved to tell a story about duty. Who are they truly? She asked, eyes narrow and curious rather than hostile. No mortal men fight as they did. I'll take that as a compliment, I said, tipping my head. A compliment indeed. Volstagg boomed as he groaned upright, dusting his beard and checking whether his ribs intended to remain in the correct number. Warriors fit for Asgard's tales. Though possibly lacking in fashion sense, Fondrel added, leaning elegantly on a sword that had found its way back to his hand despite earlier having a fling with the pavement. Hagun remained silent, as expected. His gaze fixed on Alpha-01, as if he were deciphering an equation that still lacked symbols. Enough, Thor said gently, which is still a command when said by a prince who's learned to mean it. They have proven themselves. See? I said. Even Goldilocks approves. And the man wears a cape. I'll take the win. Do you ever take anything seriously? Jane asked, giving me a look that's a typical grad school badge, like lab coats and the knack for sighing in metric. Only when my guys are in danger, I said, letting the grin soften into something with fewer teeth. Otherwise, life's too short and pancakes exist. SHIELD arrived late but thorough. Black SUVs rolled in with the practiced choreography of a group that believes in cones, cordons, and paperwork. Weapons were slung low. Agent Phil Cowlson led the way, calm iron under a crisp tie, face doing that polite neutrality that's 2 notches shy of a smile and 3 notches shy of suspicion. You missed the fireworks, I called. I'll sell you the Blu-ray later. Deleted scenes include me telling Alpha 01 not to suplex an Asgardian furnace. His lips twitched. Cowlson for cackle. I saw enough. It is finished, Thor said, stepping forward just enough to reassure crowds and unsettle agents. The threat is ended. Cowlson studied him, nodded once, a little ceremony of acknowledgement, and then glanced past the armor and cape and myth to me. And you? I raised my hands, innocent as sin and twice as charming. What? I told my guys not to kill anybody. We played defense until Thor found his groove. You should be thanking us. He didn't answer. He doesn't waste words, but he didn't disagree, and in SHIELD, that's gratitude with a badge. Are you, all right? Jane asked Thor, voice small but steady. It takes spine to ask a god a human question. I am whole again, he said. Then he looked back at us. Thanks to you and thanks to them. Keep looking at me like that and people will think we're best friends, I said, because if I don't throw a joke at the moment, I might feel it too hard. You'd look cute on a Hallmark card, Darcy added helpfully. Thor ignored her again. Jane didn't. She was busy losing a war against a smile. Sif and the Warriors 3 gathered again, exhaustion wrapped around pride like bandages. Sif stopped in front of me a second time, voice level, verdict reached. Your warriors are strange but loyal. I respect that. Now we're bonding, I said. Next, you'll tell me where you get your armor polished. A fine commander, mortal. Volstagg declared, slapping my back with the kind of affection that nearly rebooted my spine. You should drink with us when this is done. Careful, big guy, I said, adjusting my ribcage. You might not survive my kind of drinking. He roared approval, which is the only acceptable response from a man who treats ale like a relative. Cowlson drifted closer while SHIELD agents began the dance of containment, perimeter tape in the wind, radios purring like insects, EMTs moving with that unflappable urgency only professionals can afford. His voice dropped to a register meant for me and anyone with ears sharp enough to legally count as public. They're yours, he said, eyes on my 7. All of them. I need to know how. Trade secret, I said with the kind of smile you laminate. One day I'll find out, he said. Not a threat. Not a promise. A fact, ordering coffee and leaving a tip. Maybe, I conceded. But not today. Today we celebrate not being melted. I clapped once, loud enough to reset the scene. All right, crisis over. Who's hungry? Because I could demolish a stack of pancakes the size of Mjolnir. Darcy shot her hand up like a student who'd been waiting to answer easy questions all year. Yes. Absolutely yes. Jane sighed and decided against objecting. Triage favors carbs. Selvig muttered something about whiskey and the need to negotiate with reality. Thor tilted his head. Pancakes. Oh, buddy, I grinned. You have so much to learn. Diner diplomacy. The motel diner had that lived-in smell of coffee, bacon, and stubborn optimism. The chaos outside eased into a rhythm in here. Plates clinked, a fry cook cussed lovingly at a grill, and a waitress who'd seen everything decided to add Asgardian in armor sitting in a booth to the list with professional chill. Thor squeezed into a booth with Jane, Darcy, and Selvig Mjolnir resting beside him like a paperweight from an angry god. In the next booth, Sif and the Warriors 3 crammed in with the enthusiasm of a rugby scrum, dented armor telling the stories so their mouths didn't have to. SHIELD agents took up shadow positions outside, pretending not to eavesdrop with the dedication of men who definitely were. I moved the table to the back as my squad settled into booths that resembled furniture built with muscle and discipline. 4 on one side, 3 on the other, with me in the aisle, like a coach familiar with the playbook, relying on eye contact and a raised eyebrow. Now this, I said as plates landed eggs, bacon, pancakes so fluffy they should have paid rent. This is the real reward for saving the world. Fuel acquired, Alpha 02 intoned, lifting a fork with the solemnity of ritual. Inspirational words, I nodded, and dug in. I ate like a man auditioning for a documentary on happiness and cholesterol. At the next booth, Thor eyed his stack like it might be booby-trapped. Jane cut into her plate with the precise efficiency of someone who believes in control variables. Darcy drowned hers in syrup like it owed her money. Selvig sipped coffee that had nothing in common with whiskey and tried to convince the brain behind the eyes that this counted. You eat them with syrup? Thor asked, suspicious. You can also try butter, fruit, or whipped cream, Darcy said, already applying all 3. This is Midgard, we stacked choices. Midgard has good customs, Thor decided after the first bite, which is how you win hearts and Yelp reviews at the same time. Ale, Volstagg announced grandly when the waitress arrived. And by ale I mean the largest drink this land allows. We have coffee and orange juice, she said, unfazed. And water. Volstagg slumped exactly 1 inch. Tragedy. Coffee, Sif said. Strong. Water, Hagun added, because of course. Darcy, Fondrel said, testing out a grin that had injured civilians before, would you do me the honor of? Nope, she said without looking up, flipping her camera to the front-facing mode to see how the smoke appears in natural light. I only date guys who aren't trying to cosplay Robin Hood. He grinned wider. It probably counted as a win. I allowed the room to breathe, keeping my eyes alert. Alpha 01 subtly mirrored the entrance without direct stare. Alpha 03 observed Coulson's reflection in the glass as he pretended to examine a cactus. Alpha 04 studied Warriors 3's posture with the academic curiosity of someone who enjoys calculating angles. The rookies ate, watched, and learned, distinguishing between loudness and danger. Eventually, Thor rose and walked over to us, the fluorescent lights glinting off his new armor. He halted at our table, towering even over men who see ceilings as mere suggestions. They respect you, he said, eyes moving along the line of Alpha 01 to Alpha 07, then back to me. And they follow without hesitation. I would know what binds them to you. Charisma, Darcy called from behind him. More like sarcasm, I said. Hey, whatever works. Thor weighed that, nodded once. Regardless, you have my thanks. Truly. Without your aid, many would have perished. I lifted my orange juice like a toast. To teamwork and to the guy who finally picked up his hammer. The corner of his mouth moved. Progress logged. He returned to his booth as Jane leaned in, shifting the conversation toward Einstein-Rosen bridges, 9 realms, and how to explain Bifrost without upsetting a scientist. Darcy heckled out of principle, while Selvig negotiated with his coffee until it agreed to be a stand-in friend. Sif softly told Hagun and Fondrel something in Old Asgardian, making the corners of their mouths behave. Meanwhile, Volstagg tried to persuade the kitchen to invent mead within 3 minutes, but they declined. SHIELD watched without poking, which is their version of a hug. Coulson hovered on the sidewalk like a polite ghost, present, quiet, entirely the center of his own story. I inhaled a breath that didn't smell of smoke and organized the aftermath clearly in my mind. Points, plus 2,000 for the destroyer incident, courtesy of Thor and every person whose mourning hadn't included dying. A ledger update in the HUD I wasn't currently looking at because I prefer dessert after the main course. Spending could wait. The squad couldn't. Rookies, I said quietly, and 3 heads pivoted with eerie precision. Top learnings. 1 sentence each. Alpha 05, evac routes require visible anchors. People follow what they can see. Good, I said. Keep planting signs and bodies at the corners. Alpha 06, phones are gravity wells. Redirect with contact, tone, and a task. Exactly. Make a spectator a helper and you win twice. Alpha 07, heat predicts panic. Prioritize shade and distance early. Love it, I said, and meant it. You just saved me a paragraph. From the veterans, I didn't require full sentences. I received nods, small, meaningful signals, the kind only those who have fought together can interpret. Alpha 01, perimeter secured, exits identified, agents cooperating. Alpha 02, 2 minor injuries treated, no transport required. Alpha 03, gas mains secure, no secondary explosions imminent. Alpha 04, crowd orderly, no heroics or copycat actions. Eat, I said, because leadership is 30% logistics and 70% tone. Refuel. Debrief after the god finishes explaining astrophysics with crayons. They ate. They watched. They learned. They were mine. After action, before the credits. When the plates were mostly empty and Volstagg had conceded that the diner's water did not secretly turn into mead if you believed hard enough, I slid out of the booth and took a slow lap outside. SHIELD had their salvage operation in full, polite swing winches flirting with the destroyer's shell, containment blankets looking official, a tech with a scanner making a face that said I don't have a category for this. Civilians had moved from whispering to staring to the far healthier activity of sweeping. A man watered the smoking edge of his hedge with a garden hose that took itself very seriously. Commander, Alpha 01 murmured when I returned, a code meaning someone wants you who isn't a pancake. Carlson slid up to conversational distance. We'll need statements, he said. Brief. Nothing classified. I'm aware none of you carry ID. We carry manners, I said. That's more useful. I find both useful, he said, unbothered. Your men move like they've done this before. They practice, I said. You know how it is. Save the world, then save it neater next time. His eyes shifted to Alpha 02, who came out of the diner with 2 fire extinguishers he clearly had permission to take, and to Alpha 05, who took one and approached a still smoldering hood without being instructed. I'll include neater in the report, he said, which from Carlson is practically comedy. He lowered his voice a fraction. The destroyer will be transported to a secure location. If something about it presents as relevant to your interests, I'll ensure the right ears hear it. Carlson, I said, if you ever decide to run for mayor of Common Sense, you've got my vote. I prefer paperwork to politics, he said. Fewer speeches. He drifted back toward his agents, and I watched him go with a respect I didn't dress up in sarcasm. The man was exactly what this world needed, boring where boring saved lives, brave where brave required silence, polite where polite prevented wars. Back inside, Thor was explaining the part of the 9 realms where hand gestures are necessary. Jane leaned forward like a plant towards a window. Darcy was live-tweeting, not live-tweeting. Selvig had accepted that this story would seem like a bar joke, even when it wasn't. Sif walked alone to my table with deliberate movements. Closer inspection revealed dents in her armor, each representing a quick decision, nicks indicating rapid choices, and scrapes showing a balance between angle and impact. She paused at a respectful distance and nodded once. You do not answer what your warriors are, she said. I will not press. Loyalty is a better reason than any name. That's almost poetry, I said. For what it's worth, we have a guiding rule. Her eyebrow asked the question. Hinge, not hammer. We turn the door the way the story needs, not break it off in our hands. Understanding flickered, and that's always satisfying when the person doing the understanding could put you through a wall and recite a ballad about it afterward. A good rule, she said. Pass it on to Volstagg, I said. Quietly. The tiniest hint of a smile. I will try. Volstagg thundered up anyway and slapped my shoulder again because fate loves circles. Friend. When this battle is written, your name shall be a line even I can remember. 2 lines, I said. Make it memorable, the mortal who told the god to eat his pancakes. He howled, delighted. Fondrel tipped an imaginary hat. Hagun inclined his head a full millimeter. Sif returned to her friends. Thor found me again later, Jane in tow because whatever Asgardian version of public relations exists, it knew where to put her. Coulson says your warriors will not be detained, he said, a hint of something like pride when he said warriors. He says you will be consulted. That's Coulson for I like you, but paperwork is my love language, I said. We'll answer fair questions. We'll skip the ones that misunderstand the premise. He studied me. I do not yet understand you. But I owe you. Keep Jane alive, I said, flicking my gaze to the scientist who had stumbled into myth and refused to lose herself on the way. That'll square it. He looked at Jane, and the nod he gave me wasn't for me at all. Good. Points, plans, and pancakes, again. By the time coffee cooled and plates were scraped into neat, trusting piles, the town's pulse had settled enough to reopen gossip. A kid in a Spider-Man t-shirt asked Alpha 03 if he could touch the big guy's arm. Alpha 03 said gently and let the kid push, which turned into a physics lesson and a grin his parents would frame. A firefighter thanked Alpha 06 with the clipped sincerity of one pro to another. The waitress slipped an extra pancake onto my plate and didn't charge me. I slipped an extra tip under the saucer because civilization is built in little gestures you don't instagram. I accessed the system in my mind like a man checking his savings after payday but before impulse buying a jet ski. Points available, 5,000. Recent credit, plus 2,000, Destroyer Incident. Opportunities, Spartan 2 Training, 1,500, Spartan Clone, 500. Advisory, maintain low profile, SHIELD attention. Asgardian departure likely soon. Loki variable, high. There's plenty to choose from in my private armory. Many reasons to avoid doing it in a room where Coulson might be just 3 reflections away. For now, I stick with the straightforward good stuff, tighter rotations, layered shadow lines, doubled down rookie mentorship. Quality and quantity matter. Structure is king. Game plan, I said softly to the table. Alpha 01 looked, the rest heard it in his shoulders. We go back to watching. We let SHIELD drive the salvage. We walk Jane back to the motel. We escort Thor if he insists on waving at crowds. No heroics until the story asks politely. Understood, Alpha 01 said. Copy, Alpha 03 echoed. Affirmative, Alpha 02 added, tone so dry Darcy would have laughed if she were listening. And then because the universe likes timing, Coulson eased into the doorway with a look that suggested he'd decided not to interrupt, but also that his job description included interrupt when necessary. We'll be moving the destroyer within the hour, he told Thor, then included me with a fractional shift of the chin. We'd appreciate space while we work. You got it, I said. We'll run soft cordon from the shadows. Consider it a complimentary service. His eyes did a quick inventory of my sincerity and found enough to sign for. I appreciate that. Look at us, I said. Friends. Next, we'll be swapping recipes. Only if they're for pancakes, Darcy chimed in, startling 3 agents who'd forgotten she can teleport through conversations. Thor reached for Mjolnir and then didn't lift it, which is a sign that he's finally comfortable again. He looked between me and Jane, then out the window to where Sif and the Warriors 3 tried not to loom. "There is more to fix," he said. "Not with hammers, but with words." "Buddy," I said, standing, "welcome to Midgard. The part you frame." We stepped back into the sunlight and its blunt honesty. The breeze had gotten brave enough to move smoke aside. SHIELD trucks hummed. Civilians took pictures of holes and heroes and the way heat lingers on a street after the Avengers level of weird rolls through, even if the Avengers aren't officially a thing yet. "Shredder," Thor said behind me. I turned. He didn't go for pomp. He didn't square his shoulders like a painting. He just stood there, a tall man in armor who had chosen better. "I will not forget this," he said. "You have my thanks. And if there is a call you make that reaches Asgard, I will answer." "Good," I said. "I'll save that for when we need to borrow a rainstorm or scare a space goat." He tried not to smile and failed like a gentleman. Jane rolled her eyes and then looked at me with something like regard she didn't want to label. "Take care of him," I told her, nodding toward the human thunderhead. "I have been trying," she said, deadpan. "It's like teaching a golden retriever about lab safety." "Valid," I said. Sif lifted her spear in farewell. Fondrel flourished without moving a muscle. Hagun blinked the blink that counts for intimacy in his book. Volstagg raised a glass of water with the sorrow of a man who refuses to give up hope. Carlson gave me that single nod again as his agents tightened the straps on a myth-turned cargo. "Later," he said. "Later," I agreed. We walked back to the SUV, 7 Spartans falling into position the way the horizon falls into the sky. As I opened the driver's door, a little voice piped up from near my knee. "Mr." I looked down. The Spider-Man kid. His hands were sticky with syrup and hero worship. He held out a drawing crayon fast, lines eager. "A stick figure me." 7 taller stick figures behind me. A hammer in the corner. Fire that looked like flowers. "For you," he said, as if I were trustworthy. I took it carefully. "Thanks, kid. You draw fast." "My mom says to say thank you," he whispered, then ran off like he'd stolen something. I tucked the art into the visor next to a jumble of receipts and a tiny roll of painter's tape. Alpha 02 insists on keeping around. I sat. I breathed. I started the engine. "All right, squad," I said, the grin coming back because it lived here, where it had room. "We earned this one. Debrief at home. Then someone tell me when the diner starts a loyalty program." "Commander requires pancakes," Alpha 02 said, and I swear Alpha 01 almost smiled. We pulled away from Main Street and left the scene to SHIELD, Asgard, and a town that would be telling this story in diners for the next 20 years. Behind us, the air shimmered. Ahead of us, New Mexico unspooled like a road that didn't mind being driven twice. My squad. My soldiers. My family. Everyone else? Bonus points. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, Another Brother. The motel diner finally exhaled. Dishes clinked into plastic tubs, the fryer went quiet, and the last rubberneckers drifted off with stories big enough to last them through every family barbecue until the end of time. Thor and his entourage, Jane, Darcy, Selvig, Sif, and the Warriors 3 vanished into New Mexico's star-punched dark. SHIELD kept their respectful orbit, quiet SUVs at the edges of town, a few agents pretending to be shadows, and Agent Carlson in the background like a courteous ghost that files immaculate reports. The desert did what deserts do, it calmed everything it didn't swallow. For me and my Spartans, that meant back to business. I guided the SUV along the unlit road, headlights carving white tunnels through sagebrush and heat mirage turned memory. Gravel pinged the wheel wells like rain that had forgotten how. Alpha 01 rode shotgun, as motionless as a statue hired to teach stillness. Behind us, Alpha 02, Alpha 03, Alpha 04, and the rookies Alpha 05, Alpha 06, Alpha 07 filled the cabin with quiet mass. 7 Spartans in one vehicle turned a road trip into a convoy. The suspension had opinions. In the rear view I caught Alpha 05 wedged between Alpha 02 and Alpha 06, posture tight enough to crease steel. He knew what was coming. "You nervous, 05?" I asked, because someone had to poke the bear and the bear was me. He didn't answer. Spartans don't admit to nerves, they just widen their focus until the world fits inside it. Alpha 02 did the translation. "Training accepted." I chuckled. "That's one way to say it. Don't worry, rookie. After tonight you'll have the Spartan 2 shine. No more tripping over your own feet in front of SHIELD cameras." From the back, Alpha 03 spoke in that even classroom voice he reserves for truth. "Progress required." "Exactly," I said cheerfully. "And progress is what I'm buying." The rental house came into view, a low stucco rectangle, porch light doing its best impression of a guardian spirit. The AC unit rumbled like a tired dog. No neighbors within eavesdropping distance, which was my favorite architectural feature. We filed in one by one. The floor did a small protest under 8 men and an ego, the walls thought about it and chose cooperation. I collapsed onto the couch and let every vertebrae introduce itself to gravity. "Saving the world is cardio," I announced to the ceiling. "Good thing I've got points to cheer me up." Alpha 01 took his post by the door, left shoulder to the jam, a sentinel who understands hinges. Alpha 02 guided Alpha 05 to the center of the room and took a half step behind him, mentor close enough to catch but far enough to let the kid stand. Alpha 03 and Alpha 04 drew their rookies to the flanks, Alpha 06 to 03, Alpha 07 to 04, while the rest fanned to the windows and corners with the kind of spacing that says we've done this in worse places. The familiar blue glow of the system spread across my vision like a HUD lowering into place. Points available, 2,000. Spartan 2 training, 1,500. Spartan clone, 500. I smirked. All right, new policy for the Marvel Universe, prioritize training. If we can't afford to train, we clone. That way we always move forward, quality first, quantity when quality is on back order. Clear. Acknowledged, Alpha 01 said. Alpha 02 gave a single short nod. Alpha 03 and Alpha 04 didn't move, which for them is symphonic agreement. Perfect, I said, and pointed at Alpha 05. Tonight, we do 2 things. 1. Spartan 2 for the rookie. 2. We add another brother. I tapped the air a little too theatrically, because some ceremonies deserve a flourish. System, begin Spartan 2 training for Alpha 05. Ding! Blue light wrapped Alpha 05 like a second skin, thin at first, then brightening into a cocoon. He stood motionless, face blank in the Spartan way, but tension gathered across his shoulders in microwaves, the body bracing as the rewrite began. The room hummed with a low, even thrum you could feel in your teeth. Alpha 02 stood just behind him, watchful, a surgeon ready to catch an instrument if it slipped. I rubbed my hands together. There it is. Rookie no more. This isn't magic, no matter how it looks. It's closer to betrayal. Bones told they can be denser, nerves whispered into faster, muscle memory replaced wholesale with muscle prophecy. But the system has the bedside manner of a robot hygienist, guaranteed results, 0 accidents. The cocoon pulsed slow, measured, rewriting limits 1 clause at a time. Alpha 03 used the lull to walk Alpha 06 through slow motion hand checks, knuckles aligned, thumb safe, wrist straight. Alpha 04 adjusted Alpha 07's stance by degrees, back heel down, knees unlocked, chin tucked as if secrets live there. Alpha 01 watched the door, Alpha 02 watched his trainee, I watched all of it and the blue light bathing the room like a thought you can't ignore. A minute later the glow dimmed, then winked out like a stage cue. Alpha 05 straightened, the edge arrived behind his eyes. His breathing deepened into a measured cadence, the kind you can stack bricks on. Small tells vanished this way, the micro-twitch replaced by that Spartan quiet that reads as gravity. He saluted, crisp enough to cut paper. "Commander." I whistled low. "Damn, look at you. Polished and deadly. Alpha 02, you've got yourself a partner, not a project." "Confirmed," Alpha 02 said. "From him, that's a toast and a song." "Beautiful," I said. "Upgrade down. Now the fun part. Back to the overlay. Points available, 500. System, request new clone. Designation Alpha 08. Ding. Blue unfurled again, brighter for an instant, pulling a silhouette out of the air like a magician with serious funding. When it cleared, Alpha 08 stood where an absence had been broad-shouldered, steady-eyed, raw the way uncut stone is raw. His stance was good, unrefined, his focus already knew how to listen. He saluted, stiff from brand new muscles in a brand new reality. "Commander. Welcome to the family, rookie," I said, letting the smirk in. "You're Alpha 08. Don't worry, you'll toughen up. This is what we do." He nodded once. A Spartan's version of pleased to be here. I turned to Alpha 03 and grinned. "Congrats, you're a dad again." "He's yours." "Acknowledged," Alpha 03 replied, calm as a metronome. He gestured, Alpha 08 stepped into position at his right, posture already mirroring his mentor's like iron filings snapping to a magnet. "Fast study in posture," I said, laughing. "We'll get you talking trash by at, who am I kidding?" I levered myself off the couch and took stock like a kid counting presents. "All right, inventory check, 8 Spartans total. 5 fully trained 01, 02, 03, 04 and our freshly minted 05. 3 rookies 06, 07 and 08. That's a fire team times 2 and the start of a doctrine." Alpha 05 stood straighter at his promotion, as if the word itself handed him half an inch. Training resumed like someone pressed play. Alpha 02 worked Alpha 05 through a ladder, footwork triangles, pivot snaps, offline entries. Their rhythm found itself within 5 exchanges. You could hear the sync strike, catch, reset, 2 engines idle matched. Alpha 03 alternated corrections between Alpha 06 and Alpha 08, using the same patient repetition, angle, angle, angle. Alpha 04 pressed Alpha 07 into flow palm parries into wrist captures into drop steps that ended in the same clean landing every time. Alpha 01 stayed at the door, a simple shape that kept the room from coming apart. Every time a floorboard popped, he knew whether it was the AC or a foot or the idea of trouble thinking about us. He didn't hold a weapon, he was one. I paced slow, hands in pockets, cataloging the scene progress everywhere. This is the part SHIELD never sees on a dossier, the quiet process of taking raw quiet and forging it into useful quiet. "Now this," I said, "is momentum. 8 Spartans. We're not the Avengers, but we're the squad they wish would show up when things need to stay neat." Alpha 04 flowed into a takedown and planted Alpha 07 cleanly. The rookie bounced up without complaint and reset his guard, elbows home this time. "See that?" I said to no one and everyone. "That's growth. Another week and SHIELD won't know what hit them." "Containment advised," Alpha 01 said softly. I laughed. Yeah, hinge, not hammer. I'm not planning a war, merely enjoying the knowledge that we could win the first 6 minutes. Logbook, the boring that saves lives. We don't just throw bodies at chaos. We build the scaffolding that keeps chaos from having good footing. Rotations. Alpha 01 holds primary watch at the door. If he sits, the door sits 2. Alpha 02 owns skill progression. He hears timing slips before they happen. Alpha 03 runs field tactics and crowd geometry, how to turn a panicked cluster into 2 flowing lines. Alpha 04 anchors logistics and recovery, hydration, micro breaks, injury scans, and that endless stack of hotel towels we keep ruining. Rookies mirror their mentors, 06 with 03, 07 with 04, 08 with 03 until 03 signs him off to handle 2 trainees at once. Signals: we standardize 5 hand shapes for the rookies: stop, split, anchor, peel, breathe. Eventually they'll graduate into the quiet micro-gestures the veterans use: chin flicks, shoulder angles, the language that leaves no prints. Rules of engagement, unchanged: no lethals. No breaking bones unless bone breaks are already the only ethical choice. No grandstanding. Civilians first. Cameras are always on even when they aren't. Hinge, not hammer. Put it on a shirt. Note to self: don't actually put it on a shirt. Alpha 03 will resign. Quiet visitors. 10 minutes into drills I felt a small thrum underfoot that wasn't ours. New Mexico doesn't do earthquakes politely, this wasn't one. I glanced at Alpha 01. He rolled a shoulder, not alarm, just awareness. A soft blue blink dotted the far wall for a heartbeat as something small, high, and polite drifted past the window at altitude. SHIELD drone. Of course. They kept their distance, but Carlson doesn't leave curiosity unfed. I didn't bother to bristle. Let them watch 8 men in an unmarked rental house perform push hands and breath work like a Zen dojo had hired a freight company. They'd see what I wanted them to see: discipline, restraint, order. Boring where boring saves lives. The upgrade, measured. The difference in Alpha 05 was immediate and quiet. Before training he was strong in the way uncut timber is strong weight and stubbornness. After, he was beam and brace. He started catching Alpha 02's angles in the second beat instead of the third. He started stepping where the force wanted him rather than into the argument. He looked less like a recruit and more like a man who had shaken hands with the threshold and agreed on terms. Assessment, I asked. Form stable, Alpha 02 said, eyes on 05's feet. Timing improving. Head up, Alpha 03 added across the room to Alpha 08. Find the horizon. The body will map to where the eyes go. Understood, Alpha 08 said, and did it. The room opened for him, like it always does when you stop staring at your shoes and start negotiating with distances. Alpha 04 ran Alpha 07 through contact flows, palms brushing forearms, shoulders turning. You are leaking tells, he said, gentle. Breathe on 4 and exhale on 6. Alpha 07 nodded, found the rhythm, and the extra movement fell off him like lint. Commander stuff, the part where I pretend I'm not making it up. You don't run 8 Spartans on vibes and jokes, tempting as it sounds. So we formalized the policy I'd blurted in the car. Policy 1, spend points on Spartan 2 training whenever possible. When training is not affordable, clone to increase presence and coverage. Policy 2, each rookie must be paired with a veteran at all times until certified for independent action. Policy 3, maintain public narrative, hinge, not hammer, assistance, not assault. De-escalation is victory. Policy 4, no capes. This one is mostly for me. Capes look great on Asgardians and terrible when you're getting into an SUV. Tactics talk, because being ready is a love language. Between sets I gathered the veterans with a look and the rookies with a gesture. We didn't sit, we don't sit unless we're forced. Thor and company will be wheels up soon, I said. SHIELD will babysit what's left of the destroyer. That buys Puente Antiguo a few quiet nights. We use them. Alpha 01 waited for the next line, Alpha 02 had it prepared anyway. Rehearse corridors, he said. 3-lane split with variable choke. I nodded. exactly. We practice turning a street into a flow, 2 egress lanes, 1 anchor for aid. Alpha 05, you learn to be the signpost. People follow certainty. Be vertical, be obvious. Acknowledged, Alpha 05 said. Comms, Alpha 03 added, tapping his temple. We don't wear radios in town, not unless Carlson lends us some on paper. It's all eyes and hands. Right, I said. Rookies, lock the 5 basic signals. You'll be fluent by week's end. Veterans, review nonverbal negative how to say no without spooking civilians. Logistics, Alpha 04 put in. Hydration, protein, rotate rest. Approved, I said. Also, buy a second couch. This one is trying to become a hammock. Night drills. We ran low light sets, eyes adjust, feet learn, hands remember. Alpha 02 cut the lamps to a single dim kitchen glow. The rookies flowed through touch drills, palms reading elbows, hips listening to knees. Veterans added pressure in micro steps, enough to teach without discouraging. At 2300 hours a siren ghosted the distant highway. At 2305 the wind remembered Sage. At 2310 Alpha 08 surprised Alpha 03 with a correct angle at a speed he had no business attempting on a first night. He earned a rare Alpha 03 nod 2 mm of chin, that's a trophy. At 2340 Alpha 04 tested Alpha 07's guard with a fake that would fool a mirror, Alpha 07 didn't bite. Progress measurable in things that didn't happen. At 2358 Alpha 01 shifted his weight. The drone had moved on. The desert was ours again. The wind down. By midnight, drills tapered. Sweat beaded, breath returned to normal, the hum of the AC reclaimed the soundtrack. 8 soldiers settled into their posts with the quiet pride of a job done correctly and the hunger for the next job to do. I stretched until my spine made the Rice Krispie noises. That's enough for tonight. Rookies, rest. Veterans, eyes on. I'll be here dreaming of pancakes big enough to offend a thunder god. I let gravity collect me back onto the couch, hands folded behind my head. The blue overlay drifted down, polite as a curtain call. Points available, 0. I grinned at the empty. All spent. No regrets. The house settled. Somewhere outside, a quail opinionated at the moon. The desert pressed its starry face to the windows. The AC fought in our corner. 8 Spartans stood at the edges of my night, 8 shadows that belonged to me and, somehow, to Midgard. The part where I count blessings and threats. I don't like lying still without putting a few pieces on paper, even if the paper is just the back wall of my skull. Assets. Alpha 01 fixed star, the door knows his name. Alpha 02 timing whisperer, my right hand in the dojo and on the street. Alpha 03 tactics professor, can turn a riot into a cue with a nod. Alpha 04 logistics spine, keeps us moving even when the world decides to stick. Alpha 05 new blade, heat treated and ready to ring. Alpha 06/-07/-08 raw material with good grain, already learning angle like it's a language. Allies, ish. Thor Odinson now remembers worthy is earned, not thrown. Jane Foster human curiosity with orbital velocity, don't let SHIELD swallow her lab whole. Darcy Lewis walking PR disaster and asset, keeps gods honest. Eric Selvig exhausted backbone, do not let him drink alone. Sif/Warriors 3 respect gained, they'll talk about my warriors in whatever longhouse passes for Asgard's after parties. Phil Coulson the saint of orderly aftermath, never underestimate the man who loves forms. Liabilities. Loki the sky still owes me a shiver. SHIELD curiosity manage it, shape it, survive it. Points 0 until we go do something useful again. Doctrine, unchanged. Hinge, not hammer. De-escalate. Civilian first. No capes. Post-game pep talk, or, the part I don't say out loud. I did not wake up in this world expecting to command 8 Spartan IIS in a Marvel timeline. Okay, a part of me absolutely did, but it wasn't the part that writes the grocery list. But here we are, a mercilessly competent squad standing quietly in a rental that smells like dust and ambition, a system in my head that trades points for perfection, and a God who looked me in the eye and said thank you without choking on it. The couch complained under my weight, Alpha 01 rotated his stance 6 degrees, the AC lost an argument and then won it back. Night, boys, I said into the room that belonged to us for the week. You did good today. Tomorrow we'll do it neater. No one answered. That's how I knew it landed. Morning will come, because it always does. Before sleep dragged me under, I set the invisible schedule in the back of my head. 0600 hydration, mobility work, breath ladders. 0700 rookie line drills, 5-beat cadence. 0800 veteran sparring, half power, decision trees. 0900 comms rehearsal, silent, corridor formation, crowd geometry. 1000 diner reconnaissance, alias, pancakes, neighborhood goodwill passes. Afternoon patrol the edges, be boring near SHIELD cameras, assist a civilian in a way that earns points but not headlines. Evening film study, mental destroyer tape, what we did right, where we left seconds on the road. Alpha 02 will pretend not to be excited for the breath ladders, Alpha 03 will have 3 new ways to cut a line by lunchtime, Alpha 04 will have found us a spare couch from a thrift store because the current one is a war crime. Alpha 05 will be impossible to sneak up on for exactly 4 days and then he'll get even better. Alpha 06 will stop over-pivoting on his left. Alpha 07 will find the breath cue on 4/6 without counting. Alpha 08 will learn his first real lesson the hard way, and it will stick because that's how good lessons work. And me? I'll make the next choice the system gives me, spend points like water when the fire's big enough, and keep telling dangerous people to eat pancakes and be kind until one of them learns. The house creaked, the kind of sound that says I'm holding, go ahead and trust me. The desert breathed under black sky, a coyote wrote its memoir to the moon and then shut up. The Spartan wall around me never dropped. Not once. Points available, 0. Brothers available, 8. Regrets, none. The world had no idea what was coming next. We did. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Tickets for 9. Morning came in hot and unapologetic, the kind of desert brightness that doesn't just arrive, it declares. The desert star in neon still blinked out of pure stubbornness, a tired pink tongue wagging at the sun. Main Street wore last night's Marvel Cinematic Universe aftermath like a badge, heat-warped asphalt, a glinting crust of melted glass, and 2 twisted cars that looked like modern art exhibits sponsored by Oops, All Fire. The smell of cooked rubber and dust clung to the air like a rumor that didn't want to move along. I stood beside our rented SUV, nursing a cup of gas station coffee that tasted exactly like hot cardboard for people with optimism. Around me, my Spartans made a quiet perimeter. Alpha 01 at a shoulder's breadth to my right, Alpha 02 settled just behind the hood, Alpha 03 shepherding rookies 06 and 08 with unobtrusive hand cues, Alpha 04 positioned with 07 like punctuation at the end of a sentence. Alpha 05, newly minted Spartan 2, stood close to Alpha 02, both of them breathing in the steady cadence of people who could run sprints between heartbeats and call it rest. 8 of us now, 5 veterans, 3 recruits. A small, self-sufficient platoon that did not belong to this world and yet already fit inside it with unnerving ease. I grinned into the cup because sometimes you have to taunt fate. Well, boys, looks like our Asgardian buddy's packing up. Let's go say goodbye before he flies off to hammer his problems somewhere else. Proceed, Alpha 01 said, voice even. His posture shifted 2 degrees, readiness disguised as stillness. Alpha 02 adjusted his stance without a word, seamless after last night's brawl with the destroyer. Alpha 03 kept rookies 06 and 08 near his left shoulder, Alpha 04 bracketed 07 on his right. Alpha 05 moved like he'd been born trained, footfalls quiet, angles right. We made a tidy shape moving through the motel's courtyard, calm, precise, a rolling hush. Thor Odinson stood with Jane Foster, Darcy Lewis and Eric Selvig under the shade of the second-floor walkway. The Bifrost hadn't arrived yet, but the world already felt like it was inhaling in preparation. Sif and the warriors' 3 armor cleaned, bruises already fading the way Asgardians do clustered nearby, the geometry of their formation pure muscle memory. Mjolnir rested casually against Thor's shin, which is the kind of flex only a god can pull off. Thor looked different in the light. Not just re-armored, re-centered. Last night's sacrifice had sanded off the sheen of arrogance and replaced it with a weight that looked good on him. I let the grin lead. Well, look at that. Goldilocks, all shiny again. About time. He turned, and for once the scowl didn't arrive before I did. Thor smiled, a small, honest thing. Shredder. You came. Of course I did, I said. Had to make sure you didn't trip over your cape on the way out. Honestly, Darcy put in, leaning on the railing like a queen of sarcasm, I was waiting for that too. Sif gave me the look she'd perfected, cautious, measuring, not quite hostile anymore. Volstagg rolled a laugh in his chest, Fondrel found a smirk, a man never one grin away from performance. Hagun remained the patron saint of monosyllabic judgment. Thor stepped closer. You and your warriors, I owe you more than I can say. I waved it off because funerals and thanks make me itchy. Don't worry about it. We had fun. Besides, it was worth it just to see your face when the hammer wouldn't budge. Darcy lost the fight against laughter and clapped a hand over her mouth when Thor cut her the look he keeps for frost giants and poor timing. Jane tried not to smile and failed in a way that made the day 5 degrees better. See? I said, delighted. I am not the only one who thought it was hilarious. Once, Thor said, deadpan, which meant he'd learned the joke module. Only once. The air trembled on the horizon, a far-off shimmer that wasn't heat. Rainbow light feathered across the desert Bifrost bridge preparing its exit wound. Sif straightened. Fondrel squared his shoulders like a painting. Volstagg sighed for mead he would not be allowed to drink here. Hagun blinked. You're leaving, Jane said, not asking. I must, Thor replied, voice roughened by duty. My father calls me back. But know this, his gaze held hers with the patience of a tide, I will return. That's what all the guys say, Darcy muttered, because comic relief is a public service. Selvig shot her a dad look over his glasses, Darcy shrugged, unrepentant. Thor ignored her like a professional, his eyes lingered on Jane, soft, hopeful, a man who had learned what he didn't want to lose. I stepped in before the mood slipped into pathos. He'll be back, I promised. Someone's got to reimburse me for babysitting a thunder god. Also, I've got a pancake tab with his name on it. Thor chuckled low. You are relentless. Part of my charm. We walked them to the edge of the parking lot where desert turns to stage. The Bifrost glow coalesced a brilliant veil that made the earth hold still. Thor turned to me one last time. Shredder, may your path be strong, and may your warriors always stand by you. I smirked because sincerity deserves a counterweight. Don't worry. They're not going anywhere, unlike you. A real laugh this time, fast as summer thunder. Thor lifted Mjolnir. Light took them like a promise. One breath, 2 gone. The parking lot flooded with ordinary heat again, ordinary sun, ordinary silence. If not for the ripple in the air and the hair on your arm standing at attention, you could pretend it hadn't happened at all. Darcy let out a long exhale. Well. That was dramatic. He does love his exits, I agreed. We stood with the quiet a moment, Jane hugging her elbows, Selvig running calculus in his head just to feel in control of something, Darcy already turning the memory into a story with better lighting. Then I clapped my hands once, bright as a cymbal. Okay. If the god is done stealing the scene, we've got logistics. The soft exit, S.H.I.E.L.D. style. SHIELD had the good taste to pull back to a polite distance. The black SUVs remained parked on legal asphalt, agents in shades doing their impression of decorative cacti. Agent Phil Coulson did not appear, which is Coulson for I'm letting you have this moment. We swept the town the way we always do after a storm, checking on the old man with the hardware store, the diner staff dealing with extra Thor sat here requests, the kid in the Spider-Man tee still clutching his crayon masterpiece like Mjolnir. People smiled at us with that new brand of gratitude we'd accidentally patented. Thank you whispered through the careful distance you give big men who moved a destroyer and didn't break anyone doing it. By mid-afternoon, the heat had bounced from punishing to committed. With the town's pulse settled and SHIELD purring in its corner, we dug back into the only thing that scares trouble, routine. At the rental house I claimed the couch like a throne someone had left on the curb. All right, boys, I said, popping open the laptop that booted like it hated hope. Field trip planning. Alpha 01 stood sentry at the window, scanning as if Loki could fit himself into a tumbleweed. He turned his head just enough to cover the briefing. Destination: New York City, I said, letting the grin in. Thor's gone. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s going to be busy cataloging a myth in pieces. We won't rack up points babysitting this postcard. Big city means big opportunities and bigger names to help. Hell's Kitchen is practically sending me a Christmas card. Confirmed, Alpha 02 said, the word shaped like a green light. Civilian transport, Alpha 03 noted. Translation: we do this the normal way. No black helicopters. No shield favor tokens. Commercial. Yep, I said. We're booking 9 tickets. 1 row if the gods of seat maps love me. 2 if they're vengeful. Prepare for economy class to take a personal interest in your shoulders. Logistical challenge, Alpha 04 murmured, which is Spartan for this will be hilarious and also difficult. Oh, absolutely. And I plan to enjoy it. I pulled up flight searches like I was hacking Stark Industries, and by hacking I mean typing my credit card into a website that sold hope in 2-hour increments. Options slid by, red eyes, multi-stops, thinly disguised punishments. I wanted JFK because Newark is for people who like pain and LaGuardia is a dare. Okay, look at this straight shot to JFK tomorrow morning. Enough seats if we split across 2 rows. We'll block a window, an aisle, and pray for mercy. 1 click, 2, 4, and a warning about are you sure, like I hadn't committed enough errors in life already. Then. Confirmed. I leaned back, stretching until my shoulders clicked. Done. We're officially tourists. Pack your most intimidating t-shirts. Alpha 05 new shine, new steadiness set his jaw like a promise. Prepared. Alpha 06 and Alpha 07 traded a quick glance, rookies still figuring out how to hide that their learning curve made a sound. Alpha 08, mirror image to Alpha 03 by habit now, adjusted his stance an inch to match his mentors. 8 men, 1 plan, 0 doubts. Pancakes, policy, and packing lists. Dinner was the same brand of bliss we'd earned yesterday, burgers and fries and a sacrilegious mountain of pancakes I ordered out of spite and tradition. I raised my soda like a chalice. To progress, to pancakes, to New York. May the TSA forgive us our widths. Alpha 01 nodded, the small gesture that passes for a standing ovation. Acknowledged, Alpha 02 said. Confirmed, Alpha 03 added. Ready, said Alpha 04, which always sounds like he's telling the rest of the world to catch up. We ate like people who had burned a town's worth of adrenaline. No one spoke unless the words were necessary or funny. The rookies focused on the plates like students who'd just discovered food is also fuel. The veterans ate with the easy efficiency of machines that remember joy. When the last plate was empty and the syrup had been persuaded to surrender, we got practical. Policy refresh, I said, tapping the couch arm like a podium. We keep priorities in order. 1. If we can afford Spartan 2 training, we buy it quality first. 2. If we can't, we summon a new clone presence matters. 3. Any rookie is paired with a veteran until signed off. 4. Public doctrine stays the same, hinge, not hammer. We turn the door the story needs. We do not rip the wall down to prove we lift. Understood, Alpha 01 said, without a beat. Copy, Alpha 03 echoed. Affirmative, Alpha 04 added, already making a mental spreadsheet that would shame Jarvis. Packing lists, I said, clapping once. No weapons, you don't need them. No blades if the TSA sees steel. We all meet new friends in a room without windows. Carry-ons only. Clothes that say men who can move couches in one trip. Headphones if you must, but we're not missing instructions because you wanted to watch the Incredible Hulk on a 6-inch screen. Alpha 02, you own seat assignments on the plane. Rotate aisles so everyone gets a shot at pretending the drink cart isn't a battering ram. Task accepted, Alpha 02 said, which doubled as a threat to any airline algorithm that thought separate seats were an option. Alpha 04, I continued, you're on logistics check-in times, boarding passes, snacks that won't get us flagged as suspicious lumps. Rookies, shadow your mentors. No wandering off in the terminal. Carlson's probably got 3 cameras watching to see if we buy People magazine or Popular Mechanics. Spoiler, we're buying neither. Acknowledged, Alpha 04 said, already sorting problems by what they'd weigh. Alpha 01, I finished, your front watch at every threshold. Door in the motel now, gate in the terminal later. If something smells wrong, we smell it with you. Copy, he said, which is Spartan for it was done before you asked. We packed spare shirts that would pass for uniforms without logos, jeans built like the men wearing them, chargers for the devices we rarely used, the system humming quietly in the back of my head like a satisfied cat. Alpha 03 ran a 10-minute silent hand signal rehearsal. Stop, split, anchor, peel, breathe, and then we repacked because drill is the point, not the gear. We drilled, lightly, to bleed out the last of the day's electricity breath ladders, touch flow, offline steps, pivot corrections for rookies 06-08. Alpha 05 ran a microspar with Alpha 02, the rhythm between them already becoming muscle hymn. Alpha 07 found the breath cue on 4 and 6 without counting. Alpha 04's chin dipped in approval. Alpha 08 surprised Alpha 03 by not biting on a fake, it won him a millimeter of nod, which is a trophy and a half. Outside, the desert practiced being loud with crickets and then forgot halfway through. Somewhere down the road, a SHIELD drone hummed politely to itself and decided we were still boring in a way that saved lives. I allowed it. By the time the clock tangled with midnight, movement tapered to stillness. The house fell into that comfortable Spartan quiet, posts assigned, lanes covered, no one telling the room they're in charge because the room already knew. I stretched until my back applauded. All right, I said around a yawn. That's enough. Rookies, rack time. Veterans, eyes on. Commander will be here dreaming of bagels and yelling at a taxi. The system flickered up one last overlay, neat as a receipt. Points available, 0. I smiled at the emptiness. Spent isn't broke when you traded for a future in which we play tourist, and win. Sunrise in the desert is a gold blade, sharp, bright, and interested in cutting you into the shape of a silhouette. We were up and moving before it cleared the horizon. Alpha 01 checked the property line, Alpha 02 ran a 3-minute warm-up because he believes joints deserve foreplay, Alpha 03 set the vanishing points of the day on a mental map. Breakfast was protein bars that taste like compressed regret and water that tasted like victory. We left the house cleaner than we found it because discipline doesn't clock out. At the airport, we became a mobile rumor. 9 bodies moving with the kind of cohesion you usually see in parades and nightmares. People made space without knowing why. Security eyes tracked us like their retinas had been trained by nature. Check-in was a negotiation with technology. The kiosk tried to scatter us across 3 time zones. Alpha 02 coaxed it into surrender via patience and a stare that might have ended wars. Alpha 04 managed the baggage tags like a quartermaster from a better movie. Alpha 01 stood where standing meant no surprises came through. Security did not enjoy us. No weapons, no liquids, no belts with metal, just men shaped like they invented gravity. The metal detector beeped at Alpha 07 for daring to exist. He spread his arms, patient, polite, and earned a "you're good" that sounded suspiciously like "I don't want to touch you." We moved on with the quiet satisfaction of making normal procedures feel miraculous. Carlson would be proud. At the gate, we found a corner with sight lines to everything that mattered: jetway, exits, the guy in a Stark Industries tee who kept sneaking photos and pretending he was texting. The rookies sat in textbook posture, the veterans took turns closing their eyes without sleeping. I went to buy snacks and returned with a bag full of things I pretended were for the team. Commander requires calories, Alpha 02 said, dry as New Mexico. Commander requires gummy bears, I corrected, and tossed him almonds because I am a benevolent tyrant. Boarding called the zones that never make sense. We waited until the clogged artery of humanity cleared and stepped down the jet bridge in sequence: Alpha 01, Alpha 02, Alpha 03, Alpha 04, rookies surrounding me like punctuation. Flight attendants did that rapid blink you do when a marching band shows up at your book club. We'd managed 2 rows, 6 in the first, window aisle, 3 in the second behind me. I took the aisle seat so my knees could live free or die trying. Alpha 01 took the opposite aisle, guardian of both the row and whatever calamity thinks it can sprint down a tube at 600 miles per hour. Alpha 02 and Alpha 05 bracketed a window each, Alpha 03 and Alpha 04 played anchor. 06, 07, 08 filled the row behind without sighing about legroom because we are Spartans, not complainers. First one to break the tray table buys pizza in New York, I said, fastening my belt. Mission constraint accepted, Alpha 04 said, deadpan enough to break the cabin into secret smiles if they'd been listening. The flight lifted. Engines hummed. The world shrank to cloud and wing and a cabin pressurized for bad coffee and worse jokes. I pulled my hoodie up and let the rhythm of 9 men breathing in sync convince me I could nap. We were tourists for the length of a flight, armed with discipline, doctrine, and an inbox that would light up the moment New York City remembered it needed a hinge more than a hammer. Peter Parker lived there, a kid with curiosity that could power a city. Matt Murdock kept Hell's Kitchen honest when the law forgot how. Pepper Potts ran Stark like a symphony. SHIELD made a home out of secrets under Grand Central and wherever else they could find sturdy walls. Points would arrive the way they always do when you help the right people at the right time without asking for your name in lights. We'd done good work in New Mexico. We'd kept a town safe, taught a God about being human, and learned how to turn a street into 3 lanes of mercy. Now the board had changed. The pieces were bigger. The eyes were everywhere. The system waited with its invisible ledger open, and I had a budget plan that fit on a napkin. Train when possible. Clone when not. Build the squad. Stay boring where boring saves lives. Hinge, not hammer. I cracked an eye as the plane banked east and the desert fell away. Alpha 01 had his gaze fixed down the aisle, calm as a locked door. Alpha 02 pretended not to catalog the rhythm of the engines. Alpha 03 watched me in the reflection on the window, because watching the watcher is part of the job. Alpha 04 had already sorted the snack bag by protein to fun ratio because of course he had. Alpha 05 sat as if he'd been born in row 27. Alpha 06 and Alpha 07 practiced micro-breathing behind me, Alpha 08 mirrored Alpha 03's posture until it fit like a suit tailored by repetition. New York City waited JFK first, then highways into boroughs that wear their grudges like jewelry, then Manhattan, then Hell's Kitchen, then whatever the day decided to be. I could almost hear the city's voice through the fuselage, 1,000 stories and 10,000 mistakes wanting help from people who knew the difference between saving and winning. I smiled into the hum. "Goodbye, New Mexico," I murmured. "Hello, New York." And somewhere behind my eyes, the system stayed dark and quiet, a satisfied ledger with 0 at the bottom and plenty on the way. Chapter 23, 9 Seats in Economy. Chapter 23, 9 Seats in Economy, Reforged. The desert sun came hunting early yellow blade, no apology. By the time we shouldered open the rental house door, heat was already pooling on the driveway like a trap. 8 Spartans filed past me and into the SUV with the quiet efficiency of well-trained gravity. I took the driver's seat and tried not to yawn like the world's least intimidating commander. "Gentlemen," I announced to the cabin as I keyed the ignition, "this is what's commonly referred to as traveling in style." 8 giants and a remarkably handsome commander crammed into economy class. "The Marvel gods are not ready." "Acknowledged," said Alpha 01 from Shotgun, "because he'll agree to anything that doesn't compromise the perimeter." "See?" I grinned. "He agrees with me." From the middle row came Alpha 02's steady correction. "Not acknowledgement of humor." "Oh, don't ruin it. Let me have this." The rookies Alpha 06, Alpha 07 and Alpha 08 rode in back, shoulders squared, expressions arranged into perfect Spartan quiet. From behind, they looked like a row of armored statues being transported to a museum if museums accepted exhibit pieces that ate 30 eggs for breakfast and learned footwork for fun. The highway unspooled toward the airport. We passed a diner sign I had bullied into loving me, a billboard trying to sell happiness with less sugar than a smile, and a SHIELD SUV that pretended it wasn't pretending not to tail us. If Agent Phil Coulson was on the other end of that chain, I hoped his coffee was better than the stuff I was about to buy at the terminal. "Last chance to turn back," I said. "We could stay in New Mexico, become legends, open a food truck called Mjolnir and Pancakes." "Objective New York City," Alpha 01 reminded me, a polite cattle prod. "Right. New York City of Avengers and Sirens, Hell's Kitchen and hot dog carts, Peter Parker's future and Matt Murdock's secret. Points on every corner if you knew which people to help and when to keep your elbows tucked." The system still showed 0 points, but that was simply a budget waiting for income. We turned into long-term parking and joined the migration of rolling suitcases and early regrets. I killed the engine, stepped out, stretched until my spine applauded, and looked up at the terminal's mirrored glass. The building glared back like it had seen too much and wasn't done yet. "All right, boys," I said, slinging my carry-on. "Single file. No glaring at security unless they touch me. We are ambassadors of public safety and extremely polite shoulder width." "Understood," 6 voices replied. Alpha 05 and Alpha 02 simply nodded, they are brevity and biceps. We moved as a unit. Heads turned as if yanked by the same string, a man froze mid-step, a woman tapped her husband's arm like I'd taught her, a kid abandoned his juice box the way you abandon a sinking ship. Phones rose like sunflowers tracking a light source. Someone whispered soldiers, someone whispered robots, someone whispered Avengers. With the hopeful excitement of a person who desperately wanted a selfie with a lawsuit. "See?" I said under my breath. Instant attention. If this whole hinge, not hammer thing ever fails, we can make a fortune standing in lobbies looking imposing. Check-in tried to be routine, bless it. The agent behind the counter had the 1,000-yard stare of a person who had already said, "Yes, your email confirmation is sufficient," 600 times before noon. Then she looked up and met Alpha 01's torso. "Age how many in your party?" she asked, voice kangaroo hopping an octave. 9, I said brightly, sliding our confirmation forward with the suave confidence of a man who once booked tickets for 4 and now thought 9 was a personality trait. Me and my 8 brothers. Booked online last night. Brothers. Her eyes did a quick inventory. Alpha 03's blank stare was not helping and then swiveled back to me with the expression of a person wondering if genetics could be contagious. Yep, I said, teeth out. Family trip. Don't we look alike? Behind me, Alpha 02 adjusted a zipper. Alpha 04 stacked our IDs like cards in a magician's gentle hands. Alpha 06 practiced not breathing too loudly. The agent typed like speed would save her, printed 9 boarding passes like she didn't want to argue with fate, and slid them over without another word. Alpha 04 gathered the stack, fanned them once, and redistributed with the grace of a quartermaster who knows seating charts are also safety plans. Security was next. Shoes off. Belts off. Bags on the belt. The line's ambient grumbling paused to watch the parade of Spartan feet. We placed our shoes identically, heels aligned, toes pointed like compliments, and stepped forward one by one. A TSA agent watched Alpha 04 duck beneath the metal arch like a tall man apologizing for architecture. Sir, he ventured, is he tall? Runs in the family, I said, cheerful. Great cardio for doorways. The scanner beeped at Alpha 06 because of course it did. The agent put up a shaky hand, and Alpha 06 obliged with arms out, patient as a street light. The wand stuttered at his shoulder and decided to be reasonable. I clapped the agent on the shoulder like we were old friends. Don't worry. He's harmless. Probably. He paled but waved us through with the universal gesture for please take your human tanks and keep moving. On the other side, Alpha 04 distributed belts and shoes like medals. I took a sip of water and resisted the urge to buy gummy bears. Alpha 02 would file a complaint with the Department of Nutrition. At the gate, we drew the kind of polite crowd usually reserved for pandas and celebrities. Travelers stared from behind their phones. Kids gawked with the honesty adults pretend they've outgrown. A man leaned over the aisle and whispered, "Are they soldiers?" "Depends who you ask," I said, because that answer is always true. He wisely did not press. We chose a corner with sight lines to everything that mattered: jetway, exits, the coffee kiosk with a line of people falling in love with caffeine. Alpha 01 stood where he could see both the boarding door and my bad ideas forming. Alpha 03 kept rookies 06 and 08 close, drilling silent hand signals with a flick and a glance. Alpha 04 did a quiet inventory of everyone's bags as if he could weigh them by looking. Alpha 05 aligned his posture with Alpha 02's without needing to be told. Synchrony is a language. Boarding time arrived with the practiced optimism of airport announcements. The gate agent called zones in an order that will never make sense to mortals. We waited until the human knot loosened, then approached like a storm front with manners. The flight attendant at the door had a smile that could keep a fuselage in the air by itself until she looked up. Her smile stumbled, caught itself, and kept going because professionalism is a superpower. "Sir," she said, eyeing the stack of tickets Alpha 04 presented and then the 8 walls of man behind me, are they all with you?" "Yep," I said, offering my most harmless look. "Row 22 and friends." We promised to tuck elbows and not challenge the drink cart to a duel. She breathed in, made a decision about her life, and stepped aside. "Welcome aboard." We squeezed down the aisle in single file, Alpha 01, Alpha 02, Alpha 05, me, Alpha 03, Alpha 06, Alpha 08, Alpha 04, Alpha 07. The plane shrank around us out of self-preservation. A toddler burst into tears, a businessman performed a latte spill that would haunt him. "Don't mind us," I said. "Just your average family vacation. You should see us at Disney." Row 22 looked like a dare. Knees met tray tables with immediate intimacy. Alpha 01 took the aisle seat and became the guardian of both legs and etiquette. Alpha 02 and Alpha 05 bracketed me. Across the aisle, Alpha 03 sat with Alpha 06 and Alpha 08, one seat beyond. Alpha 04 and Alpha 07 made the window regret its life choices. I buckled in and surveyed my kingdom. This, I announced, is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Inefficient seating, Alpha 02 observed. Oh, it's very efficient, I assured him. I have never felt safer on a plane. If this thing depressurizes, you guys can hold the cabin together. The attendant rolled the safety demo, and I did the kind thing, I watched. So did all 8 Spartans, because respect doesn't cost points and procedurals are sacred. If the flight attendant noticed a row of men tracking her gestures like a military drill, she didn't comment. She did linger half a beat too long at our row with a look that translated to "Please don't rip the overhead bin off with your pinky." We pushed back, taxied, lifted. Engines hummed us into a sky that forgives and doesn't. New Mexico unraveled beneath us into geometry and memory. I felt the cabin settle into its steady exhale, people accepting captivity in exchange for destination. The drink cart rattled toward row 22 with the courage of the very brave or the very caffeinated. The attendant eyed our collective shoulders, recalculated her margins of error, and said, "What can I get you gentlemen?" 8 waters, 1 ginger ale, I said. "And if you have a double portion of mercy, we'll take that, too." She poured with hands that had poured in emergencies, accepted a thank you in chorus, 8 polite thank yous delivered like a chord, and moved on, visibly reassured we weren't about to bench press the aisle. Across the row, a man whispered to his wife, "Are they robots?" I smiled into my cup. Better. 2 hours in, we had achieved the kind of silence that frightens New Yorkers and comforts Spartans. I passed the time the way I always do, providing a running commentary no one asked for. "Hey, Alpha 03, I said, "be gentle with that tray table, it looks like it's already survived 3 toddlers and 1 bad breakup." "Alpha 06, don't scare the kid behind you, he's been watching you for 20 minutes like you're a transformer at rest." "Alpha 04, if you lean back any farther, that guy's laptop is going to become modern art." No reaction. Not a flinch. I sighed, dramatic enough to qualify for a union card. "You're all no fun. At least pretend you're human." After a beat, Alpha 05 said, "Commander entertained." "Exactly," I said, triumphant. "At least someone gets it." Turbulence introduced itself like a friend of a friend and settled in for a 3-minute visit. The plane bounced, a collective inhale rolled down the cabin. Alpha 01 placed a palm lightly on the armrest, anchoring nothing and everything. The rookies tracked the movement with the soft fascination of students watching a teacher erase a whiteboard, learn the rhythm, steal the lesson, carry it forward. The seatbelt sign chimed 3 times, the pilot's voice did that reassuring baritone thing pilots are issued at flight school. "Ladies and gentlemen, just a small patch of rough air, perfectly normal, we'll be through it in a moment." We were. The cabin exhaled. Somewhere behind me, a teenager whispered, "Dude, those guys didn't even blink." Correct. Sometime between desert and coastline, an older woman walking the aisle paused at our row. She looked up at Alpha 01 with a kind, unafraid curiosity that deserved an answer. "Are you boys military?" she asked, in the tone of someone who had waited tables for servicemen during wars with different names. I offered the official non-answer. "We're helpers, ma'am." She patted Alpha 01's arm and smiled at all of us like we were her grandchildren whether we liked it or not. "Well, thank you for helping, then." "You're welcome," Alpha 01 said, and if the cabin had been listening it would have heard the gentleness tucked into his iron. The woman moved on, steadier for it. I tried to nap. The row had other plans. Alpha 02's shoulder is not a pillow, Alpha 05's is an implied warning label, the aisle armrest was negotiating land rights with my ribs. I gave up, pulled out my phone, pretended to scroll, and drifted in that limbo where plans write themselves. New York was a chessboard in my head: Hell's Kitchen, Hi Again, Matt Murdock, Queens, Hello, Peter Parker, Midtown, Stark Industries billboards and the rumor of a tower, Harlem, where the city remembers how to fight, Brooklyn, where it remembers why. SHIELD would have eyes on us from baggage claim to taxi line. Carlson's reports practically wrote themselves when we were around. The system, quiet and blue behind my vision, waited for me to make the next good decision: train when possible, clone when not. Hinge, not hammer. Save civilians. Be boring where boring saves lives. The MCU doesn't need more fireworks, it needs a steady hand at the door. We descended through cloud and into a coastline that looked like a promise and a dare. The seatbelt sign chimed one last time. Wheels met tarmac. A murmur rolled through the cabin, that mix of relief and hunger airports are built to feed. Taxi. Gate. The soft thunk of the jetway mating with the door. Deplane, a word that should be illegal but isn't. The aisle clogged, we waited. I let passengers pass with a smile and a go-ahead, which is also public relations. Eventually we rose in sequence and squeezed our way out. Passengers pressed themselves flat against seats like cartoons. Alpha 04 rotated sideways to minimize his impact on adjacent laptops. A woman muttered, "They shouldn't fit," and I gave her the smile of a man who enjoys statistics misbehaving. Terminal air hit like a different planet, cooler, denser, full of New York, announcements, arguments, languages elbowing each other with love, the smell of coffee, pretzels, and 1,000 plans. JFK didn't blink at 9 of us walking in formation, it simply made space by instinct. We followed the herd toward baggage claim, ignoring the polite surveillance of the cameras, the impolite surveillance of phones, and the candid curiosity of a small boy pointing at Alpha 03 like he had discovered a new dinosaur. "Welcome to New York, boys," I said, taking it in the polished floors, the shrugging crowds, the ad for a Broadway show turning dance into salvation. Land of opportunity and better food. Objective location, Alpha 01 prompted, because schedules are his love language. "First, we set a base," I said, stepping onto the escalator and watching our reflection stretch in the glass. "Then we spot trouble. This city is stacked with named characters. You know what that means." "Points," Alpha 02 said, simple and true. "Bingo," I said, snapping for my own amusement. The carousel coughed up luggage like a whale spitting out sailors. We collected our bags light, practical, nothing that would slow us in a chase or embarrass us at a stakeout. Alpha 04 looped our straps together with a single twist I couldn't reproduce with instructions. We moved as one through sliding doors and into the greater chaos: horns, taxis, shouted instructions, and a man selling bottled water with the hustle of a Wall Street trader. A kid in a Stark Industries tee stared up at Alpha 06 and asked, "Are you Avengers?" His mom went pale and tried to pull him back. Alpha 06 stopped, crouched to half his height, and said, "We help." The kid thought about that, nodded solemnly, and offered a fist bump. Alpha 06 returned it with appropriate gentleness. Points, invisible, but real. We hit the taxi line, then pivoted. 9 is too many for sedans and I don't like splitting my people on first entry into a new board. Alpha 04 flagged down a van service with the quiet authority of a man who has never lost a negotiation and doesn't plan to start. 2 vans later, we were headed toward the city proper, one convoy, windows framing a skyline like a jagged grin. I watched the boroughs roll by, Queens first, with laundry on lines and dreams on stoops, then the East River, grey and honest, then Manhattan, where the air becomes ambition, the FDR curling us south, Midtown's suggestion of a tower not yet wearing its future name. We crossed streets where 100 stories were already in progress. Somewhere down there a blind lawyer tilted his head to listen to a city lie and tell the truth at the same time. Somewhere a teenage genius stared into a microscope and felt fate leaning on his shoulder. Somewhere Pepper Potts signed a contract that would save 1,000 jobs. Our work waits in all those somewheres. Base of operations, Alpha 03 said, reminder wrapped in tactical inquiry. Hell's Kitchen, I said, because I'm sentimental and efficient. We go where the city bleeds and learns to stop bleeding. Short term, 2 rooms, neutral colors, neighbors who mind their own business. Long term, we get a space with stairs and a roof we can train on. SHIELD observation probable, Alpha 01 said. Guaranteed, I said. And that's fine. We'll be boring where boring saves lives. We'll be brilliant where it matters. Hinge, not hammer. We cut through midtown traffic like the river cuts rock with patience and a plan. I rolled down the window and breathed in the cocktail of this place: steam, pretzel salt, spilled coffee, hot metal, hope. All right, squad, I said as the van slipped into the west side. Game plan: we get the keys, we lace the perimeter, we run silent drills, we go find a problem sized correctly for 9. And then we eat. Commander requires pizza, Alpha 02 said, tone flat enough to pass as a legal declaration. Correct, I said. A foldable slice the size of a shield, extra grease, and a napkin that can't keep up. Welcome to the MCU's favorite city, gentlemen. The van turned onto a block in Hell's Kitchen where Old Brick remembered everything and didn't judge. People looked up as we rolled past because 9 men traveling in formation changes the weather and then went back to their lives, because that is New York's greatest magic trick. We offloaded. We stood in front of a building that looked exactly like a building that should never have to hear about gods or armor or secret agencies and yet somehow always does. Alpha 01 scanned, Alpha 03 mapped exits with a glance, Alpha 04 counted windows, Alpha 02 inventoried passers-by by gate. The rookies watched with the eyes of apprentices who had just realized they were going to be good at this. I slung my bag over my shoulder, looked up at the slice of sky trapped between brick, and grinned without trying. Yeah, I said to the city and the squad and whatever future had the nerve to think it could surprise me. We're going to have fun here. Chapter 24, Keys to the City. Chapter 24, Keys to the City, Reforged. New York doesn't arrive so much as it collides with you. Sound first, then speed, then heat. Horns layered in angry harmonies, taxi drivers arguing like philosophers who had skipped the footnotes, luggage wheels thudding across seams in the concrete. The air tasted like steam, caffeine, and ambition. After the disciplined emptiness of the desert, the city felt like standing inside a lung mid-inhale. I stood outside JFK, hands tucked in my hoodie, while 8 Spartans lined up behind me in a tidy column. We were a glitch in the terminal's reflection, 9 silhouettes that refused to blur like everyone else. Alpha 01 at the point, still as a lock, Alpha 02 half a step back, reading the beating heart of the crowd, Alpha 03 shepherding the rookies, 06 and 08, with a flick of fingers, Alpha 04 bracketing 07 as if logistics itself requires a bodyguard, Alpha 05 breathing in time with 02, the newest veteran already sinking to the metronome. Welcome to the Big Apple, I said without turning. Try not to scare the locals. I know subtlety isn't our core competency, but let's treat it like extra credit. Alpha 01 cocked his head a few degrees, the world's most polite contradiction. Subtlety compromised. You think? I nodded toward the bobbing sea of phones. People had already started recording tiny red dots blinking like Christmas lights that had found a new religion. The city doesn't ask permission to notice, it just does. Fine. If we couldn't be invisible, we could be legible. Rolling stock, because 9 is not a taxi number. Transportation first. I am many things: handsome, modest, chronically funny, but I am not delusional enough to wedge 8 Spartan IIS into Manhattan cabs. We needed mass transit we could own. Also, we could actually afford it. That part still made me grin, even if I kept it mostly inside. Back in New Mexico, after the destroyer folded in on itself and the town stopped steaming, I'd walked up to Agent Phil Coulson with my best I'm absolutely serious smile. "No games, no tricks," I'd said. "Can I borrow a few million? I need to keep the lights on for my team." Half a joke, half a test, all nerve. Coulson had studied me in that calm, pocket-square way of his, then offered something more realistic and considerably smarter than a duffel bag in a parking lot. "SHIELD Contingency Funds Consultancy and Emergency Response Retainer," he said. "You'll sign for scope and oversight. You'll not use it to pick a fight with the government. You'll not start a war. And if you cross lines, the faucet turns to stone." It wasn't Stark Industries money, but the number on the paper might as well have been fireworks. $5 million wired through a front with a name so boring it could pass any audit. No briefcase theatrics, no wink and nudge criminality, just a clean ledger and a string on my wrist that said behave. Fair. So when a black car driver at arrivals leaned out to hustle a fare and then saw my squat and recalculated existence, I didn't blink. "How many?" he asked, which was adorable. "9, I said. "And we need something bigger. Much bigger." He pointed us to a rental service that specialized in unusual requests. The manager had the eyebrows of a man who'd sold limos to rock bands and regretted none of it. The moment the Spartans filled his doorway, he began to sweat. An hour of paperwork later, insurance, liability, the ritual incantations of a world that hates being surprised. We rolled keys across a desk and accepted signatures back. Money wired. We walked out to a white private coach, not quite a tour bus, not quite a school field trip on steroids. Clean interior, rows wide enough that even Alpha 04 wouldn't have to fight his seat. Overhead bins that looked like they could take a punch, tinted windows, and a chassis that promised we would not be the most aggressive thing in Manhattan traffic, merely the most much. I spun the keys around my finger and presented it like a game show prize. "Gentlemen, meet our new ride. I'm thinking Alpha Express." "Designation unnecessary," Alpha 02 said, which only confirmed its necessity. "Every good team needs a cool ride," I argued. "It's practically canon." He gave me the silence a parent gives a child holding glitter. But a coach alone is a parade float. We also needed satellites small enough to vanish into traffic, sturdy enough to shrug off New York's love language, potholes, delivery trucks, and opinions. So we signed out 3 black SUVs with nothing flashy, tinted windows, reinforced frames, base models that looked like they came factory installed with discretion. I parked them in a neat row on the rental lot, coach in the middle, SUVs flanking like bodyguards. "Transportation secured," Alpha 03 said, a comma where other men would put an exclamation. "Exactly," I said. "We are now officially a service industry, we bring order to go." The problem with beds, and why I bought a building. Hotels were out for a lot of reasons. 9 men of a certain size moving through lobbies is how rumors become SHIELD memos. Apartments don't come in sizes that say warriors welcome without also saying neighbors alarmed. We didn't need a place to stay, we needed a place to operate. Walls we could fix, floors we could train on, doors whose keys couldn't be duplicated by anyone with a copier and a casual attitude. Which is how I learned something else: New York City is littered with buildings that people gave up on. Too expensive to renovate, too complicated to flip, too haunted by permits and sprinkler codes. Perfect for me. Coulson didn't help directly, I didn't ask, but the SHIELD network has a way of smoothing friction you didn't know was there. A seller suddenly returned a call. A file made its way to the top of a municipal inbox. A city program that loves turning liability into stability had a form I hadn't known existed. By late afternoon, I had a contract in my inbox labeled Emergency Operations Lease with Purchase Option, which is legal for mine in every way that matters while the boring parts catch up. The price was a number I could live with and justify on a spreadsheet without blushing. The Alpha Express rumbled to a stop in Hell's Kitchen outside a 10-story brick with a 3-level basement. Faded cornice. Fire escapes zigzagging like an EKG. Windows filmed with dust, but not broken. Bones good enough to carry 9 men and a future. A cone tag that said "Power Live." A water meter that had not been yanked by an angry god. In New York terms, practically move-in ready. I stepped off the coach first and looked up. "Welcome home, boys." "Alpha Complex." "Sufficient," Alpha 04 said, "which is Spartan for I can work with this." The 8 of them spilled out and took the street like a problem had just met its natural predator. Their eyes did what their eyes do, traced thresholds, angles, sight lines, cover. I let my hands stay in my pockets and enjoyed the view of competence. Inside, the stairwell smelled like dust and old concrete. Our footsteps echoed in a way that promised we could teach the building to be quiet if we asked nicely. At each landing, a breadcrumb trail of identical empty apartments, bare rooms, scuffed floors, kitchens that hadn't seen a pot in a decade. I could already hear the thud of mitts, the rhythm of drills, the whispered lessons of breath. "All right," I said, taking the top floor like a throne I hadn't meant to want. "Veterans get their own floors. Rookies bunk together until they earn an upgrade. Basement becomes training and storage. Roof is for eyes and air. I'll stock the fridges. Try not to eat the building." "Acknowledged," Alpha 05 said, tone flat as rebar, but his posture carried an extra centimeter of presence. Promotion still fit him like a new suit. We started claiming in layers. Alpha 01 took the roof access, the sentinel who teaches doors to be honest. Alpha 02 and 05 went basement ward, mapping open areas into zones, mobility, impact, grappling, breath. Alpha 03 corralling 06 and 08 into a side apartment, walking them through silent drills between blue tape marks on the floor that would someday be walls. Alpha 04 with 07, their voices low as they ghosted through fire escape plans and hydration protocols and the ritual of spare keys. I handled the unglamorous parts, utilities, on, internet, coming in a week unless I found a truck to politely redirect, trash service, immediate, 9 men generate trash like an ecosystem, a call to the city's fire prevention office to verify the sprinkler status, mostly working, a 3rd floor valve needed replacement, and a note to myself to invite a licensed inspector before Carlson felt compelled to invite one on my behalf. Money flowed out, mattresses that weren't medieval punishments, industrial shelving, mats, crates of protein and macros and hydration, tool sets, tarps, a first aid closet that would make a paramedic nod. The system didn't award points for this kind of work, but the future does. By dusk the Alpha Express and the SUVs tucked into the back lot like chess pieces waiting to be useful. From the roof, New York did what it does, painted itself in sodium orange and siren blue, steam rising from grates like stage fog. We were a nobody building on a somebody block, which is the best kind of stealth. I ate pizza on a crate and watched my men treat a forgotten tower like a ship taking its first breath. Their movement turned empty rooms into purpose. If some place can belong to anyone, it belongs to the ones who work it into meaning. The Alpha Complex, Day 0 SOP. You cannot make 9 men safe by hoping. You make them safe with systems. So we wrote them. Territory and posts. Roof, watch Alpha 01. Overwatch and weather, drone spot, is that a SHIELD van or a florist, calls. Basement, training/storage Alpha 02 lead, Alpha 05 deputy. Zone markings, equipment checkouts, cool-down protocols. Stairwell and floors, patrol Alpha 03 running rookies on silent routes, chokes, angles, elevator contingencies. Logistics and compliance, Alpha 04. Sprinkler check, exit signage, fire extinguishers tagged, water coolers rotated, towel inventory, yes, we are at war with towels. Admin, me purchases, permits, polite calls to city offices. Narrative management with neighbors' smiles, names, a practiced we're contractors story that keeps curiosity friendly. Doctrine check. Hinge, not hammer. We turn doors. We don't smash walls unless walls insist. Civilian always first. Train until that's not a rule but a reflex. No lethals barring catastrophic last resort scenarios. If you break a bone, it's because it got in the way of something worse. Public language, we help. Every Spartan, every time. It disarms more effectively than posture. Comms, silent. 5 hand shapes for rookies, muscle memory for veterans, stop, split, anchor, peel, breathe. Add chin flick, eyes, and shoulder tilt, shift, for advanced class. Spoken words attract cameras, hands leave no quotes. Neighbors. 2 apartments across the street had lights in their kitchens. A guy on the corner sold coffee from a cart with a name more optimistic than honest. A woman watered plants on a fire escape with the same care she probably used bandaging kids. Those are the people who define risk almost as much as villains do. We would earn our space with small kindnesses and excellent silence. Legal and PR. I set an alert in my brain labeled Carlson's rules. The $5 million retainer wasn't a bag of candy, it was a leash braided out of trust. If we went loud and reckless, SHIELD would tighten it. If we stayed boring where boring saves lives, they'd let us work. The part where money buys time, and time buys agency. As the sun dropped, the Alpha Express made its first proper run, beds and blankets, a small mountain of folding tables, boxes of non-perishables, bottled water, pots, pans, the entire aisle of a hardware store where Alpha 04 had found employees recommend things to him. The SUVs fetched the things you don't admit you need until you do: shower curtains, dowels for blackout curtains, door chocks, a clothesline for the roof because New York insists on some romance even for soldiers. We created a training floor in the lowest basement, a wide rectangle of concrete that would soon be mud and sweat and the sound of people learning to be dangerous more kindly. Alpha 02 chalked grid lines like a teacher laying out desks. Alpha 05 set stations, mobility ladders, reaction lights, cheap, effective, med ball corner, rope coils. Alpha 03 taped corridors for crowd flow drills, 2 lanes out, 1 lane in, the geometry of turning panic into order. Alpha 04 fixed exit lights that thought they were retired and checked fire hoses that thought they were decorative. Upstairs, I stapled together the clumsy beginnings of a front office, a folding table, a laptop, a label maker, a weapon of mass organization, and a narrow stack of permits in progress. I wrote a sign to tape inside the glass. Undergoing repairs. Contractors on site. Please pardon noise. And let US help carry your groceries. Small, useful lies build trust. Big, dramatic truths build enemies. By full dark, the building breathed differently, less echo, more intention. We gathered in the basement for a first break-in session. No sparring. No bruises. Just the simple mechanics of shared rhythm. Welcome to your new playground, I told them, standing in our rectangle of chalk. You have room, you have time, and you have each other. Veterans lead, rookies follow, everyone learns. Every day. Acknowledged, Alpha 02 said, already stepping into demonstration position. Confirmed, Alpha 03 echoed, rookies at his shoulder. Ready, Alpha 04 added, the logistics man who hates improvisation until the moment it saves a life. We moved. Breath ladders to synchronize 4 in, 6 out, then 5 and 7. Footwork trees down the chalk grid, heels alive, toes honest, hips like hinges. Touch flows in pairs, palms to forearms, the gentle grammar of learning what a person intends from the way heat moves under skin. Response chains, a hand on a sleeve, a shift, a peel, an anchor. The kind of work that looks like nothing on camera and looks like salvation to anyone inside Panic's edge. Eyes, Alpha 03 reminded Alpha 08 when the rookie started staring at his shoes. Find the line. Your body will follow. Understood, 08 said, and when he lifted his gaze, everything else corrected by a quarter inch. Breath, Alpha 04 told Alpha 07, tapping his sternum with 2 fingers. On 4, out 6. Don't count out loud. Let the air count you. Alpha 07 nodded, exhaled, and the unnecessary tension fell off him like lint. In a corner, Alpha 02 rolled a medicine ball to Alpha 05 and watched how the new veteran caught it, not the hands, but the feet. Anchor, he said softly. 05 adjusted, and the next catch looked like belief. I paced the boundary of our chalk and let the pride arrive. They were learning in all the ways that matter, not just the moves, but the restraint between moves. Not just how to hit, but how to not. People think discipline is stiffness. It's aim. Upstairs, the city provided a soundtrack, sirens too far to help, laughter too near to interrupt, a radio 3 buildings overlocked on a station that believed in saxophones. The building made new noises, pipes deciding they could be trusted again, the elevator beyond repair trying to turn over and giving up, the scurry of a mouse reconsidering its life. Attrition, agency, and a knock we didn't answer. Around 10, as the rookie's shoulders started to glow with the warm ache of progress, Alpha 01's voice drifted down through the stairwell like a weather report. 2 observers. Roofline east. I tilted my head. Probably SHIELD, possibly curious locals, in New York, the Venn diagram circles like a donut. We did nothing about it. Our new rules, be boring for anyone who wants a show. We made coffee. We stretched. We did breath ladders again for no one who cared. The observers got nothing they could spin into a meeting. That's the game, we save chaos for the moments that need it. Commander, Alpha 02 said between sets, voice pitched low enough that even the building had to lean in. Funding adequate. Strain begins when repairs do. He wasn't wrong. A building eats money like a myth eats sacrifices. The Alpha Express and SUVs wanted insurance and maintenance. Mets tier. Ropes fray. Plumbing takes offense. I'd bought time and space, I still needed to earn sustainability. We'll make it, I said. New York is a buffet of named problems. We help right, the system pays, and Carlson doesn't freeze our account. Understood, he said, meaning I'll track the leak while you track the storm. Down the hall, Alpha 06 hesitated at a window as footfalls paused outside on the sidewalk, someone deciding whether to ring a bell. His posture asked a question that wasn't about security, it was about people. Rookies can look scary, he said quietly. It wasn't insecurity. It was ethics. He was right. Agency cuts both ways. We are tools by design, the world is a place where tools start deciding on purpose. We earn our neighbors, I said. We carry groceries. We fix a door. We say good morning. We keep the mask for villains, not for civilians. He nodded, then resumed his route, steps lighter by a fraction. The night shift. By midnight, the rookies had crossed from tired to learning while tired, which is where improvement moves from concept to habit. We closed the session with slow work, hands floating through patterns like they were learning how to persuade air. No applause. Just sweat and quiet, and the sense that tomorrow would be easier in exactly the ways that matter. I wandered to the top floor and collapsed onto a couch that had been a box 40 minutes ago. The window glass wore a uniform of grime, but the city was bright enough to force its way through anyway, a lattice of light and motion. Sirens stitched edges together. A group of people laughed loud enough on the sidewalk to rewrite the block's mood for 12 seconds. Somewhere, on a different roof, someone practiced trumpet badly and with hope. I raised my soda. $5 million, a bus, 3 SUVs, and a 10-story building, I said to the city and the ceiling and any gods interested in progress reports. Not bad for someone who was broke days ago. Below, the building contained my men the way a scabbard holds steel. Alpha 01 kept the sky honest. Alpha 02 finished chalking a grid he'd improve tomorrow. Alpha 03 wrote a mental list of angles rookies 06 and 08 still owed him. Alpha 04 turned a wrench on a valve that would save us a headache during our first surprise inspection. Alpha 05 double-checked door latches and called it practice. 07 found his breath on 6 without counting. 06 rehearsed please and thank you for the woman on the fire escape. 08 fell asleep and, for the first time since he existed, looked peaceful. The Alpha Express slept like a whale in the back lot. The SUVs dozed like dogs. New York buzzed its lullabies, steam, horn, voice, sirens, subway rumble, the city's heartbeat filling in the rests between our own. The system didn't chime. No blue overlay blessed me with points for buying mop buckets and negotiating with a cone scheduler. This was one of those days where the reward is tomorrow, not sucking. I tipped my head back, stared at the cracked paint on the ceiling, and let the facade of smirk slip just enough for the truth to breathe. I'd kept my word to myself in a way that mattered, family first. Not the DNA kind, the choice kind. I had woken up in a world that loves to throw gods at problems and decided instead to build a door and hold it. To take clones designed for obedience and give them culture, rules, purpose, and when they were ready, choice. Tomorrow, we wouldn't just be in New York. Tomorrow, we'd be of it. We'd meet a landlord with a sharp tie and sharper questions about sprinklers. We'd carry a neighbor's stroller up 3 flights because the elevator didn't work and neither did the city sometimes. We'd map alleys and corridors, learn the buses at rush hour, and the best place for bagels that could feed a Spartan without offending a New Yorker. We'd find a problem sized correctly for 9 and turn it into a story someone could tell later without flinching. And somewhere, on a rooftop 2 neighborhoods away, a blind lawyer would tilt his head and smile without quite knowing why. Somewhere in Queens, a kid with a backpack would decide to stay late at the lab. Somewhere in Midtown, a Stark assistant would sign a form that would accidentally move mountains. We wouldn't be the story. We'd be the hands that keep it from breaking. I let New York's noise do what lullabies do, lie to me gently until even a commander could sleep. The Alpha Complex clicked and settled around us, a first-night ship finding its ocean. Good work, boys, I told the dark. No one answered. Which is how I knew they heard me. Chapter 25, Stalking the Fortress. Morning arrived carrying its usual New York orchestra sirens stitched to delivery trucks, pigeons heckling from the ledges, a neighbor's radio mixing salsa into the steam rising off a manhole. Light leaked through the cracked blinds of the top-floor apartment and painted my ceiling in uneven bands. I yawned, sat up on the couch we upgraded from box to furniture at 1 a.m., and took inventory. Alpha 01 was a silhouette against the sky, stationed on the roof with the posture of a lock. Alpha 02 had already turned the basement into a metronome, footwork taps, breath ladders, the soft thud of medicine balls, Alpha 05 keeping pace at his shoulder. Alpha 03's voice carried up 2 flights, quiet, instructive, while 06 and 08 learned to lift with their hips and not with their egos. Alpha 04 moved like a compass needle, correcting 07's stance with a length of metal rod and a patient knuckle tap to the elbow when it drifted. 8 Spartans awake before sunrise. I raised my paper cup. Early birds, I told the room. Meanwhile, I'm the genius who drinks coffee and points at things. Balance. I knocked back the last swallow, burnt and perfect, and stood. All right, squad. Family field trip. Today we shop. Alpha 02 surfaced from the stairwell like a calm theorem. Objective. Equipment, I said, rubbing my hands as if that generated capital. This building's got bones. Now we add muscle. Stop 1, gym supply. Stop 2, tools and mats. Stop 3, kit that keeps us legal and useful. By tonight, This place won't feel like a haunted apartment complex, it'll feel like a base. Civilian exposure, Alpha 03 reminded me. Let them stare, I said. In this city everyone is too busy starring in their own show to watch ours. Do it clean, do it fast, keep the smiles turned on. Alpha 01 dropped back in from the roof hatch. A small tilt of his head counted as a go signal. Proceed. The Alpha Express learns Manhattan. The Alpha Express our not quite tour bus rolled out of the lot with 8 Spartans in rows behind me. Driving a big white coach through Manhattan is already an attention magnet, add 8 men who look like they could deadlift the Lincoln Tunnel and we turned heads like a parade float that had escaped. You feel those looks? I asked, easing us through a river of yellow cabs. Betting pool says the crowd is split between sports team and extremely polite cult. Freshly upgraded Alpha 05 deadpanned from 2 rows back, misinterpretation irrelevant. Oh, it's very relevant, I said. If we're a cult, at least we're a stylish one. Alpha 04 ghosted up the aisle with a clipboard. Yes, paper, he trusts what doesn't crash. Routing, West Side Highway southbound. Loading bays on 12th, return via 10th to avoid sanitation convoy. See. I announced to no one in particular. We've got logistics. Somewhere, Carlson's heart rate just dropped 3 beats. Warehouse of iron. The gym supply warehouse sat in an industrial strip where brick walls keep secrets and loading docks snack on delivery trucks. Inside smelled like oil, rubber, and ambition. A salesman clocked us and forgot how to blink. Can I help you? He tried. Absolutely, I beamed. Show me your most overbuilt racks, bars that don't weep under load, platforms that forgive bad decisions, and 5 of everything. 5. His eyebrows moved north of reason. Cinco, I said, because we're an inclusive organization. He led us down aisles lined with power racks, plate trees, cable towers, and benches that had seen things. Alpha 06 who still tries to prove points with wrists curled fingers under a squat rack's crossbar and lifted. The steel groaned. The rack didn't budge. Good, I said. If it survives 06 trying to date it, it survives anything. Alpha 02 checked welds with the tender attention of a jeweler. Alpha 04 crouched by the base plates, doing quiet math on load distribution and anchor patterns. Floor rating required, he said, which in Alpha 04 means we will not punch through a century-old slab because we got excited about gluts. We ordered rubber stall mats by the pallet, shock plates for platforms, and the little things that make sweat sacred instead of sloppy, chalk bowls, band pegs, extra J-cups, barbell collars that don't bounce. Alpha 03 drifted through cable stacks adjusting pulleys to learn their personalities. Alpha 07 mirrored his touch like a shadow learning to be its own thing. The salesman scribbled as if the ink might run out. This is a lot. Add sleds for pushing and rugs that forgive them, I said. Add battle ropes because cardio is real and cruel. Add rowers that can handle enthusiasm and air bikes that will make grown men reconsider life choices. He swallowed, nodded, and pointed toward forklift beeps. Loading bay. We'll self-load, I said. His eyes flickered to the bus outside. Into that. Sir, I said reverently, you are about to witness Alpha Movers. Alpha Movers, LLC, not a real LLC yet. 2 hours of moving steel turned gawkers into fans. The Spartans ferried racks like they were wardrobe boxes and not several hundred pounds of welded promise. Alpha 01 and 02 carried a platform between them like a table set for dinner. Alpha 06 shouldered a stack of plates that reached his chin. Alpha 07 jogged past with a sled and didn't even breathe like an apology. People watched workers on smoke breaks, a kid with a scooter, a woman holding a coffee and an expression that said I have lived in this city my whole life and this is new. I handed the kid a collar like a souvenir, he held it up like a trophy. You know, I said, holding the loading dock door with my foot, if the hero business dries up, Alpha movers, we carry your regrets pays for pizza. No one laughed. Alpha 05 gave me half a nod, which in his dialect means I understand your joke's structure, Commander. By the time we finished, the Alpha Express looked like it had eaten a gym and was proud of it. We strapped equipment to anchor points Alpha 04 had installed that morning and rolled out, waving at the warehouse crew like we hadn't just redefined their sense of heavy foundations and floors. Back at the Alpha Complex, we turned the first basement into a cathedral to earned pain. Alpha 04 paced the concrete with a stud finder and a grease pencil, marking anchor points according to a floor load diagram he seemed to conjure out of thin air. We laid down stall mats edge to edge, a black ocean that quieted footsteps, then bolted racks to plates that spread the load across a wide square of slab because I like my building more than I like gravity. Platforms here, Alpha 02 said, towing off a boundary in chalk. Heavy pulls on the wall side. Clearance lanes behind. Mobility corner by the column. Cable machines along the east, Alpha 03 added. Less echo. Easier to talk breath. Chalk stations away from the fans, Alpha 04 said, because he has lived and cleaned. We built the room. Racks rose like rib bones. Barbells slid into gun racks, the only guns allowed in the first basement. Plate trees sprouted along the wall and grew into forests. Sled lanes cut through the middle like roads no one could argue with. In the far corner, a stretch grid blue tape and intention waited for hips to confess their sins. When Alpha 04 tested a bench under a stack thick enough to make a chiropractor weep, the steel creaked and held. He nodded once. Alpha 01 flicked the lights off and back on, memorizing how the shadows behaved. Not bad, I said, hands on hips, heart doing that warm, stupid thing. This room is already better than half the gyms in Manhattan. Alpha 02 rolled an air bike into position and patted the seat like introducing a wolf to lambs. Cardio. The rookies tried not to look afraid. Tools, mats, and the gospel of fixing. We hit a warehouse for hand tools and consumables next: dollies, pallet jacks, ratchet straps, impact drivers, concrete anchors, stud anchors, masonry bits, pry bars, a ladder system that transforms like something Stark would design if he cared about gutters. Alpha 04 loaded a cart with electrical odds and ends because a building wired in a different century tends to negotiate. Back at home, we staged a tool wall like a shrine, everything outlined so you can tell at a glance if something's missing and which Spartan owes me 20 push UPS for misplacing a Torx. Alpha 05 drilled anchors with the tidy competence of a man who has always known there's a right way to do things and enjoys doing it. A neighbor from across the alley paused at the freight door, groceries heavy in her arms. Alpha 06 got there first. We help, he said, taking a bag like it could break. He carried them up 3 flights and returned with an unexpected smile on his face like he'd found a new muscle. Somewhere behind my eyes, the system chimed a soft ding I pretended not to hear. 5 points? 10? It doesn't matter. The city was learning our name the right way. The Armory, reimagined. There's a version of this day where we walk into a shop, buy an arsenal, and build a live fire range in a basement in New York City. That version ends with Carlson turning my $5 million retainer into a cautionary tale and our building into a court exhibit. We live in a different version. First, a phone call. Carlson, I said, pacing under a dead fluorescent bulb that Alpha 04 had already marked for replacement. We're stocking for non-lethal first. Compliance gear, shields, helmets, gloves, flex cuffs, and listen closely, sim rounds, UTM kits, laser cartridges, airsoft for close quarters drills. Live fire happens off-site at licensed ranges. Paperwork will be so clean you can iron shirts on it. Pause. The sound of a man who'd been waiting for me to preemptively be sensible. That works, he said. We can assist with range access upstate. In-city storage requires safes, serial logs, humidity control, and access protocols. You know the drill. I do, I said. And I meant it. We went to a legal dealer for the things the city allows when you do it correctly: storage systems, biometric safes, locking racks, serialized inventory software, padded training batons, riot shields, don't call them that in public, level 3A helmets, I/Year Pro for days. We purchased inert training disableds, blue guns for hand position drills, and a stack of targets that somehow all depict a person intending poor life decisions in grayscale. Relax, I told the clerk, whose hand hovered near a panic button until he realized we were spending money and not creating an incident. We're the good guys. Annoying, but good. Back at the building, the second basement transformed into the armory. Alpha 04 mounted a dehumidifier and ran a drain line like a surgeon. Alpha 02 organized a serial log that would make a compliance auditor purr. Alpha 03 taped CQB squares for sim work and hung curtains of dense foam to catch training rounds that would never be fired in anger at our walls because we respect concrete and neighbors. A sign at eye level, printed, laminated, and underlined twice. No live fire in city limits. Sim/laser/airsoft only on premises. Live training by appointment, licensed range. Log your gear. Log your rounds. Log your breath. Functional, Alpha 01 said, standing at the door, scanning the room like it was a map to something worth guarding. More than functional, I corrected. It's disciplined. There's a difference. We stacked shields in a rack, preloaded med pouches, checked tourniquets, staged IFAKs like altar candles. If the city dropped its worst day in our lap, we'd have hands, not just fists. Upstairs, humans. The rest of the afternoon turned the building from shell to shelter. Veterans supervised while rookies hauled beds, frames, dressers, the sturdy kind that survive moving day, and men who don't apologize to furniture. Alpha 03 ran a line, up the stairs, down the stairs, a rhythm of breath and wood, 06 and 08 syncing footfalls automatically. Alpha 04 arranged laundry in the basement, industrial washers, dryers that don't lie about time remaining, detergent storage that wouldn't win any design awards but will never spill. We stocked the ground floor kitchen with crates of canned goods, sealed tubs of rice and oats, proteins that don't argue, and fresh produce that would vanish under a Spartan's fork in seconds. Water, so much water stacked waist high along a wall with a rotation plan Alpha 02 taped above like scripture. Floor plan, for the record. Roof, Alpha 01's realm. Eyes, weather, drone launch point, license pending, we're boring, remember. 10th, top Minot office. Couch, table, whiteboard, coffee. Door open unless sleeping or lying about it. 9th, Alpha 01. 8th, Alpha 02 plus Alpha 05. 7th, Alpha 03 plus Alpha 06 plus Alpha 08. 6th, Alpha 04 plus Alpha 07. 5th and below, overflow, storage, and a dream of a recovery room. Ice, compression, the kind of quiet that heals. 2nd, community space, mats for yoga no one will admit to doing, tables, books that don't involve shooting. Basement 1, gym. Basement 2, armory/CQB sim. Basement 3, storage/tools/ the place where Alpha 04 fixes things and mutters. Lights burned on for the first time in years. If you walked by on the sidewalk at dusk, you'd see motion in windows that used to be silence. Not menace. Life. A guy from the corner coffee cart knocked on the freight door, carrying 2 boxes that smelled like a truce. Neighbors, he said, with the bravado of someone who has sold to cops, crooks, and construction crews. No charge for first delivery. Welcome to the block. We'll pay double tomorrow, I said, accepting the cups and handing them out. Alpha 07 took his like he wasn't sure coffee was legal. He sipped, his eyebrows betrayed him by enjoying it. We help, Alpha 06 told the cart guy automatically, which wasn't the point but also exactly the point. The part where the building becomes ours. After sunset, the first basement clanged properly. Racks sang in low notes, plates kissed steel, the air bikes whooshed like windmills turning promises into taxes. Alpha 02 called cadence for a conditioning circuit 30 seconds on, 30 off while Alpha 05 mirrored his pace with the quiet pride of someone who kept up. Feet, Alpha 03 told 08, tapping his shoelaces. They tell the truth before anything else does. Understood, 08 said, and his next rep was a degree better everywhere because he'd fixed the thing at the bottom. Upstairs, Alpha 04 walked 07 through weapon-free control patterns with that metal rod and a patience that looked like kindness from the outside and engineering from the inside. The second basement hummed with the soft pop of sim rounds finding foam and the gentle beep of laser cartridges registering hits. The paper targets suffered bravely, the walls did not suffer at all. Our neighbors were not invited to participate, which is the best PR. And me? I did what commanders do on good days, floated. Corrected here, encouraged there, kept a tally in my head of things we still needed, 2 more tool carts, degreaser that doesn't smell like regret, new hose for the dehumidifier, a sign that says please don't drop dumbbells and means it. I walked past the front glass and caught sight of our sign. Undergoing repairs. Contractors on site. Please pardon noise. We can help carry your groceries. I smiled. We were going to earn this block one small, useful thing at a time. Hell's Kitchen does not mind soldiers. It hates bullies and loves hands. Compliance, cash flow, and the Carlson clause. Between loads and reps, I checked the numbers. The $5 million SHIELD retainer, the clean one with oversight, had lost weight today. Equipment, mats, tools, safes, helmets, shields, crates of PPE, the bus insurance, utilities deposits, a deposit to a licensed range upstate for live fire days, and a smaller but not negligible line item labeled coffee, diplomatic. Funding adequate, Alpha 02 said, not looking up from a clipboard he had stolen from Alpha 04 when logistics turned into math. Projected strain begins with repairs. We'll make it, I told him. New York is a buffet of named problems. We pick the right ones. The system pays. Carlson stays comfortable. Everyone wins. He nodded. Comfort is not his goal, but he likes plans that survive contact with buildings. As if invoked, my phone vibrated with a number that never calls by accident. How's the complex? Carlson asked, not wasting calories on greeting. Standing, I said. Basement gym in, armory sim only, safes and cereals, you'd faint from compliance joy. We're buying quiet where we can. He made the sound of a man who approves without admitting it. Keep it that way. I'd rather read your name on expense reports than incident reports. Same, I said. If we break something, it'll be a sweatband. Doubtful, he said mildly, and hung up before I could make it weirder. Roofline. Night wrote the city in neon and sodium. I climbed to the roof with a cup of coffee that thought it was a trophy. Alpha 01 stood with hands light on the parapet, gaze moving in slow sweeps that took the whole borough into consideration. A police helicopter droned somewhere east. Something somewhere sizzled on a grill. Jazz leaked from a window 3 buildings down and almost forgave a trumpet for being learning. Below, our windows glowed for the first time in years. If you stood on the far side of the street and looked up, you'd see 9 separate motions that were actually one story, a squad turning concrete and air into a home. Not bad, hey. I said to Alpha 01, raising my cup to the skyline. A week ago we were baking in a New Mexico parking lot. Now we've got a building, a bus, 3 SUVs, a gym that could make The Rock call us for a day pass, and an armory that would make a compliance officer cry happy tears. Progress achieved, he said, which is Spartan for you did well, don't ruin it by spiking the ball. Tomorrow, I said, watching a cab argue with a pothole, we start paying rent to the city in the only currency it respects. Service, he said, no question mark. Exactly. I took a drink. We'll map Hell's Kitchen by need. Find the places that bleed and put fingers on the right arteries. Keep SHIELD bored. Keep our neighbors curious but not worried. Train until restraint is a reflex. And when the MCU decides to throw a god or a robot through a wall again, we make sure the wall is ours and the people behind it are fine. We stood like that for a while, me and the Sentinel letting the city do its heartbeat thing. Downstairs, Alpha 02 called last set like a church bell. Alpha 03 walked 08 through one more quiet rep because form learned tired is form kept real. Alpha 04 wrote a task list on the whiteboard in handwriting that could cut glass. 06 filled water. 07 cleaned mets like it mattered. 05 turned off lights with military neatness. The Alpha Express slept in the lot like a whale waiting for tides. The SUVs glinted like punctuation marks. I'd joked all day because jokes are lighter to carry than fear, but standing up here with the noise and the glow and my men below, I let the armor shift. For one private breath, the smirk fell away and something softer stood where it had been. Family first. Not the kind you're born to. The kind you build. The kind that makes a city as loud as this feel like a room you can lock with a word. Good work, boys, I told the night. No one answered. Which is how I knew they'd heard me. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, The Man with the Eye. Morning arrived dressed like New York always is, too loud, slightly late, and unapologetically itself. Sunlight slid through the cracked blinds in uneven stripes and painted my ceiling like a barcode the city could scan. Down below, the Alpha complex had already woken into a cadence that made the building feel less like brick and more like a lung. From the top floor couch, coffee warming my hands, I listened to the fortress breathe. First basement, iron and air. Plates kissed sleeves. Bars sighed into knurling. Alpha 02 counted tempo for Alpha 05 on heavy squats, quiet numbers, steady breath. The man does logistics like poetry, even his reps have margins and footnotes. Second basement, pops and beeps. Not gunshots, this is New York City, and we enjoy our freedom, but sim rounds tapping foam and laser cartridges ticking off clean trigger breaks. Alpha 03 stood over 06 and 08 with teacher patience, correcting angles by millimeters and outcomes by miles. In the hall, Alpha 04 turned a metal rod into instruction and 07 into a metronome stance, guard, wait like a door hinge. Quiet, precise. The kind of work you can't film because it looks like nothing and becomes everything. At my apartment door, Alpha 01 stood in his usual place, the punctuation mark at the end of my thought. Posture relaxed, attention sharpened to a thin wire. You know, I told the room, steam fogging the rim of my paper cup, I could get used to this. Fortress life. You all lift the heavy things. I sit here and look good. Balance. Alpha 01 didn't answer. He never does when the joke is mostly for me, which is why it keeps being funny. By noon, the sound shifted. Not quiet, exactly, just a hush with sharp edges. The kind of silence that has intention in it. Alpha 01's head tilted 3 degrees. That's his version of "you're going to want to see this." Trouble. I set the cup on a crate that had declared itself a coffee table. He gave one short nod. The knock came 3 precise raps later. Not frantic, not rude. Measured. I lifted my palm toward 01. Relax. Let me handle this one. He stepped aside, posture still ready to introduce a wall to anyone who mistook open door policy for permission. I opened the door. Black trench coat. Eye patch. He carried the hallway the way weather carries a sky, by behaving like the only story worth telling. Nick Fury, I said, smile surfacing without effort. Mr. Eye Patch himself. To what do I owe the pleasure? He didn't smile back. He rarely does, it would break the brand. His good eye slid past my shoulder to where Alpha 01 stood and then back to me like he'd just counted all the variables and found an extra. "You've been busy," Fury said. "Always." I stepped aside and made a show of hospitality. "Come in. Don't mind the soldiers. They only bite when I tell them to." He crossed the threshold like he owned the deed and the zip code. His boots were heavier than the floor deserved, his gaze heavier still. It traveled around the room, paused on Alpha 01, and returned to me with the patience of a man who had outlived everyone's poker face. "This building's yours now." 10 stories, I said. 3 basements. Power, water, permits in progress. Cozy, right? Cozy isn't the word I'd use. His voice had edges that could cut rope without fraying it. "You're running a fortress in the middle of New York City." "Fortress," I said thoughtfully. "I like the ring of that." "Where'd the money come from?" "Carlson's wallet," I said cheerfully. "Check his expense reports. They're very entertaining if you enjoy the genre of justifiable government spending." The corner of his mouth twitched. Not a smile. The concept of a smile flashing in the distance like heat lightning. He sat without asking because of course he did, trench coat folding into shadows. I took the chair across, equal parts host and hazard. "So," I said, spreading my hands. Director Fury himself at my door. Usually I get Carlson's polite knock. "Did I win a prize?" "You got my attention," he said. "That's rare and not always good. I'll take it as a compliment." "It isn't," he said, and moved on. "What are you?" "I'm me," I said. "A guy with a squad. Shield has seen stranger. Not like this." Footsteps on stairs, Alpha 02 and 05 reaching the landing, the air reshaping to make room for director, then stopping without instruction. Alpha 03 drifted in a second later with 06 and 08 at his flanks, followed by Alpha 04 and 07. 8 Spartans arranged behind me like sentences in a paragraph, 01 the period, 02 the comma, 03 the em-dash, 04 the parenthesis you only notice when the meaning shifts. The rookies stood a half step back, synced to their mentor's breathing. Fury's hand twitched near his coat reflex, not fear then stilled. His eye moved row by row as if he were reading code. "They listen to you," he said. "Of course they do," I said. "That's the deal. I take care of them, they take care of me. Family. You understand that word? Family doesn't scare governments," he said. "Mine does." The air tightened like someone had cinched a belt around the block. It could have turned ugly right there if either of us wanted ugly. I didn't. He hadn't decided yet. "So what now?" I asked. "You shut me down? Arrest me? Put me in a box like you tried with Thor Odinson before he graduated from tasers?" "Not today." "Good answer. Don't test your luck." "Wasn't luck in New Mexico," I said lightly. "That was work." A beat. Then Alpha 01, who can stare down weather, addressed the hurricane. "Director. No hostility required." Fury looked at him for a full second, updated a file in his head, and returned to me. "They talk. Of course they talk. They're not furniture. You're not on my roster. You're not under my command. And yet you are in my city." He stood, the trench coat settled like a curtain dropping at the end of a scene. "Which means I'll be watching." "Wouldn't have it any other way," I said. "Besides, you've only got one eye. Easy job." For a heartbeat, humor passed across his face like a ghost through a mirror. Then it was gone. He pushed his chair in with the kind of tidy that warns you about messes you can't see. "Enjoy your fortress, Shredder," Fury said. "Step out of line once, and I'll be here." "Bring donuts next time," I said. "Glazed. We're athletes." He didn't answer. He turned. Alpha-01 slid aside. The door closed with a click that wasn't loud and managed to sound like a verdict anyway. Silence, then the building began breathing again. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd cached and looked over my shoulder. 8 pairs of eyes, 8 expressions that would look identical to anyone else and were, to me, wildly distinct. Well, I said, letting the grin spread. That was fun. Nick Fury, live and in person, just to glare. You feel special yet? Threat assessed, Alpha-02 said, which is Spartan for we should talk contingency plans before dinner. Yeah, I said. Nothing we can't handle. He's curious. Suspicious. Paid to be both. Can't blame him. Next objective, Alpha-03 prompted, teacher mode never truly off. Simple, I said, standing. We keep doing what we're doing. Training, patrols, help where it counts. We earn points, get stronger. And if Fury wants a show. I made a small, respectful bow to the door. We give him a good one. Ready, Alpha-04 said, which, coming from him, doubles as a checklist. Good, I said. Because he wasn't here to say hello. Test, Alpha-01 added softly. He meant it in the way storms test buildings. Exactly. Which means we make our own test first. Paper shields, and the ethics in the margins. I pulled a legal pad from a crate and started writing like a man who pretends he isn't making this up as he goes. Rules of Engagement Alpha Complex v1.0. Civilian first, life safety beats everything. Property damage is a bill, lives are not. No lethals in city limits, sim, laser, airsoft only on premises. Live fire at licensed range with SHIELD sign off. No masks, no capes, we don't hide from neighbors. We say good morning and carry groceries. We are not vigilantes, we are helpers. Body cameras, veteran lead carries a non-networked recorder on interventions. Footage archived. If the Daily Bugle starts spinning stories, we have receipts. No politics, if Wilson Fisk throws a fundraiser across the river, we don't attend even for the canapes. Ask before you touch, hands on only when danger justifies it. Words first. Always. Call it in, FDNY/M/PD get the heads up whenever possible. We play nice with people who run toward fires professionally. No lone wolves, minimum 2-man teams off-site. A rookie never leads. After action, debrief, hydrate, 10 minutes of breath ladders. We end calmer than we began. Respect, to civilians, to officers, to each other. If in doubt, see Rule 1. Alpha-04, I said, tearing the sheet clean. Type it. Print 3. 1 for the door, 1 for the basement, 1 to slide under Carlson's office door like a breadcrumb. He nodded, already organizing a label maker in his head. Alpha-02, I added, audit supplies. Compliance gear front-loaded. Helmets, gloves, shields. Every IFAK checked. Tourniquet placement right side for righties, left for lefties. No exceptions. Understood. Alpha-03, this afternoon you're running de-escalation with the rookies. Words first. You're good at them. He blinked once in what passes for gratitude among men made of discipline. Alpha-01, you and I are going to take a walk. We owe the block some hellos. He glanced at the window like he already had the route memorized. He did. I pocketed the paper rules and felt the building settle around us like a ship that had accepted the sea it was built for. Fury had come to see if we'd spook. Instead, we'd write policies in the language of neighbors. Block and tackle. Hell's Kitchen has 3 speeds, hurrying, sighing, and watching. We did the loop, coffee cart, 2 sugars for 01, he'll deny it, bodega, tape, batteries, a plant I didn't know we were adopting, the woman on the fire escape who waters her tomatoes like penance. Names were traded. Alpha 01 carried a box for an elderly man who called him officer and didn't need the correction to be safe. I adjusted my smile to less wolf, more Labrador. Back inside, the building buzzed with the pleasant noise of people who know where to stand. Alpha 04 had posted rules of engagement at the elevator that hasn't worked since the Avengers could fit around a diner table. Alpha 02 had the rookies cycling through shield drills like they were learning to hold back weather. Alpha 03 ran a seminar titled How Not to Break Anyone, which is surprisingly technical. I had just taken my first sip of a second coffee when the city decided to test our eternal optimism. Boom. The kind that isn't cinematic. The kind that's part air and part pipe and part apology too late. It came from 2 buildings over, east side, 2nd floor, and rolled through our windows like a hand slapping the block. Alpha 01's head snapped toward the noise. Alpha 02 didn't look up, he was already rolling a bag. Alpha 03 broke his sentence off mid-syllable and the rookies were moving before I said a word. FDNY first, I called, already taking the stairs. PD and M's with it. Body cams on. Helmets on. No masks. The street had rearranged itself into panic. Smoke punched out of 2nd floor windows and licked the brick above like a tongue. A woman screamed names I couldn't understand, a man argued with a door like it had betrayed him. Glass littered the sidewalk, guts of a kitchen tilted out where a wall had briefly forgotten its job. Alpha 05, Alpha 06, Alpha 08 evac. Knock, shout, guide. Keep people moving. 2 knocks, eyes, open, hand, you know the flow. Understood, came 3 different voices that somehow aligned. Alpha 02 with 05, I added. You're the metronome. Alpha 01 with me, I said, hand already on the gate. We're Anchor. No heroics, no deep pushes, nothing that risks FDNY. We buy time and air. Alpha 03 and 07, I pointed, perimeter. Keep the crowd out of the teeth. Alpha 04 bag run. I want IFAKs staged at the mouth, water, and a line of tape so we don't merge into mush. The building ahead belched smoke with a sound like a man who had learned he was mortal. PD sirens were close, FDNY farther but closing. People move badly when fear leads, we turn them by inches. We help, Alpha 06 said to a woman who'd forgotten how to let go of a doorknob. His voice was a rope tossed across water. She took it. He guided her to 02 who put her into hands and turned back without a word. A kid peered from the stairwell, eyes wide as quarters, a cat hooked under one arm like a plush toy. Alpha 05 knelt to get under the boy's line of sight. Follow. He didn't touch until the boy moved first. The cat didn't protest. We made the street wider for them. Heat shoved down the corridor, smoke thinned to grey then thickened to brown. Alpha 01 kept a shoulder in the hinge, door wedged with his boot, head turned so his good lung watched me while his bad lung did the job. We didn't go in. It was tempting, every nerve says be the hero, but FDNY hates dead helpers. We made a negative space at the entrance and let air behave. 2 up, a firefighter barked as ladder arrived. We rolled backward to let them swallow the doorway. I pointed left, right, evac routes, staged patients, hydration. The captain clocked us, clocked the helmets, clocked the no guns and the way we stayed out of their path. Hold the door, he said to Alpha 01 like he was talking to a piece of equipment that had pleasantly surprised him. Holding, 01 said, and the captain moved on. Someone shouted that someone else was still inside, which is always true and always a trap. The captain snapped his fingers, his team disappeared into smoke in a way that would terrify me if I didn't trust men who run toward fire for a living. EMS arrived, Alpha 03 handed off a woman with smoke in her scream and a gash on her forearm. She's breathing. Oriented ×2. Pulse fast. No soot around the mouth. No wheeze. The medic looked relieved to be handed a sentence instead of a puzzle. NYPD pushed tape across the street while we did it with bodies first. A man decided today was the right day to be angry at the uniform he could see and tried to shove Alpha 07. 07 redirected him with a hand on a shoulder and a step sideways, embarrassment doing what force would have failed it. I murmured thank you without moving my lips. The Daily Bugle stringer arrived with a camera that had seen worse and started taking pictures of everything. Super Soldiers Save Hell's Kitchen, the headline wrote itself in his eyes. I adjusted my angle so I'd be in the frame when it inevitably found a website and looked like a man who belonged near tape. FDNY hauled a man out, coughing, cursing, alive. The crowd exhaled, then inhaled to look for a new crisis. Smoke thinned. Heat cooled. Air remembered its job. The captain emerged later, sweaty and annoyed with his mask half up. Gas leak ignited with open flame. Kitchen went. We knocked it. You kept the mouth open. Good. Neighbors help, I said, sticking close enough not to shout and far enough not to be a problem. He grunted the compliment every firefighter keeps for people who didn't get in the way. Keep your guys trained. Next time, back us up with a fan at the door. On the list, I promised, already seeing Alpha 04 adding negative pressure fan to a whiteboard back home. Carlson texted, because of course he did. Nice work. Next time, call me before you take over a block. We didn't, I typed back. FDNY took the block. We carried water and moved people. That's why I'm still texting you, he replied, which for him counts as a hug. The bugle guy asked for names. Shredder, I said, offering a spelling that would confuse exactly no one and clarified nothing. He asked if we were Avengers. I told him we were neighbors. He rolled his eyes like I'd cancelled his subscription to dramatic nouns and kept shooting anyway. When the tapes came down and the block remembered laughter, we folded back toward home. Alpha 06 carried the kid's cat back up the steps. 06 came down empty-handed and lighter, like he'd put a coin in an invisible jar marked reasons. On the walk, Alpha 02 pointed at a hydrant we'd used wrong and explained a better approach to Alpha 05 in a voice low enough to be teaching and kind enough not to be scolding. Alpha 05 nodded like he was etching it into bone. Rules, Alpha 01 said as we reached the complex, and I realized he wasn't talking about the laminated page by the elevator. He meant ours, the ones about being men and not hammers. Yeah, I said. They work. Stardust, sawdust, and surveillance. Back in the second basement, Alpha 03 put the rookies through a 10-minute breath ladder because adrenaline is a tenacious liar. Alpha 04 added negative pressure fan to the whiteboard and underlined it, then wrote smoke hoods and CO monitors for good measure. Alpha 02 logged today's gear use like compliance is a love language. Alpha 01 returned to the roof and catalogued new patterns on the skyline because routines calm storms. I changed into a clean shirt and stood at the window the bugle guy would have loved to shoot. The city looked back with that bored curiosity I trust more than adoration. The system chimed quietly at the edge of my awareness points, trickling in from 20 safe exits and 1 saved cat and 100 tiny choices to not be dramatic. Useful. Not the jackpot of Thor Odinson trusting you with his pride, but this is the currency you can spend without guilt. The phone buzzed again. A number I don't save because I don't need to. Fury, good work. Don't make me say it twice. My fingers hovered over the keys and then didn't type the dozen jokes that wanted out. Me, copy. Rules posted. Footage archived. We'll send a memo so your lawyers don't get hives. Fury, send it to Carlson. I'm busy keeping a billionaire from redesigning FAA regulations. I grinned despite myself. Tony Stark always knows when to be on brand. Me, if he invents a quieter helicopter, we'll all forgive him. Fury, don't count on forgiveness. Do count on oversight. He wasn't threatening. He was being himself. The man with the eye doesn't look away, he just chooses what to see. I turned from the window and took inventory of my men. Alpha 01 is a sentinel with a soft spot for coffee and neighbors who ask the right way. Alpha 02 is a ledger disguised as a person, keeping us alive with math and habits. Alpha 03 is a teacher who can make a punch kinder. Alpha 04 is logistics that fixes things before they admit they're broken. Alpha 05 wears new strength like a suit he's still tailoring. Alpha 06 feels the room and knows which word loosens the knot. Alpha 07 can be pushed and not pushed over. Alpha 08 learns at the speed of attention. And me? Shredder, somewhere between commander and ringmaster, juggling jokes and paperwork, explaining to gods and directors that family is a plan, not a feeling. Fury had asked what I was. The answer I didn't give him, because the room didn't deserve the vulnerability, sat down next to me anyway. Responsible. Not just for what we do, but for what we don't. Not just for the fight we win, but for the footage of the fight we didn't start. Not just for Spartans who would walk into a storm for me without blinking, but for the neighbors who will decide whether we get to keep our front door open. I slid the window up 2 inches to invite the city in and let it test our air. The building answered with the soft racket of plates, the hiss of the dehumidifier, the thud of feet finding forms they'll trust under stress. Debrief in 10, I called down the stairwell. Kitchen. Bring notes and appetites. We saved a block, that earns burgers. Fuel acquired, Alpha 02 called back, his way of promising a shopping list that would terrify a butcher. On my desk, Rules of Engagement v1.0 sat under a paperweight I didn't remember unpacking. Next to it, Alpha 04 had tucked a printout neatly labeled memo to SHIELD Community Intervention Protocols with bullet points that used fewer jokes and more dates. I initialed both. We'd give Carlson the copy with the polite margins and Fury the one with coffee rings so he'd know where it lived. Before I joined the debrief, I texted one more number, the one I still call Goldilocks even though the Bifrost had carried him out of state like a promise. Me, saved a building today. No hammer required. The dots pulsed for a long time. Thor, Midgard is fortunate to have such neighbors. Me, tell the All-Father we're very cozy down here. Thor, he is not often cozy. But he will be, watchful. Me, sounds familiar. When I put the phone down, I caught Alpha 01 watching the door the way a lighthouse watches water without blinking, without hurry, without doubt. I raised the coffee cup that had gone cold and saluted the only skyline that's ever made me feel like a person and not a plot point. Good work, boys, I said again, to them and the building and the city and maybe the man with the eye who would never admit he wanted us to succeed. No one answered. Which is how I knew they heard me. Post-OP, chili, checklists, and consequences. We gathered on the second floor around folding tables Alpha 04 had aligned with a precision that made tape measures feel seen. The room smelled like chili because when you feed 8 Spartans you choose foods that respect a budget and fear a spoon. Alpha 02 distributed bowls, Alpha 05 handed out water, Alpha 06 made sure the neighbor with the tomatoes had a bowl too even though she claimed she'd already eaten. She hadn't. Lessons, I said, spoon tapping the rim like a gavel. Fan, Alpha 04 said first, underlining the word with a finger on his notepad. We need door negative pressure. Language, Alpha 03 added. Praise before redirection when civilians panic. You're doing great moves feet. Hydrant key, Alpha 02 said. We will not touch without FDNY, but if ordered, we respond correctly. Neighbors, Alpha 06 offered. No names, apartment counts, mobility issues. Evac faster. Media, Alpha 05 said, surprising me by wanting the microphone. We don't speak to cameras. We speak to people. Compliance, I added. Body cams off if PD asks. Footage archived. No leaks. We don't play the bugles game. We ate and we learned and we wrote our future in lines that don't go in comic panels. That's the thing Fury wanted to know, are we a story or a standard? Today, we chose standard. Tomorrow, we'll have to choose again. When the bowls were empty and the rookies started to turn their notes into the kind of muscle memory that doesn't forget under pressure, I took my now cold coffee to the window one more time. SHIELD was watching. The city was watching. The MCU is a place where gods fall out of the sky, billionaires write their confessionals at press conferences, and men like Wilson Fisk pretend crime is philanthropy. Somewhere uptown, Stark Tower wasn't a tower yet, but the ground under it had started humming on spec. Somewhere downtown, a blind lawyer would fix his split lip and go back out because the night never runs out. In the middle of all that, a 10-story fortress had lit its windows and today held a door open. I don't know if that makes us Avengers or just neighbors. I do know that when Nick Fury knocks again, we'll have fresher coffee, cleaner logs, better fans, and a reputation that smells less like mystery and more like sawdust and stardust. And if the man with the eye asks me what we are again, I might even tell him the part I left out. We're the hinge. We don't break the door. We turn it. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Splitting the Squad. Morning seeped through the cracked blinds in pale gold bars, striping the kitchen table and turning my half-eaten bagel into modern art. New York was already fully, aggressively awake, horns leaning on themselves, a dog choir arguing with a street sweeper, the language roulette of sidewalk life spinning at high speed. On my screen, headlines, rumor threads, and low-grade chaos. Petty thefts on the West Side. A turf dust-up brewing in Hell's Kitchen. A Midtown thread claiming enhanced sightings that read like someone mistook a parkour reel for an Avengers B-cut. Nothing world-ending. Perfect fieldwork weather. Alpha 01 stepped in first, tall, steady, the room's gravity quietly recalibrating around him. Alpha 02 followed a beat later with that ledger in a person posture, then Alpha 03, gaze observant enough to count breath as evidence. They didn't speak. They never need to. 8 months from now, some Harvard body language nerd will write a thesis on how my boys communicate in shifts of weight and micro-tilts. For now, I have the cheat codes. Legs itchy? I asked, lifting my coffee that tasted like regret with optimism notes. Alpha 01 angled his chin half a degree. Spartan for yes. Good, I said, pushing back from the table. Today's simple. You three hit the streets. Nothing flashy, nothing that lands us in a SHIELD slideshow. No weapons unless necessary. I held up a finger. Capture only. We're not doing the Punisher routine. Midtown's a buffet. Times Square, Bryant Park, the whole tourist artery. Take a lap, pick what looks tasty, and keep it clean. If you need backup, call. Otherwise, handle it. Capture only, Alpha 02 echoed, filing the rule where rules live in him. Alpha 03 nodded once. Alpha 01's knuckles flexed like a promise. Everyone else basement, I called down the stairwell. Training block. Boots came like thunder tuned for concrete. Alpha 04 arrived with 07 in his shadow, Alpha 05 followed with 06 and 08. The rookies had that tightness new metal gets before it finds its temper. I clapped once. Today's about sharpening edges, I said. 04 and 05, you've got the wheel. Drill them until they hate the alphabet. I'll float spot checks, adjustments, mild abuse. Don't expect me to love conditioning, my knees are sentimental. Confirmed, Alpha 04 said, already picturing stances in doorways. Acknowledged, Alpha 05 added with succinct doom. Make them sweat, I grinned. We split at the lobby, my 3 ghosts for Midtown, the rest down 2 flights into the Alpha Complex's beating heart. Basements in New York usually smell like secrets, ours smells like work. The first level hummed with plates and breath. The second, with safe pops and the clicky metronome of laser cartridge resets. Above us, 10 floors of bare apartments that weren't bare anymore. Windows lighting up like vertebrae at night. Steel, stance, and small corrections. The gym woke like a storm you want to be inside. Bars kissed knurling, collars snapped home. Alpha 04's voice cut and clean, annotation without ego, 07 guard higher. Elbow stays married to the rib. Reset. He could teach a wall to parry. On the other side, Alpha 05's circuits would have made the devil ask for a warm down. 06 breath on the concentric. Drive through the heels. Rack. Again. He had a way of stripping wasted motion off a person without stripping their confidence. New strength fits better when someone tailored it. Which left 08 with me. We squared on the mats. He mirrored Alpha 03's stance, compact, efficient, just a hair too careful. He's a quick study if Alpha 03 moves like punctuation, 08 copies the commas first. Good frame, I said. Now solve someone who doesn't move like your mentor. I feinted left, tapped his guard, let him feel me be wrong angle odd, rhythm impolite. He didn't blink. Nice. He jabbed straight, honest, fast enough to tell my forearm a story. I caught, pivoted, and laughed. Easy, tiger. Commander bruises last longer, HR paperwork is boring. He reset. Silent. Focused. Perfect. We moved. He chased, cut, corrected. He learned to love the breath between beats, the place most rookies rush and veterans live. When he got greedy, I punished the opening lightly. When he got timid, I crowded his feet and forced a decision. Improvement isn't a straight line, it's a stubborn spiral with better view each loop. 07, Alpha 04 called across the room, jaw unclench. Shoulders drop. Hips do the work. 07 exhaled and the motion smoothed by a centimeter. Fight enough, and a centimeter becomes a life. 06, Alpha 05 said, racking plates. Last set. Don't chase the number, chase the form. A nod. A cleaner squat. The bar traveled as if it finally trusted the person under it. Hours rolled like drumlines. Sweat made chalk paste, pastes made handprints, handprints made progress. I gave 08 a mid-round shove to test his ankles and got a solid recovery step for my trouble. Not bad for your first week of existence, I told him, and he didn't smile, but the corner of his focus warmed. I heckled generously, because morale by irritation is still morale. Come on, 06, my fictional grandma lifts faster. 07, you're scaring cockroaches at best, aim for raccoons. 08, keep swinging like that and you're buying lunch. No one took the bait. The silence was half the sport. You learn more about a fighter by the jokes they don't answer than the ones they do. We broke at midday. Water hissed down throats. The room smelled like iron, salt, and the tang of gun oil drifting up from the range. The rookies' chests rose like bellows, the veterans looked like they'd just finished reading a manual. Not bad, I said, slumping against the wall. You're still rough, but you're yesterday's rough sanded once. Keep going and maybe you won't embarrass me on patrol. Alpha 04 tipped his head at my still heaving chest. Commander requires conditioning. Oh, I'll keep myself alive, I said. You machines handle the heavy lifting. I'm the charming one. Alpha 05 handed 06 a towel, small kindness disguised as logistics. Continue after recovery. See? I told the rookies. No mercy. Count yourselves lucky I'm not the one programming your circuits. 07 blinked once, his version of I hear you. Progress. Pop, paper, and patterns. We shifted to the range where the second basement snapped with controlled, safe pops. No live rounds in city limits, not since we wrote rules of engagement v1.0 and taped them to 3 doors. Laser training cartridges ticked hits, paper 8 holes politely. Alpha 04 adjusted 07's grip by millimeters, thumbs forward, don't strangle the gun. Grouping tightened by an inch. That inch saves headlines later. Alpha 05 shadowed 06 through a draw sequence that made choreography look lazy. Clear, join, press, reset. Again. 06's shoulders learned to stay low while his intention learned to stay high. 08 stood at the mark. Feet set. Breath reset. Press beep. Press beep. Each beep a little less surprised by itself. I stepped behind him. Not bad, I said. At least you're hitting paper. He reloaded without looking away and kept going. Good. Paper today, people never. We finished with a de-escalation block, words first, hands second, pride not at all. Alpha 03 led because his voice can turn a room down without dimming it. Praise before redirection, he told the rookies. Names before orders. Choices before consequences. He's a poet who pretends not to be. Midtown, in 3 scenes. While we rewired reflexes in the basement, my Midtown trio rewired a couple of bad days topside. Scene 1, Times Square, noonish. A boost crew ran the classic tourist distraction, map, bump, bag disappears into a swarm of novelty t-shirts. They didn't plan for Alpha 01's ability to be everywhere a fraction sooner. He didn't sprint, he vectored. Shoulder into the route, soft as a door closing. The bag changed hands mid-complaint. The thief blinked and met Alpha 02, who said, "Stop." Hands visible. "We're neighbors." The man, surprised to be respected, made the second best decision of his day and complied. NYPD got a neatly zip-tied delivery and a video file labeled Assist Civilian Property Return. Scene 2, Bryant Park, lunch rush. Pay-to-play toughs tried to shake a food cart for protection. The vendor had more backbone than sense, it was about to go sideways. Alpha 03 slid into the pocket between them and time. "Good food, bad choices," he said, smile almost convincing. The talkers talked. The hitter sized up 03 and found bad math. When he swung, he learned a gentle physics lesson, wrist redirected, elbow guided, body brought to ground as if by suggestion. No broken bones. Plenty of broken momentum. They were still complaining when a patrol car rolled up to applause and a free kebab. Scene 3, 49th and Harried. A small child drifted from his mother's hand into a tourist river. Alpha 01 flowed sideways, didn't pick him up, scary, but knelt to the boy's eye line and held out a hand. The boy placed his palm into a safe version of the world and was promptly reattached to a grateful parent. No fanfare. No footage. The best kind of point score. I didn't see those scenes in real time, but I know my men, I've watched enough before to infer the after. Later, their body cam footage would confirm the shape of the day. In that moment, the only confirmation I had was the way the air felt lighter when they stepped back into the building. Gifts on the floor. We were an hour into the afternoon block when the stairwell gave me a familiar rhythm, one you feel in your ribs before your ears agree. Alpha 01, 02, 03 entered with calm that made the floor feel like it had always intended to be under them. Each carried a tidy bundle of duct tape and poor decisions. They set 3 men down gently the way you place groceries you don't want to burst. Midtown toughs, armed, now edited. Scrapes on knuckles, cheap pistols bagged, no blood where it didn't belong. I arched a brow. Gifts. What did you bring me? Street gang. Armed. Neutralized, Alpha 02 said, as if he were reciting inventory. No civilian casualties, Alpha 03 added, which is the only statistic that matters. I crouched by the nearest bundled man and gave him my friendliest grin. Wrong streets for that noise. Lucky for you, my guys don't kill. He attempted a muffled curse textbook vowel work through a gag, points for enunciation. Ding! The system ticked with the satisfaction of a turnstile. Assists logged, 3 civilians affected, 12. Media risk, low. It wasn't Thor-level jackpot, but steady income keeps the lights on. Wrap them for NYPD and stay for the applause, I said. We like our handoffs clean. Alpha 01 nodded toward the front. Carlson wasn't on the sidewalk, but an unmarked sedan that smelled like him was. Good. If we were going to be the city's unofficial doormen, I wanted the polite ghost in accounting to keep signing off. Our Rovi 1.0 had toes in both worlds, neighbors and suits. Keep it that way. Alpha 04 used the intercom voice he reserves for logistics, bag and tag. Cameras archived. The rookies fell into the workflow, learning that good policing is as much paper as it is presence. Alpha 05 logged serials and timestamps. 06 and 08 ran water to the men who'd wanted to hurt strangers an hour ago because rules are about us, not them. 07 stood on the tape line watching the door like learning is a posture. An officer knocked 2 taps, pause. We opened. Delivery, I said, cheerful. No shipping required. Paperwork swapped, nods traded. Our neighbors wore blue today, we wore grey, the handshake stayed human. Neighborhood math. Evening stretched long and orange through the stairwell windows. The rookies' legs were rubber, the veterans looked like statues that had learned not to gloat. The gym clanged softer. The range beeps faded. The building did that thing I love, exhaling into ready. We debriefed around folding tables. Alpha 04 had squared to a centimeter. Chili bubbled in an oversized pot because feeding Spartans is an exercise in bulk math. Steam fogged the windows. The neighbor with the tomato plants took a bowl she didn't want to admit she wanted. Lessons, I said, tapping my spoon like a gavel. Words worked twice. Hands once. Alpha 03 said. Praise before redirection remains effective. He glanced at 08, who'd handled a mouthy witness earlier by saying thank you for the description before asking for the actual description. It had landed. Group split was efficient, Alpha 02 added. Recommend 2-man buddy pairs for Midtown. Rotate rookie shadow. He had the matrix already drawn inside his skull. 07 jaw clench persists, Alpha 04 said, not unkindly. 07 unclenched. Improved under breath cues. Hydration, Alpha 05 put in. Rookies underhydrate during range work. He slid water across the table, problem and solution in one motion. Media, I added. If a camera asks for a sound bite, it gets a neighbor story or a no comment, not a Spartan myth. We are not content. We are context. We ate. We wrote our future in sentences that didn't need capes. We cleaned as if Nick Fury were about to run a white glove test. He wouldn't, he'd just stare until the dust left out of shame. Small stakes, real cost. I showered off the chalk and took stock in the mirror that has never once told me the whole truth. A bruise bloomed along my forearm where 08 had gotten enthusiastic. My knees were fine, my pride was better. The building hummed like a ship in calm water. We are very good at winning. It's not hard to get intoxicated by 90-second victories that end with zip ties and points. But the cost runs quieter, the rookie's fatigue that can turn into sloppiness if I let ego write the schedule, the neighbor who decides to cross the street instead of say hello because 8 broad-shouldered silhouettes look like a headline waiting to self-fulfill, the NYPD lieutenant whose patience has a budget I don't see. I walked the floors with Alpha 01 not because I had to, but because command is a living thing and you feed it by witnessing. Alpha 02 and 05 were doing a slow strength warm down, bars moving like apologies to joints. Alpha 03 had 06 and 08 in the hallway working breath ladders, box breathing in 4 counts, out in 6, the kind of boring that keeps hearts slow when they should be fast. Alpha 04 was labeling a shelf with an accuracy that made the shelf blush. 07 stood guard at the stairwell, jaw unclenched on purpose. We didn't talk much. We didn't need to. The complex had become a machine that believes itself alive. The return of Midtown, annotated. When Alpha 01, 02, 03 had dropped their gifts, they'd also dropped context. After Chile, they unspooled more detail at my request. You can learn a lot about a city by the pieces it gives you to hold. Midtown toughs had been running a small racket, courier package intercepts on foot, snatch and pass in a crowd. They weren't Wilson Fisk level, they were the first brick in a wall if left alone. Alpha 02 laid out their route tree on a napkin, each arrow a potential error. We removed 3 nodes, he said. The network collapses or reroutes. We will watch for reroute. We'll watch, I corrected gently. This is New York City, we includes the beat cops, the bodega owners, the dog walkers, and the old guy who sees everything because he waters his sidewalk at the same time daily. Alpha 03 added the human layer. Second man obeyed when called by name. He had gleaned it from a girlfriend's shout across the crowd. Names matter, anonymity is cowardly brave. Alpha 01 described the feel of the block in words that were shapes, tight, bright, fidgety. He notices textures more than facts, the thing you remember when you need to step where the ground won't betray you. We logged it all. We always do. If SHIELD ever asks politely, we have receipts. If Nick Fury knocks again and wants the version with fewer jokes, I'll print it double-spaced with timestamps. Night school. The city outside our dirty windows tripped into that glitter that makes tourists forgive the rats. Somewhere, Stark was ignoring whatever aviation regulation he'd just offended. Somewhere else, Matt Murdock was wiping blood from his lip with the same hand that would sign a brief before sunrise. Spider-Man was still a rumor in a high school, a question mark on a screen. The Avengers weren't a team yet, they were an accident waiting for a reason. We weren't a team either, not officially. But we behaved like one, rules posted, drills logged, neighbors greeted, points earned responsibly. Small heroics in the margins of a universe addicted to comets. I took the couch with a soda and a view that equates to power if you're generous and delusion if you're not. The lights made a scoreboard out of the skyline. 8 Spartans training. 3 bad men processed without a headline. 0 bodies. 0 civilians hurt. 1 kid and a cat still in the same apartment. A city that did not notice us enough to fear us. Progress. Alpha 01 drifted to the window and stood with me, both of us pretending to watch traffic when we were counting something else, choices we made today that we can make again tomorrow. Good day, I said to the glass, to the room, to the squad, to the version of me who woke up in a cracked ceiling and said fine, I'll be the problem and the solution. Alpha 01 didn't answer. He doesn't need to when the answer is the room itself. Somewhere on my desk, the system glowed a quiet ledger, no jackpot, just steady credit, assists, Midtown, 3, civilians affected, 12, de-escalations successful, 4, training hours logged, 18. The numbers meant upgrades down the line, another rookie someday, a training package sooner. We'll get there. Slowly. Right. I finished the soda and let the fizz burn the back of my throat into a kind of truth. Splitting the squad had done exactly what I wanted, widened our circle, tightened our craft, and reminded this MCU city that not every help comes with a theme song. Zip ties are lighter than a body bag. Paperwork is cheaper than PR. A clean handoff is sexier than a dramatic speech. And a good day in New York is one where the only thing we break is a sweat. Tomorrow, we'll do it again. Different corner, same rules. Maybe a bigger problem will find us. Maybe a smaller one will become big if we ignore it. Either way, we've got a fortress, a bus, 3 SUVs, basements that hum, and a man with the eye who has decided we are worth the calories of attention. We'll be ready. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, The Kid from Hell's Kitchen. Morning in the Alpha Complex didn't so much begin as continue. The building slept like a cat, one ear open, a low purr under the concrete, and by the time I wandered out of the top floor apartment, it was already loud with useful noise. Metal kissed metal. Breath counted beats. Somewhere below, a timer chirped like a bird that got drafted into the Marines. I leaned over the rail to watch the spine of the place work. On the first basement level, Alpha 05 spotted 06 under a squat bar so heavy the steel bowed a little. The plates humming at the bottom of each rep. 06 still had that new soldier eagerness to overdo. 05 countered it with a quiet, relentless metronome down, pause, up until the motion smoothed it into something a joint could trust. On a taped-off lane near the freight elevator, Alpha 04 drilled rifle manipulations with a metal rod standing in for a long gun. Range rules, no live fire above the second basement. He ghosted through positions like he had a secret understanding with gravity. Every transition stopped exactly where it should, like the floor had magnets buried under it. Halfway up the stairwell, Alpha 03 was running flights, not fast so much as inevitable, his boots whispering the same message to each step, "Remember me." The concrete would. It always does when 03 decides to teach it a name. At the landing, he turned, went back down, and started again. 03 treats endurance like a language. Speak enough of it and people hear you even when you're silent. The silence on the top floor, of course, was occupied by Alpha 02, who appeared in the doorway of the gym with his hands behind his back like a school inspector and looked at my half-hearted warm-up as if it were the opening argument to a case I was destined to lose. "See," I said, kicking out into a push-up and immediately regretting every decision that led to this moment. "I train." "Effort minimal," Alpha 02 observed, without malice. The man can turn 2 words into a full performance review. "Rude," I panted. "Accurate, but rude." I did 30 minutes of penance that looked like push UPS, kettlebell swings, and life choices, while the Spartans flowed around me in a choreography that would make an orchestra jealous. Sweat got acquainted with the rubber mats. Somewhere a fan clicked. My stubborn knees complained softly, like they remembered a past life where mornings meant coffee and email and not 8 soldiers treating time like clay. On the cool-down bench, catching the breath I definitely wasn't running out of, the system chimed in the back of my mind like a polite cashier. "Points available, 500. Convenient." I smiled to no one. "System, summon clone designation Alpha 09. Blue light unfurled in the corner, the kind of glow that looks like a thought deciding to be a person. It condensed into another tower of intent, same height, same bone structure, a fresh set of edges waiting to be sanded by practice. Raw. Quiet. Unrefined. Every new Spartan carries the same odd weight, like a pronounced pause at the end of a sentence. Then they breathe, the pause becomes a person, and the room decides where to put him. He saluted. "Commander." "Welcome to the circus, rookie," I said, standing. "You're Alpha 09. Don't worry, you'll toughen up fast." I flicked my chin toward Alpha 04. "Congrats, you're a dad again. Teach him not to embarrass us." "Acknowledged," 04 said, already scanning 09 for telltale posture lies, shoulders that think they're low but aren't, knees pretending they don't care. 09 fell in beside him, posture copying perfection like a photocopier with opinions. The basement door slammed open. Alpha 01, 02, and 03 came up the last steps in formation, the air around them recalibrating to make room. They'd been topside midtown watch or a quick patrol loop, and when those 3 come home early, it's either because the city behaved or because it didn't. "Already back?" I asked. "What did you do, scare New York into good decisions?" "Visitor. Civilian. Requesting audience," Alpha 01 said. "Civilian this early?" I wiped my palms on a towel. "We're not even open. Did we start charging admission?" Behind them, a different rhythm on the stairs, too light to be a Spartan, too hesitant to be a cop, the cadence of someone deciding at each step whether to turn around. He appeared in the doorway, brown hair, hoodie 2 sizes north of ambition, sneakers with scuffed laces, and a backpack hugged to his chest like a parachute for emotional support. Peter Parker, the kid from Hell's Kitchen. The one with curiosity for eyes. I smiled. Well, well. If it isn't the kid from Hell's Kitchen. Peter Parker, right. He froze on instinct, then nodded. Why yet? That's me. Took you long enough, I said. What's it been 2 weeks since Alpha 01 smacked those thugs off you? He went pink from neck to ears. I know. I wanted to come sooner, but he glanced at 01, at the wall of Spartans, at the stairwell like it might decide to be a door again. I waved it away. Relax. You showed up. Good enough. Come on. I patted the bench. Sit. You look like you might faint, and my insurance doesn't cover teenagers doing swan dives. He sat like a grenade with the pin back in. Up close he was all elbows and quick eyes, a high schooler's nervous energy welded to something hungrier. The backpack had a science club pin catching the light, neat. It fit him. He took in the room, the racks, the mats, the whiteboard covered in a week of programming, and then the Spartan wall behind me. There, all with you. Every single one, I said. Try not to feed them after midnight. It voids the warranty. Alpha 02's eyebrow, which rarely expresses anything beyond yes, I see the world, lifted a millimeter. For him, that's a spit take. So, I said, friendly as coffee. What brings you to the Alpha complex, Parker? Besides wanting another look at Alpha 01 demonstrating how to fold criminals like laundry. He cracked a smile despite himself, then looked straight at 01. I just wanted to thank you. I mean all of you, but his gaze clung to Alpha 01 the way you cling to the first moment you felt safe after not feeling safe for a while. You stopped them like it was nothing. They had knives, and you didn't even. He groped for the right adult word and picked the right one anyway. You weren't scared. Commander's order, Alpha 01 said, the rumble of a truck turned into a sentence. Assist civilian. Peter blinked at me. So you told him to help me? Of course, I said. Kid your age getting jumped? Not on my watch. I shrugged so the moment wouldn't grow teeth. Plus it scores points. Win-win. Points, he echoed, that scientific brain snagging on the hook. Figure of speech, I lied, because you don't explain your HUD to a 14-year-old who still believes the world is fixable with a good science fair project. He looked down at his shoes and said, quiet but steady, no one has ever done that for me before. No one's ever noticed you? I asked, and his shoulders made the answer even if his mouth didn't. Not like that. You'll get noticed, I said, letting a grin creep in just so the weight of the line wouldn't crush the room. Trust me. You're the kind trouble finds. He squinted like he felt a riddle forming. Good. Peter Parker loves riddles he can solve. He'd hate the ones he can't. I clapped my hands once, turning the atmosphere from sentiment to sweat. All right. You came to thank us? Thank us properly. Properly. Do a set, I said, pointing at the mats. Earn your keep. That's how you thank Spartans. His eyes went dinner plate wide. What? I can't. Relax, I said, already getting up. I'm not handing you 400 pounds and a prayer. Baby version. You'll live. Probably. He glanced at the wall of muscle, swallowed like bravery tastes a little like nausea, and nodded. Okay. Just, don't laugh if I fall. No promises. We started with a warm-up that looks like nothing on paper and feels like regret in motion, hip hinges, band pulls, a little shoulder flossing, ankles that needed more love than any teenager suspects. The mat smelled like rubber and disinfectant, the honest perfume of places that get better one painstaking centimeter at a time. Push UPS, I said, dropping to show him the frame. Hands under shoulders, straight line from heel to head. Don't crane your neck like you're trying to kiss the floor. His first rep was exactly what you'd expect from a high school kid who pays attention in class but not to his scapulae, hips sagging, elbows flaring like he was trying to take flight. Alpha 02 tapped between his shoulder blades with the toe of a boot. No wait, just communication, and Peter straightened instinctively. Funny how fast people listen when the feedback is unarguable. Better, I said. Terrible, but better. I am trying, he said between reps, which is a better sentence than I can't. I know, I said, letting a grin slip. That's why it's funny. We moved to a hollow hold that taught his core what the word core actually means. He trembled like a light in a storm and didn't quit. 03 ghosted by, dropped a water bottle next to him without ceremony, and continued up the stairs like he hadn't added a kindness to the room. He adapts, Alpha 03 said from the landing, voice even as rainfall. That's 03 for high praise. Put it in a frame. Hear that, Parker? I said, and he tried to sit taller while lying on the floor. You managed to impress a Spartan. Rare thing almost never happens. Don't let it go to your head. You're still weak. He groaned into the mat and laughed anyway. That laugh has edges made for future heroics, it'll fit the mask he doesn't know he'll wear. We worked planks, then a farmer's carry with light plates. Alpha 04 drifted over long enough to nudge his grip in an inch, the kind of micro-correction that makes the difference between carrying and compensating. Thumb toward the seam, 04 said. Peter adjusted, and the tremble moved from sloppy to strong. Alpha 05 watched 06's barbell from the corner of his eye and still managed to flip Peter a towel when he finished the carry. Hydrate, 05 said, and the room nodded back on his behalf. 15 minutes later, Parker collapsed to a sit on the mat, chest cranking like a bellows. I tossed him a fresh water, then another because teenagers are camels with snark. He drained half of it in a single, heroic pull. That was way harder than gym class, he said when air and dignity returned enough to make sentences. Welcome to Spartan life, I said. You got the baby sampler. My guys would have had you crying at 5 minutes. He smiled around the rim of the bottle. That's comforting. It is, I said, and meant it. Few places tell you the truth about your limits and then stick around to make those limits bigger. Peter's eyes kept bouncing whiteboard, pull-up bars, the old chalk line where we'd measured jumps last night. Curiosity is his second pulse. He took everything in like a camera that improves what it captures. If I'd given him an hour and a notebook, he'd have drafted a plan to reorganize the dumbbell rack by grip geometry and then apologized for overstepping. We done? He asked, that hopeful teen boy tilt in his voice that says please say yes, I might die. For now. I offered a hand, he took it and got hauled up by a friendly truck. His palm was warm, the kind of warm that comes from trying. There's more where that came from if you keep showing up. I don't. He hesitated, recalculated, told the truth. I want to. Good, I said. Just so we're clear, you don't owe us anything. You don't owe me anything. You showed up to say thanks, you sweated, that's plenty. He hugged the backpack like it was part of him. After you helped me, I felt like I should. Listen, Parker, I said, tone sliding off jokes into something that might pass for adult. You're a kid. You don't pay us back by finding more trouble to get rescued from. You pay us back by not needing rescue when you can help it. I thumbed at the door. New York can be a lot. Keep your head up. Learn what you can. And if you really want to thank us. His eyebrows climbed. How? Bring pizza next time. I grinned. Membership fee. He blinked, then cracked a real laugh, the kind that squeaks at the end because his lungs were still on strike. All right. Deal. He glanced at the assembled Spartans, then back to me. What kind? Surprise me, I said. But if you show up with pineapple, 02 will put you through footwork drills until you cry. Alpha 02 didn't say I will out loud, he just let the moment be undeniable. Peter nodded solemnly, as if he'd just been handed a sacred quest: retrieve the pie, avoid the wrath of footwork. He slung the backpack, took one long look at Alpha 01, and swallowed the last of his fear. Remain safe, Alpha 01 said, the kind of benediction that makes a room feel smaller because the world outside it just got bigger. I will, Peter said, and he meant it like he wanted it to be true. He started for the stairs. Hey, Parker, I called, and he glanced back over the rail. Doors open for thanks, not for recruitment. You're not a soldier. You don't audition. You visit. You leave. You live your life. He blinked, surprised by a line he didn't know he needed. Oh, okay. Good man. Now go be late for something mundane. It'll make you interesting. He snorted, gave Alpha 01 an awkward little salute that wasn't a salute, and disappeared up the stairs, sneakers squeaking, the building swallowing him and then letting him go. The door swung shut. The basement breathed again. Well, boys, I said, watching the stairs like they might keep a secret if you stared hard enough. Looks like we've got a fan club. Untrained. Potential present, Alpha 02 said, as if he were logging a weapon system he wasn't allowed to touch. Exactly, I said. He makes me laugh. That's good enough for me. Boundaries, Alpha 03 said, which is his way of reminding me where the line is before I have to trip on it. Already drawn, I said. We don't recruit children. We don't arm children. We don't plan around children. We protect children. I pointed at the mats. Now go terrorize someone who signed a waiver. They went. Alpha 04 turned back to 09, tapping his own jaw relax, and 09 unclenched a fraction. 07 mirrored without being told. 06 waited for 05's nod before adding plates like he'd learned what patience buys. The room resumed its useful storm. On the mezzanine, I leaned against the rail and watched New York leak in through the vents. A siren stitched a block together 6 stories up. Street vendors argued in multiple languages over territory that was really heat and hope. Somewhere a SHIELD sedan existed just enough to remind us of Nick Fury's one-eyed curiosity. Somewhere else, Matt Murdock finished a brief and a bruise. The MCU thrummed like a symphony warming up. I checked the system: reflex, habit, addiction, pick a word. Points available, 0. Summoning Alpha 09 had burned the last 500. Fine. Worth it. Assists queued, 0. Training logged, +3 HRS, rookie conditioning, civilian engagement non-combat. Public sentiment, local warm curiosity. Risk, legal/PR manageable if pizza arrives. I snorted. Even my invisible blue numbers had jokes now. On the range level, Alpha 04 set 09 to dry fire rhythms while Alpha 05 ran breath ladders with 06 and 08 in for 4, out for 6, box patterns that teach brains how not to shout when the room does. 07 stood at the stairwell, jaw loose on purpose, the lesson from last week finally sinking from surface to bone. If Carlson asks, I told the ceiling, we call today community outreach. If Fury asks, we call it nothing to report and let him be mad about it. Alpha 01 appeared at my shoulder without sound. He does that. He doesn't mean to, we have rugs and everything. Civilian, Parker. Assessment, he said, because he knows I think better when I say it out loud. Hard to measure, I said. Smart. Curious like it's a job. Humor under pressure. Hates feeling useless, which is both a strength and a liability. Moves like a kid who hasn't figured out that his center of gravity is not a suggestion. He's going to get noticed by the wrong people eventually. Protection, Alpha-01 said. Awareness, I corrected gently. We don't tail a kid. We don't become the headline we're trying to prevent. If we cross him again, and we probably will, we keep an eye out without making a cage. Alpha-01 nodded, which in his dialect means you made a rule, I will enforce it. He glanced toward the sunlit stairwell as if the city might carry our promise upstairs. Pizza, he said, and for the first time all morning, I laughed loud enough to make 02 glance over. Yeah, I said. Let the record show, I have ethical clarity and priorities. The rest of the day developed habits. We rotated rookies, 09 shadowed 04, learning how to carry a long shape through a small space without turning into a liability. 08 mirrored 03's calm in the hallway, hands relaxed, eyes busy. 07 ran a tire on the roof and returned without clenching his jaw even once, like he'd personally won a minor war. 06 surprised himself with a clean set of 5 at a weight that used to flatten him. 05 surprised no one by pretending he wasn't proud. I handled admin, which, despite the MCU's thirst for spectacle, is what keeps small empires from becoming small tragedies. We checked perimeter cams for blind spots. We drafted Roe v. 1.1, addendum on civilians under 18, no names logged, no footage saved beyond 24 hours unless a crime demands it, no contact initiated by us unless safety requires. We taped it to 3 doors. We worked out a buddy rotation for Midtown so a rookie always stands where a veteran can see him. I ran a hand over the whiteboard and thought about Peter Parker's laugh when I told him to bring pizza. It echoed in the space like something that would grow into a story whether it wanted to or not. Spider-Man hadn't happened yet, the Avengers were still a recruitment pitch and an error message away. SHIELD was a polite ghost that knocked before haunting. This was the season for rules. For tone. For the habits that would keep us honest when the sky turned purple and aliens decided to add Fifth Avenue to their sightseeing tour. Near dusk, I took the bus keys down, walked the back lot, and checked the Alpha Express out of habit. The 3 SUVs flanked it like punctuation. The bus smelled faintly of rubber and metal and the stubborn detergent that refuses to admit defeat. I thought about 9 seats in economy, that toddler who cried when Alpha 03 tried to be small, the way the flight attendant had looked at us like we were a math problem that violated Euclidean geometry. New York had been loud enough to swallow us. Good. Let it swallow, not choke. Back inside, I found Alpha 02 drafting the next day's training in block letters neat enough to hang in a museum. He'd included a line item: civilian courtesy drill, greetings, door etiquette, crowd shoulder angle. I underlined door etiquette and wrote Peter Protocol next to it. 02 didn't smile, but his pen paused a fraction. We understood each other. We ate together on the second floor because the first floor was full of dumbbells and the top floor is mine. Pasta mountain for the rookies, protein with vegetables for the veterans, a soda for me that had no nutritional value and maximum moral one. The building felt like a ship you'd trust in a storm. After dinner, I took the roof with 01. The city's night opened like a circuit board, windows as diodes, sirens as pulses, jumbotron glow from Times Square baking the clouds faintly pink. A helicopter prowled a grid night shift. A couple argued somewhere within earshot in a language neither of us spoke and both of us understood. Good day, I said to the skyline, the building, the system, myself. Alpha 01 didn't answer. He didn't need to. His silence said, the line held, the rules held, the city breathed, we learned, we'll do it again tomorrow. On the way back down, we passed Alpha 04 reminding 09 to keep his thumb off the imaginary safety unless the imaginary range was hot. Habits, 04 said. They are who you are when you don't have time to be who you want. For 04, that counted as poetry. 09 nodded like he was memorizing a prayer. I hit the couch. The system surfaced like a screensaver. Points available, 0. Training logged, +6 HRS, rookie mentorship, civilian conditioning, Dry fire fundamentals. Assists, 0, not counting one teenager's morning made safer. Public sentiment, block radius warmer. SHIELD watchfulness, constant, tolerable. Risk, pizza selection error may trigger footwork drills, 02. I closed my eyes and let the fizz of the day settle. We didn't save the world today. We didn't have to. We tuned a fortress, sharpened rookies, split a squad, handed 3 men to the NYPD who didn't have to draw their guns, and told one kid from Hell's Kitchen that help isn't a fluke and safety isn't a mistake you owe the universe for later. Some days in the MCU look like lightning and portals and gods getting their toys back. Some days look like push UPS, planks, paperwork, and a pizza promise. Both days build the same future. Pineapple is banned, I told the ceiling, just to be safe. From the hall, without looking in, Alpha 02 said, confirmed. Chapter 29, 9 in the city. New York sounded different when it bent around us. Not officially no mayoral proclamation, no siren change, but the second all 9 of my Spartans hit the sidewalk together, the city's noise seemed to fold, like fabric creasing around a moving fist. Conversations thinned. Heads turned. A taxi eased its brake for a beat longer than physics demanded. People didn't know what they were looking at. Avengers adjacent? SHIELD contractors? Stark Industries prototypes, but their bodies recognized the math, 9 walking problems for anyone intending harm. I leaned against the Alpha Express, our quietly ridiculous tour bus, paper coffee going warm in my hand, and watched the block ripple. Well, boys, I said, because ceremony matters, we've got their attention. Told you we'd stand out. You don't blend in when you're 9 walking tanks. Alpha 01 looked down at me from a very long way up, a statue that had learned manners. Deployment order. Today's efficiency day, I said. If we stick together, we cover one street. If we split, we cover the city. More people helped, more idiots stopped, more good feelings. Points, Alpha 02 said, just to keep me honest. Points, I allowed, because I contain multitudes. I unfolded a printed map of Manhattan, the kind you could still crumple and stab with a finger, and tapped assignments. 01, 02, 03 You're my front line. Midtown Manhattan. Foot traffic, tourists, pickpockets with delusions of immortality. Times Square to Bryant Park Loop. Keep it clean. 3 nods, 01's like a gavel, 02's like a checkbox, 03's like a promise. 04 and 07 south into Lower Manhattan. You'll get a healthy mix, bodega disputes, bar spillover, cruise testing boundaries. 07, jaw loose. We don't grind enamel for justice. Alpha 07 unclenched on command. 05 and 09 Uptown Residential. Small stuff. A rookie's first reps happen where the sirens echo more than they scream. 05's nod carried a mentor's patience, 09 mirrored it 1 heartbeat late. 06, 08 Central Park and the ring around it. Trouble pops fast there and vanishes faster. Eyes up. Runners are oblivious. Dog walkers are weaponized with leashes and opinions. Understood, 06 said. 08 touched the brim of a cap he wasn't wearing, a tell that would become style if I let it. And me. I tucked the map away. I supervise. Drift between you. Make sure nobody sets anything on fire. Smile for the cameras. Try not to become a trending villain. Questions? None. Just 8 Spartans, steady and ready. We'd learned the habit of moving without needing to be told twice. Good, I said. Let's go make this city a little less terrible. They split like a clock unwinding, 3 north, 2 south, 2 west into green, 2 east to brownstone country, boots snapping in rhythm and then dissolving into New York's walk. I shadowed the front line first. If you're going to watch anything, start where density is. Midtown does its Midtown thing, horns, hawkers, camera straps, a smell that's half roasted nuts and half steam. Great confessional. A man in a foam Statue of Liberty crown pitched selfies to tourists like salvation. A double-decker bus droned past with a guide mispronouncing Hell's Kitchen like it had bones in it. We didn't make 5 blocks before an idiot grabbed a purse and sprinted. He chose the wrong current to swim against. Alpha 02 moved before I finished my sip. 2 strides that turned the world slippery for anyone else, a hand at the collar, momentum borrowed and returned. One shocked thief hung there like a coat on a hook, feet running in the air for a comical extra half second. The purse came back. A quick twist, a zip tie whisper, and the city had one less opportunist. Polite, nervous clapping. Phones up. Always phones. Ladies and gentlemen, I called, not bothering to hide the showman because PR is a uniform, crime-free courtesy of the Alpha program. NYPD pickup included. You're welcome. The woman tried to thank me. I tilted my head at Alpha 02. Thank the tall guy. I'm just the brains. Alpha 03 tilted his head at me in perfect synchronization. Shared responsibility. Okay, half the brains, I conceded, and 03's mouth almost twitched. For him, that's slapstick. We radioed the nearest patrol car, let the officer climb out of disbelief, and handed off the tied package. The cop Sergeant Patel, name tag steady, took in 02 and 03 with a wariness that was mostly professional. Appreciate the assist, she said, voice careful. Next time, try not to do the commentary. I come with narration, I said. It's in the user manual. She didn't smile. She did not. We left her with a subdued thief and a job slightly easier than 5 minutes ago. Lower Manhattan carries a different heartbeat. Older brick, newer money, stubborn parks tucked between glass teeth. I cut down Canal and found Alpha 04 and 07 at the taper of an alley, where the morning's first escalation had become an education. 6 men on the pavement, 2 still deciding if running was a form of hope. 07 stood in the alley mouth, presence alone blocking the escape route. 04 held up a palm at me, the universal give me 5 seconds, and finished the lesson with silence and dexterity. A wrist redirected. A knee tapped with exactly enough pressure that the joint became philosophical. The fight ended by realizing it had no future. Poetry, I said, clapping once. We should sell lessons. How not to get arrested by accidentally fighting my men, 101. Area secured, Alpha 04 said, adjusting his gloves in a way that told me 07 had missed one angle and learned it on the repeat. The groaning chorus on the pavement agreed with our evaluation. One of the indecisive 2 tried to use speech as a smoke bomb. You can't, you're not cops, this is a citizen's intervention, I said. Non-lethal, recorded, handed off. Welcome to the modern age. You're going to be internet for at least 8 minutes. His eyes flipped toward the phones at the alley mouth and then back to 07's chest. He elected to be very quiet. An officer from the local precinct arrived, took one look at our zip tie origami, sighed in a way that belonged to city pay scales, and took statements that would read very legally accurate later. 07 kept his jaw loose the entire time. Progress. Uptown is made of stories that prefer to stay indoors. The sidewalks had strollers and chorus rehearsals of Watch the Curb, brownstones that leaned close for gossip, stoops with chessboards waiting for ghosts. Alpha 05 and 09 walked it like a pair of bookends, 05 scanning windows, 09 tracking shadows like he was studying for a test with ambulation as a subject. We turned onto a quieter block and found 2 men coaxing a jewelry store door with a crowbar that told you everything about their last 5 bad decisions. 05 went to the left one, redirected the metal to the sidewalk so gently you could almost call it customer service, and set him down with a hand to the chest like a bouncer tired of repeating himself. 09 took the right one with a grip that respected ligaments and a pivot that put the man belly down and breathing, no more, no less. Nice teamwork, 09, I said. Didn't even dent him. Proud of you. 09 didn't answer with words rookies rarely do at first, but his spine found another inch. The shop owner, peering from behind a rack of watches, made 3 signs of 2 different religions and handed us a box of sugared biscuits. 05 took them, because he understood that community is a currency. A woman across the street asked, "Are they military?" "Something like that," I said. "Friendly?" "Mostly." She left, gripping her bag a little tighter and looking over her shoulder for a second and third time. Not fear adjustment. The city learning new shapes takes a minute. Central Park likes to pretend it is a forest that tolerates a city, rather than the other way around. The day had warmed into a sticky noon, runners cut the loops, tourists fed pigeons despite every sign pleading otherwise. Alpha 06 and 08 worked the perimeter, 06's bulk dissuaded nonsense, 08's eyes counted patterns like a mathematician who never got bored. A cyclist's shout cracked the green. A man was halfway through stealing a wallet from a bench where a mother turned a stroller and a paperback into a precarious attention triangle. 06 closed the distance with a speed that rewrote several spectators' understanding of big bodies. He redirected the thief into the grass without malice and with complete authority. 08 scooped the wallet and returned it with a formal nod that made the mother laugh despite the shaking. "Even the park isn't safe," I told her, "because truth is kinder than platitude. Good thing we've got rookies on it." She looked the rookies over their quiet, their symmetry and asked, "Are you sure this is allowed?" "Helping," I said. "We're working very hard to keep it that way." She thanked 06 and 08, twice each, and wheeled away fast enough to be late for less than she'd been late for 10 minutes ago. I clapped 06 on the shoulder. "Guess those squats are doing their job." 06 blinked his appreciation, the Spartan equivalent of a fist pump, and 08 finally let the ghost of a smile exist where it wanted to. The day unfolded in repetitions that didn't feel repetitive: prevent, restrain, hand off, vanish. We built a route through Midtown that caught 3 separate pickpockets in an hour and earned us a compilation video with an unforgivable EDM track. We diverted a contractor dispute downtown before a punch turned into a lawsuit. 07 caught a thrown bottle in Chinatown without flinching and then set it gently on a windowsill like he'd saved a bird. 05 stood between 2 teenagers ramping up to something they'd regret and told them, without words, that maturity could be contagious. 09 stopped a delivery scooter from becoming a crime scene when its rider misjudged a turn and found the underside of a taxi. The kid cried gratitude into 09's vest until the ambulance arrived. 03 cut 3 blocks out of our path with a shortcut nobody else would have trusted and introduced me to an alley cat who decided we were furniture. Not all of it was tidy. New York never is. Just after lunch, a scaffolding clamp failed on a side street near Columbus Circle. There's a kind of noise metal makes when it remembers gravity sudden and clear, like an argument with a last word. Half a ton of pipes listed toward a sidewalk full of strangers and slow walkers, and 6 stories up, a worker yelped something too sharp to be profane. I was 3 storefronts away with 06 and 08 when the sound hit bone. "Move," I said, and they didn't need me to finish the sentence. 06 went for mass. He drove under the dropping pipe bundle, braced the shoulder that never fails, and stole momentum. The impact made a sound I felt in my teeth. The rigs groaned across his back like an iron hug, and for a second the world paused between 2 outcomes. 08 went for people. He herded the sidewalks indecisive into a storefront with a choreography that saved ankles and lawsuits. The third pipe peeled wide, heading for a stroller the universe hadn't fully decided to spare. 08 slid and kicked the wheel assembly just enough that the angle became miss instead of memory. The worker above clung to railing and dignity, breathing fast. 06 shifted the weight to the curb and let it settle with the careful disgust of a man placing something heavy he didn't intend to buy. He rolled his shoulders, I kept the concern behind my tongue because dignity is also armor. Anyone hurt? I demanded, scanning. A dozen people said no in 12 ways. A foreman with a sunburn shouted apologies from the top of a ladder. A building inspector not actually summoned, simply eternally present materialized like a side quest. I looked at 06. He nodded once, fine. His breath was fast but unspectacular. 08 checked the stroller and handed the mom a toy that had bounced out. She cried without making a sound, which is its own language. The cameras were everywhere. They always are. SHIELD would be chewing this feed by dinner. Nick Fury would file it under assets I do not control who insist on being helpful. We made our statements. We took our thanks like it was radioactive. We left before gratitude hardened into dependency. I swung by Lower Manhattan next just in time to stop Alpha 07 from making his first real mistake. He had a suspect, a kid really, 17 at most, pinned a little too high on a wall outside a bodega where a shoplifting attempt had become wrestling. The kid was trying for that panicked strength that has broken ribs and worse. 07 had his palm on the sternum and his jaw was clenching, old habit trying to find the wheel again. 07, eyes, I said, voice steady enough to ground a plane. He looked at me. I pointed at his jaw. He loosened it. I pointed at the kid's elbow. He shifted pressure to the tricep instead of the chest. The scene exhaled. Alpha 04 arrived on a line I hadn't seen him draw and took over with hands that had made fewer mistakes than most men his age had days. Contain, not crush, 04 murmured to 07. We are stone to shape, not to break. The bodega owner yelled in 2 languages and counted off items on his fingers and gratitude on his face. The kid cried with the ugly hiccups of someone who doesn't do it often enough to be graceful. I put a hand on 07's shoulder 1 second, just contact, and we finished the handoff to NYPD without explaining anything we didn't have to. Good correction, I told 07 afterward. That's what learning looks like in the wild. Not pretty. Necessary. Acknowledged, he said, and chose not to look at his own hands like they'd betrayed him. That choice mattered. By late afternoon, the patterns got lazier, office crowds stretching into early dinners, dog walkers angling for shade, tourists sunburned into politeness. Alpha 02 wrote a polite catastrophe report in his head for a taxi that nearly killed itself. Alpha 03 found us a water vendor who didn't price gouge like he was inventing a new art form. Alpha 01 stood in the corner of a block where Times Square surrenders to 7th Avenue and turned into a sign of things, you can do better here. We regrouped just before dusk, the bus door sighing us back into our quiet. The garage swallowed the Alpha Express and closed its mouth. The Spartans formed up without being told, 2 lines of long shadows and day stories. The rookies wore the kind of exhaustion that builds, not steals. The veterans looked like they could keep going until the moon retired. Not bad, boys, I said, folding arms that had done more directing than lifting and still felt used. Whole day of patrols. No injuries, no mess, clean results, 1 building spared embarrassment, 3 viral clips we won't share, 8 different languages of thanks. That's efficiency. The system chimed behind my eyes, cheerful as a cash register that only accepts good deeds. Points earned, 1,500. Reason, multiple civilian assists, criminal captures, incident prevention, citywide. Public sentiment, Manhattan warming. Risk, legal/PR manageable, monitor NYPD union chatter, trending tag number 9 in the city. And there's the cherry on top, I said. Just what I needed. We filed down to the first basement because celebrations feel better near iron. The rookies sat with the weight of the day on their shoulders and the urge to do it again in their eyes. The veterans stood at parade rest like they'd invented it. Okay, I said, flicking the blue screen forward. 1,500 points. That's training money. My gaze settled on 06, the scaffolding, the shoulder, the way he hadn't looked heroic about it. He'd been a solution, not a pose. "Congrats," I said, pointing at him. "You won today's lottery. System, begin Spartan 2 training for Alpha 06. Blue light unrolled over him, a second skin sewing itself tighter and smarter. No thunder, no choir, just the quiet adjustment of limits. He stood motionless under the glow, then exhaled as it faded, and something about him harmonized, edges clean, gaze steadier, motion less expensive. "Rookie no more." He saluted. "Commander." "Look at you," I whistled. "Shiny. Alpha 03, you've got yourself a proper partner now." 03 gave a small nod that would move mountains if you knew how to read it. 08 clapped 06 on the forearm once, quickly, like permission to be proud. "Perfect," I said. "Another upgrade." Slowly but surely, this family's turning into a nightmare for every criminal in the city. We kept it the way any self-respecting New York day demands: pizza boxes stacked like cinder blocks, soda cans rolling into corners, carb fumes turning the air into a church. I took a slice, burned the roof of my mouth, and considered it a sacrament. "Ground rules," I said around a bite, because nothing sinks in like policy over pizza. "Tomorrow, same split unless the system tugs my sleeve or SHIELD knocks." 07, you did good today, do it again, earlier. 05, keep 09 on a leash tight enough to learn, loose enough to breathe. 04, you're the South Borough conscience, if a situation smells wrong, walk it longer. 02, I want door etiquette drills in the morning. 03, stair runs are now right, everyone gets a turn at your religion. 06, congrats. 08, quit inventing hats with your hand. You'll confuse civilians. 08 almost smiled again. I was going to get that grin one day and frame it. After dinner, we scrubbed the tables, taped a row addendum to a second door, no minors detained unless immediate danger, call commander, and did dishes because empires fall on dirty forks. I climbed to the top floor with a fresh can of something with bubbles and no vitamins and stood in the window while Manhattan did its shimmering thing. The city's hum got under the skin like a good song you never mind repeating. My phone buzzed on the crate we were pretending was a side table. Caller ID, Carlson. Of course. Agent Phil, I answered. Enjoy the compilation? We got a good angle on your good side. I don't have a bad side, Carlson said, polite humor threading the needle. Busy day. We walked the dog, I said. The dog is named Manhattan. Cute, he said dryly. Fury wants to be sure you're not recruiting minors. Tell Fury I'm allergic to paperwork in orange crayon, I said. We had a civilian visitor yesterday. We gave him a water bottle and a pep talk. He owes us a pizza. A beat. Parker, he asked, because SHIELD doesn't guess far from truth. Small world, I said. Point is, we don't run a youth program. We run a no funerals program. You understand why I'm calling? I do, I said, and let a slice of seriousness show. We play by our rules and your lines until the world tries to end again. Then we play by physics. Carlson exhaled like he'd been holding a day in his chest. You make my job very complicated, Shredder. I try not to, I said. It just sort of happens around me. Keep it clean, he said. Keep it public. No basements we don't know about. You know about all our basements, I said, and hung up before he asked me to label them. The building settled. The city turned the lights on different windows. Somewhere in Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock finished brushing his teeth and pretended not to listen to the sirens. Somewhere uptown, Peter Parker negotiated with a pizza place about a topping policy that would save him from Alpha 02's drills. SHIELD watched our footage and filed us under assets to monitor. The NYPD union drafted a strongly worded statement they'd never send, Twitter tried on number 9 in the city like a new jacket. Alpha 01 drifted to his post by my door, the shadow that makes shadows behave. Progress confirmed, he said, which is his way of admitting the day did what we asked it to. I raised my chin in the direction of the door and the men behind it. Damn right. The system fluttered one last update behind my eyes. Points available, 0. Training completed, Alpha 06, Spartan 2. Team status, Train 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06 Rookies 07, 08, 09. Public sentiment, borough-wide warming. Legal/PR risk, manageable, observe door etiquette, de-escalation praise trending. I closed it, not because I had to, but because today was enough. Not every chapter is gods falling out of the sky or Mjolnir choosing a king. Some are a purse handed back and a scaffolding that doesn't ruin a Tuesday. Some are a rookie loosening his jaw because his commander pointed twice. Some are a city shifting its weight to let 9 strangers pass without deciding it hates them for the trouble. Tomorrow, we'd do it again, split the squad, walk the map, stitch 9 small seams in a place that doesn't like hems. Tomorrow, we'd teach the concrete our names. Tomorrow, someone would film us doing our job and set it to music we didn't ask for. Tomorrow, Nick Fury would scowl and Phil Coulson would sigh and the MCU would keep tuning itself toward the storm we all knew was coming. Tonight, New York belonged to itself. And for a few streets, it sounded better. Chapter 30, 2 More Brothers. Chapter 30, 2 More Brothers. The Alpha Complex woke me before my alarm ever could. It wasn't the skyline or the sunlight New York's glow can scald or sulk depending on the day, but the sound of a building learning the tempo of 9 soldiers. The first basement spoke in iron, plates kissing sleeves, bars settling into rattling rests, a steady clink that said work is prayer. 2 floors below, the range answered with measured punctuation, pop, pop, pause, discipline measured in groups the size of a quarter. The scent came up the stairwell with the noise, coffee, gun oil, and a skillet film of fried eggs that somehow migrated from the lobby hot plate to the top floor. I yawned my way down the stairs with a mug, bare feet slapping cement. Morning, machines, I called into the hum. Your favorite human has arrived. Alpha 05 glanced up from a squat rack where he was scripting 09 through depth and control. 05 has a coach's patience, he marks increments the way metronomes do, and 2 and 3. Commander. On the mat, Alpha 07 ground out push UPS with Alpha 04's boot a polite weight between his shoulder blades. Sweat mapped clean lines down 07's face, not an ounce wasted on drama. He didn't look up. 04 watched the elbow angles like sin. Dedication, I said, smirking. Somebody remind me never to arm wrestle you. No one volunteered, I took that as agreement. I made a lazy circle through our daybreak ritual. 04 has a disease where he aligns anything that can be aligned mets at perfect right angles, tape rolls facing out like saluting buttons. 05 clicks his tongue once at the beginning of a set and never again, a downbeat nobody misses. Alpha 08, who should have been a librarian in a kinder universe, polices the brass on the range into neat lines between strings 3 and 3 and 3 like he's teaching the floor to count. Alpha 09, newest of the rookies, keeps his chin tucked too tight until 05 taps it up with a knuckle. 09's a carbon copy of a carbon copy until you make him choose, and then you see a preference, left foot lead even when he thinks he's right dominant. I store that away. Preferences become tactics. After a lap with my mug and a few complimentary heckles, I clapped and leaned on a rack. Plan time. We're splitting the difference today. Veterans and a freshly minted Spartan go earn us some goodwill and better points. The rest of you stay here and let 04 and 05 turn the rookies into something nobody wants to fight. Split focus, double progress. Alpha 01 stepped out of nowhere like he'd been having a conversation with the wall and won. Assignment. 01 has a ritual of tapping 2 fingers against a frame whenever he changes rooms. Doorways keep secrets, he greets them all. 01, 02, 03 you're out. Midtown to the river, light on your feet, heavy on your judgment. Take 06 with you for road time. 06 straightened like a bell had rung only he could hear. Yesterday's glow still clung to him, fresh Spartan 2 polish, the edges sanded to performance. 04, 05 you're my drill sergeants. 07, 08, 09 congratulations, you're today's victims. Expect clarity. Also pain. They nodded in unison. 09 looked a hair stiff. Adorable. And me? I sipped and made a show of stretching like I had hamstrings left. Floating the usual, some training, some oversight, all comedy relief. Everyone wins. They moved like a watch opening springs uncoiling into their lanes. 01, 02, 03, 06 took the garage stairs in a double time that barely bruised the air. 04 and 05 gathered the rookies with a glance, mat, rack, ear protection now. Watching them split always feels like sending kids to school. You trust the work you put in yesterday to keep them from being foolish today. Begin, 04 said, and circled 07 like a hawk choosing where to land. Guard up. Strike. Reset. Faster. No shoulders. He didn't need to bark, his silence does the disciplining. Sweat pooled under 07 by the 6th circuit. His fists hit the pads with an honest meat and bone thud, each time a centimeter more correct than the last. Across the room 05 slid 09 under a barbell and set his hands 1 finger width narrower than instinct. Steady. Controlled. Hips under. Don't romance the negative. The bar moved like a metronome, clean on the way up, on purpose on the way down. On the range, 08 widened his stance under 04's narrowed eye and turned paper into lace. He policed his own brass like a compulsion, and 04 let him. Habits that clean up after themselves are the cheapest to keep. I couldn't help myself, heckling is cardio. 07, are you swatting flies or hitting a man? Find some indignation, please. 09, careful, dent the floor with that bar and you're patching concrete with your teeth. 08, try for the target, not the decorative border. I got the silence I deserved, unbothered, every word. Beautiful. By mid-morning I did a lap on street level, not because they needed me, they didn't, but because New York is a better teacher than any coach and I like to see my men learn in the wild. Alpha 02 has a tell nobody sees, he adjusts his watchband when he's about to shift from observe to act. I watched him do it from half a block away as a man with wallet intentions angled toward a mother juggling a stroller, iced coffee, and the impossible physics of toddler negotiations. 02 didn't hurry, he arrived. 2 fingers around a wrist, a pivot, a handoff to 01 who was suddenly there to be gravity. The whole move took as long as it takes to think. Hey? The woman said thank you in a breathless language I don't speak and 02 gave her the exact nod that says you were always safe even when you weren't. That nod is public service. Alpha 03 handled doorways like colleagues. I trailed him through a bodega dispute, voices high, hands low, escalation flirting with the idea of becoming work, and watched him transit the threshold without triggering the wrong animals in the human brain. Palms visible, chin neutral, weight on the balls of the feet. He breathed 4 in, 4 out. Box breathing turned into moving prayer and the shop owner's shoulders lost the urge to point at the ceiling. 03 didn't say much. He took space until everyone else's space felt larger. When words finally came, they were ordinary, we all want to leave this room proud. Which is magic disguised as common sense. Alpha 06 almost ruined my day by being the kind of story heroes get their backs broken writing. A plastic bag robbery, sweet summer child thought a deli till and a pocket knife was a plan soured fast when 06 rounded the aisle and filled the thief's world with no. The kid's hands trembled, the knife flashed idiot bright. 06 didn't crush, he reframed. Weight shifted to the left, shoulder low, a knee not exploding a kneecap but erasing the angle that made the knife dangerous. The blade clattered and 06 put a hand gently on the kid's shoulder, human contact softer than it needed to be, and said, "Hey. Not today." The deli owner handed me a box of cannoli like his grandmother had baked it 5 minutes ago. I let 06 take one. Rewards matter. By noon, my phone buzzed. Carlson. Text only. Everything we've seen stays this clean and I sleep on a Sunday for the first time in a decade. P. I sent him an emoji I maintain is a thumbs up even though he reads it as trouble brewing. Boundaries are important. When the patrol element returned to the garage just after 1, they were flanked by a parade of zip-tied mistakes: 3 thieves, a pair of men who believed a crowbar is a skeleton key, and 1 tourist mugger whose day had gone extraordinarily not according to plan. The loot: 2 bags, 1 backpack, a handful of watches that desperately wanted to be real landed on a workbench with the soft thuds of consequences. 01 led the line with the same calm that starts storms and ends them. I clapped slowly. Gorgeous. NYPD's going to start sending us Christmas cards. Patrol complete, 06 reported, voice cleaner, edges lined up. He's finding cadence. Cadence builds trust. Not bad for your first full day as a full Spartan, I said. Didn't even trip over your boots. No reaction, of course. But 02 gave him a single nod. From 02, that's a standing ovation. The system kissed the back of my skull with a pleasant tone. Ding! Points earned, 1000. Reason: multiple captures, assists, de-escalations, citywide. Public sentiment: local warming. Risk: legal/PR steady. Maintain door etiquette. Number 9 in the city trending at low heat. Music to my ears, I said, and tucked hands in pockets because if you don't act casual about cosmic slot machines, they get shy. We regrouped in the first basement, the place we lace reward to work. The blue overlay settled in my vision when I called it. Points available, 1000. Spartan clone, 500. Spartan 2 training, 1500. I rubbed my hands until friction almost bought me a second coffee. 2 for 1 special. System: summon new clones, designations Alpha 10 and Alpha 11. Blue light outshone the fluorescence, clean as a weld bead. It coalesced the way a thought becomes a plan. I don't pretend it's normal making people, but this world does not reward small tools. The light thinned, then cleared, and 2 new towers of potential stood at attention, raw stance, clear eyes, a breath held by a choir. They saluted together. Commander. There's a beat I never skip. The joke armor slips just a fraction and something like gravity tugs. I am many things: liar, choir director, problem with good hair, but I am also responsible for the people I make. Welcome to the family, I said, letting warmth live in the sentence like heat under steel. You're 10 and 11. You'll be terrifying in no time. Their faces didn't change, not really, it takes weeks for quirks to choose a home. But 10's left foot was already a half-inch forward, ready to drift. 11 hummed a single note he probably didn't notice, barely audible, a tuning fork in human shape. There it is, micro traits announcing themselves like shy neighbors. I pointed across the mat. 10 goes with 05, 11 with 03. 05 inclines, the patience of a metronome. Acknowledged. 03's nod is shorter, a line drawn with a pen that never smudges. Confirmed. Reasons matter, I added, for me more than them. 05's a builder. He won't sand skin off just to smooth wood. 03's a sharpener. He'll teach you how to cut without bleeding. They stuck to their mentors like magnets. Adorable. Terrifying. Both can be true. We folded 10 and 11 into the afternoon carousel. 07 boxed until his knuckles took on that proud strawberry that says I met a pad and took nothing from it. 08 chewed through magazines until the paper on his lane looked like someone had taught snow to peel. 09 lifted until gravity had to invent a rule to accommodate him. 10's footwork betrayed his left lane bias. 05 didn't fight it, he trained the drift into a tactic, teaching him how to trap an opponent's lead step. 11's hum returned between rounds. 03 turned it into breath work, 4 counts on the tone in, hold, 4 counts out, hold until 11's shoulders learned how to lower on command. Between sets, I floated. Alpha 04 corrected 07 with a thumb to the hip rather than a word, and 07's guard stopped chasing his own elbows. Alpha 05 redirected 09's bar speed with nothing but eye contact, and somehow gravity listened. On the range, 08 took a half-second extra on his first shot each string and shaved a quarter-inch off his last 3. Yes, I saw. I see all my people when they're working. It's my favorite vice. We called a break and I passed bottles like communion. Not bad, rookies. You're still rough enough to scrape your commander if he hugs you, but sharper than yesterday. Keep going and you'll embarrass me less in public. Alpha 04 looked at me. Commander requires conditioning. Oh, I'll keep myself alive, I said. You machines handle the heavy lifting. I'm the charming one. 04 stared. Okay, I'm the loud one. 05 deadpanned, correct. The afternoon brought a small complication, because the universe gets itchy if you're having too good a day. 2 floors up, near the stairwell, a city inspector in a jacket the color of compliance stood braced against a clipboard. A neighbor second floor, Mrs. Hernandez, who waters her plants like they owe her interest, had called to just make sure the fitness center doesn't collapse in on itself. Her delivery of empanadas the night before suggested she wanted us here more than not. People are complicated, I love that. Good afternoon, the inspector said. He made it almost friendly. I need to talk fire code, occupancy, and sound levels. Great. I said, because telling the truth quickly looks like confidence. Basements are split, 1 gym, 1 range. We have ventilation, sound baffles on order, and a noise plan. Occupancy rotating, not stacked. We're not running a nightclub, we're running discipline. He blinked at discipline, which is not a word buildings usually claim. I guided him through anyway. 04 ensured Mets were state-of-the-art and placed like we'd read the manual, we did. 05 produced a log sheet of rotations that looked bureaucratically delicious. 08 showed the brass buckets and a posted row placard that said no live fire during quiet hours, no unsupervised shooters, ear protection mandatory, no exceptions, no funnies. The inspector made notes with the intensity of a man who saw his own reflection in a clipboard. Your neighbors will want assurances, he said finally. We'll host an open house, I said. Cookies. Tours. Promise we're not a cult. He almost smiled. You have permits for the range. We have lawyers, I said. They like permits. They collect them. He left with fewer questions than he arrived, which is theft from entropy. SHIELD would see the report in an hour and send me a thumbs up in the form of a not text. Carlson likes to communicate via absence of scolding. It's very paternal. Back on the floor, 07 and 11 ran a mirror drill under 03's eye. 1 led, 1 echoed, both learned how to be readable without becoming predictable. 10 worked a corner trap with 05, drifting left on purpose now, turning a flaw into a map. 09 did a finisher set under 04's boot, a tradition, not a punishment, and didn't wobble on the ascent. That matters more than the plate count. Down the hallway, the elevator dinged and the delivery guy from Slice of Heaven took one look at 11 Spartans in the lobby and ran the last 10 steps like a gazelle that respected gravity. He set the stack of pizza boxes on the table and blurted, "No tip necessary," before I could fish cash from any pocket. I caught his sleeve gently, laughed. "You survived the approach. That's worth 20. He processed that we were human long enough to take the bills, then left fast enough to be a cameo. Fear is a rhythm, I'm learning how to break it into new songs. We spread dinner like blueprints, slices laid out, soda cans sweating into rings on the table, garlic knots sacrificed to the gods of carbohydrate mercy. Mrs. Hernandez knocked, scolded me for answering without shoes, and shoved a tray of empanadas at my torso. For your boys, she said, narrowing her eyes at 07 until he took an extra and said gracias with the best diction I've heard him spend. She left muttering about good posture like she'd just adopted a platoon. I leaned back in a folding chair that didn't deserve its fate and watched 11 soldiers eat like force multipliers. Veterans calm. Rookies ravenous. Alpha 01 by the door as usual, Sentinel without making drama of it. Alpha 028 as if fuel had an appointment and he was on time. Alpha 03 folded his slice in half with the precision of a symmetry proof. Alpha 04 wiped his hands before touching anything that wasn't disposable because grease is an opponent. Alpha 05 tapped a quarter rhythm on the tabletop before taking the first bite. Alpha 06 placed his plate exactly 3 inches from the table edge and then forgot to move it. Alpha 07 rolled his right shoulder once and then remembered not to. Alpha 08 stacked the empty boxes into a perfect square and then ruined the perfection by laughing when 09 added one misaligned on purpose, not out of disrespect, but to say we don't break because we're neat because we don't break. Alpha 10 drifted left even while sitting, and Alpha 11 hummed that one note under his breath so quietly only 03 and I caught it. 2 weeks ago, I said, raising a can, we had one Spartan. Now we have 11. At this pace, I'll need another building. Also a city permit for admiring ourselves. Expansion possible, 01 said, because he thinks out loud to keep me honest. Don't tempt me, I said, and meant it. The system chimed again, not with points, but with a note I hadn't asked for. Advisory, public attention curve increasing. NYPD Union chatter neutral to wary. SHIELD tag, active monitor. Recommendation, community presence events reduce variance. Suggested action, open house, restricted areas closed. Invite, local precinct, neighbors. Tomorrow, we'll do cookies, I said into the room, and 05 understood how much that costs me. Sugar diplomacy isn't my brand, but New York keeps receipts. We'll pay some with pastry. After dinner came cleanup because empires fall on dirty forks, rookies scrubbed, veterans stacked. I stole the last garlic knot and pretended it had an alibi. We taped a new row addendum by the range door: no minors detained unless immediate danger, commander notified immediately, and 04 fussed with the corners until the placard looked like it had always belonged there. We sorted bunks on 4 floors, veterans with their own space and quiet, and rookies paired with mentors so sleep could learn their names too. 10 and 05 got a room with a view of a brick wall that keeps secrets. 11 and 03 got the corner with a sliver of skyline that makes even insomnia feel generous. 07 gave 08 his pillow because 08 had decided pillows are frivolous, and I told him being miserable isn't a virtue. He accepted the logic with the reluctance of a monk considering a couch. Night pressed its face against the windows and fogged them with city breath. I took the roof and the air that lives above sirens. Manhattan hummed a million deals below, some honest, some desperate, some mostly harmless. 01 drifted up like a rumor and stopped 1 pace back and left his spot. The skyline stitched itself shiny, out east, clouds massed over the water like gossip. A helicopter traced a line between Midtown Towers, and far below, a pair of teenagers laughed inside a hoodie. 11 Spartans, 1 fortress, and a city that has no idea what hit it, I said to the lights. Progress sustained, 01 replied. He doesn't ask questions out loud, but I answer the ones he would. We're going to keep the points consistent, I said softly. When we can train, we train. When we can't, we grow. We keep it clean. We keep it public. We make the neighbors bring us empanadas because they want us here, not because they're afraid to make it otherwise. 01's eye line didn't move. Watching is his art. Boundaries. Yeah, I said, looking down at my hands and every decision they've signed. I've got them. Few, but they're mine. We don't kill. We don't kidnap. We don't pretend people are problems just because solving problems is fun. If Fury comes back with that look he wears like the last good coat on earth, we have answers that don't taste like lies. A beat. A breeze. Somewhere, a saxophone decided windows were loud enough to be an audience. Understood, he said, and tapped a knuckle twice on the roof hatch because doors deserve rituals even when they're horizontal. My phone buzzed again. A message from an unknown number that wasn't unknown. Nice work with the inspector. Keep it neighborly. P. Cowlson signs like a man who knows you'll delete the text and keep the meaning. I pocketed it and checked the system out of habit. It hummed obligingly. Points available, 0. Team, Train 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06 Rookies 07, 08, 09, 10, 11. Public sentiment, warming, Alpha complex neighborhood. Risk, manageable, observe fire code, open house recommended. Upcoming, Industry Expo, Stark adjacent, Chatter +2, Vigilante rumor density uptick in Hell's Kitchen. Looks like the city's already planning our next date, I said to 01 and the breeze. Expo season, rumor season, maybe Stark breathing at Pepper over a show floor that smells like money. And kitchen heat rising, because Matt never quits. 01 didn't answer. He doesn't do prophecy. He does today so thoroughly tomorrow gets embarrassed. I finished my can of soda, the kind with bubbles and no vitamins, and watched a window across the way turn from blue to black. Someone went to bed. Someone else went to work. Somewhere, a door closed without anyone hearing it. That's the sound I chase. Back downstairs, I drifted the floors like a tide, 04 walking 07 through a cooldown with sleeves rolled and exactitude dialed down to human. 05 showing 10 that footwork is dancing minus the arrogance. 03 sitting on the floor with 11, both of them breathing that one note so quietly the range's ventilation fan became percussion. 08 shaping brass into a triangle because circles were boring now. 09 pausing at a window to watch headlights like migrating stars and not pretend he wasn't thinking about the math of crowds. 06 turning a cannoli box into a trash bin target from across the room because sometimes men need to be boys for 10 seconds. Lights out in 20, I said to nobody and everybody. Open house tomorrow afternoon. If anyone bakes, I'll say nice things about you in public. That is not a threat, it is a promise. They smiled by not arguing. For Spartans, that's a parade. In my apartment, I collapsed onto a couch that had forgiven me lesser men and stared at the ceiling crack I'm not ready to fix. The city breathed. My family, yes, family took up 11 sets of air the way cathedrals do, carefully, like it's a loan to be repaid with interest. I let the grin in. 11 Spartans, 1 fortress, and me, I said into the quiet. We're going to make this place better, 1 zip tie, 1 doorway, 1 open house cookie at a time. The building settled, iron threaded through concrete. Somewhere above the lobby, 01's footsteps moved once, then stopped. On the range, a single shell casing finally gave up its argument with gravity and lay down. Progress sustained, 01 had said. He was right. Tomorrow, we'd prove it again. Chapter 31, 11 Shadows in New York. The Alpha Complex woke like a drill instructor's whistle, no snooze button, no mercy. By the time I poured coffee into a chipped mug, the place had already picked a tempo, iron kissing iron in the first basement, clipped commands on the range 2 floors down, skillets snapping on a hot plate someone had smuggled into the lobby against my very clear no fires near the lobby couch directive. 11 Spartans moving as if the building were a lung, each breath a rep. Alpha 01 floated into the doorway at the top of the stairs, precisely one pace inside the frame his ritual. He taps his knuckles on every threshold he crosses, greeting the structure like an old comrade. "Commander. You've got that look," I said, taking the first sip. "Streets?" A single nod, the yes you give when the answer was never in doubt. "Good," I said. "Biggest patrol yet. 11 Spartans means 11 chances to make New York safer or at least cleaner." He shifted his weight to his right foot, that tiny tell that says his head is already 3 blocks away, running scenarios. Downstairs, Alpha 05's voice carried up in short, even counts the human metronome driving Alpha 09 through squats. On the range, Alpha 03 kept 11's breathing steady, a low, almost unhearable hum 11 carries like a tuning fork, converted into 4-count box breaths until shoulders melt a centimeter. Alpha 04 was realigning Mets at perfect right angles because he is constitutionally incapable of letting a corner exist uncorrected. Alpha 02 adjusted his watchband, that means he's about to transition from observation to movement. I don't think he knows I've clocked it, I don't plan on telling him. We stacked in the lobby like a moving wall. Through the glass, 2 tourists froze mid-selfie, phones slowly lowering as the reflection of 11 tall, broad men snapped into focus. "Yesterday was great," I said, tapping a laminated city map I'd taped to the wall. "Today we expand. Split more, cover more ground, catch more. If we don't hit 1,000 points, I'll eat my hoodie." "Impractical," Alpha 02 observed without looking away from the door. "It's very comfy," I said. "I'll season it." I ran a finger across the burrow like I was dealing out cards. Team 1, 01, 02, 03 Hammer Squad in Midtown. Stay organized. Crowd control is a performance art. Hit your marks. No casualties. Team 2, 04, 07, 09 Lower Manhattan. Gang cleanup, petty crews with big mouths. Avoid alarming civilians, you are not a horror movie. Team 3, 05, 10, 11 Uptown Training Run. 05, keep the rookies tight to your hip. Let them work, but you're the governor on the engine. Team 4, 06, 08 Central Park and the nearby ring. Plenty of opportunity, too many trees. Visibility is a joke, watch the edges. And me. I hooked the map back onto a pushpin. I'm the circus barker. I'll float, supervise, manage public relations, preempt anyone who thinks enhanced men and vigilantes rhyme. If a reporter gets brave, I'm the smile. No questions. They rarely have any once the lanes are drawn. We filed onto the Alpha Express, yes, we're keeping the name, and rolled toward Midtown. Midtown, the hammer finds the nail. I stepped off with 01, 02, 03 into the density where taxis bleed in F major and tourists make every lane a hazard. We'd barely made it past a man selling knockoff sunglasses when a purse snatch tried outrunning his decision. Alpha 02 moved on the second beep of the crosswalk. 2 fingers at a collar, 1 graceful pivot, and gravity remembered its manners. He returned the purse before my coffee thought about cooling. Zip ties. Awkward applause. Someone said, "Are they Avengers?" and someone else hissed SHH, like heroes or a library. Another satisfied customer, I said. Don't forget to tip your local Spartan. Proceeding, 02 said, watch band set, eyes already reading 3 blocks ahead. New Yorkers track patterns. 11 giants moving through their morning is at best a disruption. At worst, a story. You don't let a story write itself. 2 blocks later, a different rhythm, the hollow clatter of a phone on tile, the crowd's tightening gasp. Subway entrance. I caught the edge of the scene, a man teetered close to the yellow line, glazed eyes dead set on the tunnel throat, shoulders rolling like a wave that hadn't decided where to break. 03, I said. He slid past me like the air owed him a favor. Alpha 03 does doors like he does people, respectful, without startling. Palms visible, chin neutral, voice set at indoor human instead of authoritative statue. Hey, he said, just enough to hook a heartbeat. Lousy mornings are still mornings. The man blinked at him, not at the elegant monsters flanking his peripherals. I can't, he started, and 03 didn't make him finish. He took space, let the man have a choice, not a command. Alpha 01 moved to the edge of the platform and simply existed, a presence the size of safety. I palmed the emergency pillar, ready to pop it if physics got ambitious. 3 breaths later, 03 had the man's hand in his, human contact softer than a directive, and turned him a half step away from the rail. The train screamed into the station, wind peeling at jackets. No one died. The crowd pretended not to watch and watched anyway. A woman at the far end recorded everything and then put her phone down without pressing upload. That is public sentiment, 50 tiny choices that add up to a city not hating you. Ding. Reward, 50 points. Target, civilian group. Reason, de-escalation, platform safety. I didn't grin. Sometimes you let a win land quiet. We surfaced to clear air, and I peeled away to check on Team 2. Lower Manhattan, precision, not spectacle. 04, 07, 09 had found an alley with ambition. I arrived to a 6-man chorus already on the ground and 3 holdouts negotiating with reality. Alpha 07 blocked the mouth of the alley with his body the way a bollard does, mute and persuasive. Alpha 09 drove a textbook tackle that put a would-be lookout on the wall without any head bounce. Alpha 04 moved like instructional video, guard check, elbow, step, pressure to the wrist that most wrists consider impolite. Choreography. I called, staying out of the frame. Broadway will be calling. Area secured, 04 replied. No panting. No smug. Just fact. 2 bystanders filmed. One yelled, "Yo, you can't hit him like that." The one in the hoodie whose voice cracks 3 times on the same syllable. He wasn't wrong, force is an optics problem even when it's correct. Easy, I said, palms raised, voice pitched for spectators. Capture only. Everyone goes home with their pulse. Hoodie blinked, recalibrating. 04 adjusted his grip, just visible enough to read as care on a screen. 09 shifted his knee an inch off the shoulder blade of his very loud friend and asked, breathing. The guy spat a curse that ended on the wrong consonant. Breathing, confirmed. A woman peered around a parked car. They broke my brother's nose, she said, voice thin with tears and anger. I walked over, hands visible, smile tucked away. Ma'am, I said. We'll get him checked. He'll hate the cuffs, he'll love the hospital. She looked me up and down like I was a tax bill. You're not the police. No, I said. I'm the part that gets between your brother and a prison record that's worse than a broken nose. We hand them over. Clean. Her jaw worked. That's a lot to process when your day was supposed to be about laundry. Fine, she muttered. Fine. Ding. Reward, 80 points. Targets, civilians at scene. Reason, non-lethal resolution, medical check initiated. Optics are a fight, too. You win them by remembering people have mothers. I tossed a glance at 04. He was already on his radio. Ems requested. Of course he was. I let the sirens do their work and headed uptown. Uptown, teaching the drift to hunt. 05, 10, 11 were exactly where you'd expect trouble and need to triple-check your wallet, a corner bodega with a lottery line, the bell over the door a little too eager to ring. 2 men with guns and not enough common sense had picked a midday slot, which is the mark of an amateur. Lunch rush equals witnesses. 05 had already disarmed the closer, one hand on the slide, twist, heel of the palm to wrist, the gun dropping clean to the floor. Alpha 10 took the doorway, his default left drift turned into a wedge that kept the exit not an option. Alpha 11 tackled the second man so gently it looked like a dance move and ended in a pin that spared the ribs a lawsuit. Quick, clean, nobody shot, I said, letting the clerk's "oh me go to me God" cycle to a close. Great first day, rookies. Round of applause. 05 didn't do applause. He did inventory, weapons cleared, safeties engaged, zip ties, the small nod you give a rookie when you mean keep doing that and you might survive me. The clerk mid-50s, Mets hat, eyes a storm looked at the mirror where the cigarettes live and then at 05. You broke my glass, he said, because adrenaline says stupid things. 05 dipped his chin. We will pay for repairs. The clerk blinked like I'd spoken in Asgardian. You what? We will pay for repairs, 05 repeated, and the clerk's shoulders softened 5 millimeters. Money is empathy's translator. Ding. Reward, 120 points. Targets, store staff and customers. Reason, prevented armed robbery, restitution pledged. A kid peered around his mother's legs, eyes huge. Are you Avengers? He whispered. I leaned in, conspiratorial. Close, I said. We're the understudy that keeps the show running on time. He nodded solemnly like I'd bestowed a title. 05 gathered 10 and 11 outside. He set them in a line. After action, door dominance was correct, follow through too deep by 4 inches. 11, hip pressure good, head control late. 10 drifted his left foot like a patient bad habit, 05 didn't fight it. He trained it into a trap. Use the drift to lead them into the corner, he said. Make your flaw their mistake. 11 hummed the faintest note as he breathed. 03 would be proud. Central Park, trees, trouble, and the temptation to run. I caught up with 06 and 08 near the reservoir, where runners pretend the city is kind and ducks pretend they own the lease. 2 teenagers decided a woman's bag was less hers than theirs and learned that physics is unsentimental. 06 erased the leader's angle without breaking him, 08 turned on a dime and ran. First chase, I called as 08 bolted after the second kid. Not bad. Faster next time. He didn't look back. Good. Look back and you learn the wrong lesson. 10 seconds of footwork later, 08 had a hand on the kid's hoodie, then a calm, stop. The kid did, partly because 08 is shaped like a no and partly because he had nowhere smart to go. Then the call that shrinks time, my child, a voice tearing, directionless. A woman near the pond empty stroller, wheels still spinning. The fear in her face hit like a thrown stone. 08. I barked, and he let go of the hoodie kid. Go. The kid bolted, I'll deal with that version of justice later. 08 was already scanning eyes low, near the waterline. Shoes. Little ones. 2 feet from the edge. 06 reached the mother, hands visible. Ma'am, what color? Name. He didn't touch her, he anchored her. She made the sound you make when your bones try to run. Pink lily pink shoes she was here. 08 was in the pond up to his shins before she finished. He plucked the child up like precious cargo, water slicking down his forearms, and handed her into her mother's shaking hands. The mother made a noise like prayer and collapsing at once. 06's hand hovered near her elbow and didn't land. You're okay. She's okay. Ding. Reward, 300 points. Targets, mother and child, nearby civilians. Reason, rapid locate and recovery near water hazard. The teen who'd run on the hoodie stood 20 yards away, guilt sparring with luck. He watched the reunion, shoulders hunching. 08 looked at him and did not chase. One lesson at a time. I breathed out slow. The pond exhaled with me. Floating the lines, PR, neighbors, and the one-eyed ghost. Between teams, I played janitor of narrative. A woman with a microphone tried a question with vigilante in it. I gave her community guardian and capture only until vigilante sounded like a word from a bad 70s comic. 2 cops from the local precinct rolled their eyes at the paperwork we were generating and took custody of a package of zip-tied mistakes without commentary. One of them, a sergeant who could have been cast as NYPD in any procedural, muttered, "At least your boys don't scuff the uniforms. We're getting there." A black SUV I pretended not to see, pretended not to watch. SHIELD has tints with opinions. My phone vibrated. From, unknown crowd, work cleaner today. Keep the mothers on your side. P. Carlson texts like a man who thinks punctuation is emotion. I sent back a thumbs up emoji that he will read as trouble brewing. It's our bit. A noon pivot, cookies and fire code. At noon, we regrouped long enough to gel the open house plan. Fire code inspector had come through yesterday, clipboard bristling with the thirst to be respected. We promised cookies and tours. Today we made a grocery list. 0408 signage and traffic flow, I said. No live fire, no rookies on display, no filming inside the range. 05 neighbor outreach. Mrs. Hernandez gets the first tray of empanadas. If she blesses us, the building will stop side-eyeing our squats. Understood, 04 said, already sketching a floor plan on a legal pad like he'd been waiting his whole life to marshal civilians through a maze of mats. Acknowledged, 05 added, which in his language means he'd already taped the first flyer to the elevator. We ate in shifts, which for Spartans means fuel, not lunch. I stole a bite of a cannoli 06 had in his pocket because why did 06 have a cannoli in his pocket? He shrugged, perfectly unaware of the miracle he had committed. I promoted him 2 imaginary ranks. Afternoon, heat, gravity, and a little bit of luck. The city saved a bigger test for late afternoon. Scaffolding on 7th decided it had a philosophical disagreement with bolts. A pipe coupler pinged down to the sidewalk like a doorbell from God. The worker on the 2nd level swore in a language that deserved better acoustics. 01 broke into a trot. 02 was already dividing the scene into quadrants. Cordon. 03's gaze climbed the frame of metal. Do not go up, I said, because the line between guardian and reckless is sometimes one bad decision. He's clipped wrong, 03 replied, but he didn't climb. He found the anchor line on the ground, traced it to a failed hook, and fixed the problem without becoming the story. Sir, 02 called to a foreman with a neon vest and a face shaped like a bulldog. Shut down for the hour. We'll keep your people out of liability. The foreman weighed a lawsuit against a schedule and picked not being sued. The worker climbed down, shook 03's hand, and said something that made 03's mouth move a millimeter into something like pride before it remembered it wasn't allowed. Small moments make the big ones stick. Ding. Reward, 60 points. Targets, construction crew, pedestrians. Reason, prevented injury, coordinated temporary shutdown. The return, zip ties, numbers, and a city that breathed easier. We rolled the Alpha Express into the garage before sunset. Doors down. Engines cooling. The day's gifts for NYPD stacked on a workbench like a buffet nobody wanted to eat: wallets, watches, 2 knives, 3 cheap pistols with the serial numbers filed with the urgency of a procrastinated term paper. The suspects zip-tied, grumpy, breathing sat against the cinder block and reconsidered Monday. I stretched until my spine wrote me a complaint. What did I say? 4 zones at once. Efficiency. 01 gave the report in a sentence because he is allergic to more. Midtown secure. 04, Lower Manhattan cleared. Medical requested for 1. No fracture, contusion only. 05, rookies improving. Door dominance better. Drift trained. 06, Central Park patrolled. Child recovered. No injuries. The system chimed in the back of my skull, smug as a scoreboard. Ding. Points earned, 2,000 reason, multiple captures, assists, de-escalations, and incident prevention across Manhattan, 4 zones, advisory, public sentiment uptick within 2-block radius of incidents, minor social chatter on paramilitary presence. Risk, manageable. Maintain capture-only message. Suggested, community event within 24-48 hours. Now that is a result, I whistled. And just like that, the day had bought us more of what matters, choice. Points mean training or people. They mean heads in beds. They mean time. Dinner, precision chewing and a city's small blessings. Dinner was almost normal if you squinted and ignored the way 11 very large men make a lobby look like a dollhouse. Pizza, soda, and a delivery guy who improved his mile time every time we opened the door. He didn't even ask for a signature, I chased him down the steps with cash anyway because fear should never be a tip. We ate like professionals. 02 set his can down exactly between the 2 screws on the tabletop, because of course he did. 03 folded his slice with symmetry that would have impressed a geometry teacher. 04 wiped his hands before he touched anything that wasn't disposable because grease is an enemy that will end a civilization. 05 tapped a 2-beat on the table before every bite. 06 kept his plate 3 inches from the edge like it's a regulation he wrote. 07 rolled his right shoulder once and then seemed to remember shoulders should be boring. 08 stacked empty boxes into perfect towers and then smiled when 09 left one slightly misaligned on purpose because perfection is a flex and humor is a shield. 10 drifted left even while sitting. He'll do that until he learns it's a weapon. 11 hummed under his breath so quietly the soda's fizz tried to harmonize. Mrs. Hernandez knocked, and I made the grave error of answering without shoes. "Nino," she scolded, pushing a tray of empanadas into my hands like a judge handing down a sentence, "Your boys need real food." "Ma'am," I said, "you have no idea the power you wield." She peered around me at 07, chose him at random, and said, "Eat." He took 2, said gracias, so carefully it sounded like a vow, and she left satisfied in the way only New York grandmothers can be. Night on the roof, boundaries, oaths, and the one line I won't cross. Later, the roof. The city did its evening thing, lights like constellations, sirens like lullabies with teeth. I leaned on the railing with a soda and a spine that had forgiven me worse, and 01 assumed his spot, 1 pace back and left. 11 Spartans, 4 teams, 2,000 points, I said. Nobody even broke a sweat. "Progress confirmed," he replied, and tapped his knuckles on the hatch. Below us, a helicopter drew a bright line between towers. Far in the distance something like a storm shouldered the coastline, the way weather does when it wants attention. The complex hummed under my feet, iron under concrete, discipline threading both. I let the grin live for 5 seconds and then did the work that matters more, the inventory. "Tomorrow, open house," I said. "Cookies. Tours. Fire codes happy, neighbors get to see we're human. No firearms on display. Rookies off the floor. Capture only stays the message." "Understood," 01 said. "And the line," I added, "because the rooftop is where I say it out loud. We don't kill. Not because we can't. Because we won't. We don't pretend people are problems just because solving problems is fun. If Nick Fury shows up with the coat and the stare, we have answers that don't taste like lies." His silence agreed. My phone buzzed once more. "Nice save at the pond." The mother called it angels. "Don't correct her, P. Carlson again. He's a poet when he tries not to be." I pocketed the phone and stared into a city that had breathed easier for 4 hours because we kept our promise. The system flickered the corner of my vision one last time. Points available, 2,000. Team, train 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06 rookies 07, 08, 09, 10, 11. Public sentiment, warming in patrol corridors, neutral in outer rings. Risk, manageable, PR chatter paramilitary low heat. Advisory, Stark adjacent expo chatter up, Hell's Kitchen vigilante rumor density increasing, Matt never sleeps. Expo season, rumor season, I said to the skyline. Maybe Tony Stark breathes at Pepper over a show floor that smells like money, maybe Matt Murdock keeps punching the night until it files a complaint. Either way, we'll be there. Door etiquette, capture only, and cookies. 01 did not smile, he almost never does, but something eased in the posture that says orders received. I finished the soda and let the last of the carbonation sting the back of my throat like a reminder. Below, in the lobby, I could hear 08 smoothing the tape on a handwritten welcome, neighbors sign. 04 had measured 3 times. On the range, a single shell casing finally gave up and lay down. We'd been 11 shadows in New York for a day, quiet, precise, everywhere, and the city had decided that maybe, just maybe, we were a story it wanted to hear again. Tomorrow, I told the lights. We prove it again. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Sparks at the Expo. New York had a new religion and Tony Stark was its loudest prophet. For weeks the city had been wrapped in the neon halo of the Stark Expo billboards cantilevered over avenues, glossy ads on subway cars, 30-second spots during every broadcast. Everywhere I looked, his smirk, the gleam of an arc reactor, catchphrases about the future. If you were alive and vaguely conscious in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, you heard the sermon. I watched the hype cycle from the top floor of our building, nursing coffee and letting highlight reels autoplay. Stark in the Mark suit. Stark shaking hands with dignitaries. Stark promising clean energy, smarter weapons that were no longer weapons, responsible defense, irresponsible swagger. Same old Tony, different venue. Field trip. I asked 01 without looking away from the TV. Might as well see the circus in person. He didn't blink, didn't emote, just gave that fractional nod Spartans use instead of punctuation. We took the bus across town like tourists with absurdly good posture. Only 4 veterans came with me: 01, 02, 03, and 04. The rookies stayed home. 05 had the clipboard and the unenviable job of running drills. Someone had to guard the fortress and keep 0608 from trying to help by rearranging concrete with their shoulders. The expo grounds were everything a billionaire showman would design if you told him theme park and World's Fair in the same sentence. Holograms rippled across the walkways, kiosks pitched miracles, and a small army of salespeople smiled with their teeth and their quotas. Kids chased shows, venture capital chased exits. The Stark Pavilion dominated the skyline, a chrome cathedral drowning every neighbor's budget in light and sound. LED banners rippled with the arc reactor logo. If subtlety had ever been invited, it had RSVP'd lost in traffic. We found a spot near the back of the main concourse with good sight lines and bad attention. That's the sweet spot with Spartans, tall enough to see, quiet enough to be forgotten until someone needs a wall. The house lights dropped, the speakers kicked, and the stage vomited fireworks. A hot red spotlight knifed through the haze. Iron Man descended like a rock star whose band was physics. He landed center stage in a boom of bass, micro thrusters feathering dust, and the helmet irised open to reveal a grin worth $1 billion in a congressional hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future. He knew how to work a crowd. Jokes, crowd work, one-liners about safer skies, a flex of repulsors, name drops that made defense contractors fidget and teenagers scream. Say what you want about Tony Stark, he never forgets the camera or the mirror. Subtlety isn't his thing, I murmured to 01. He said nothing per policy and personality. Stark pivoted to a demo, something about new power routing, a safer microgrid, the arc reactor rebranded as a friendly neighborhood battery. The music softened, the patter turned earnest, and the stage crew rolled out a sleek oval track for some kinetic theater. The screens stitched a real-time HUD across the arena, influencers raised phones like offerings. Then the tone snapped. Movement at the far end of the track. A tall man, lean as a wire and twice as angry, walked through the strobe, orange sparks crawling around him like fireflies that had learned new swear words. He dragged electrified whips that left molten commas on the asphalt, and his scars read like a manifesto. Even at a distance, even through the haze, I knew the type, a man who had turned a grudge into an engineering discipline. Ivan Vanko. Whiplash. The screaming started near the front and spread backward in a wave, confusion up front, panic in the middle, stampede at the edges. Stark's smile died on cue. He pivoted, clocked the threat, and moved like a man who'd rehearsed worst-case scenarios between cocktails. "There's the stupid moment I was waiting for," I said, setting my drink on the ground. Whiplash's first whip cracked high, carving a show car cleanly into two shiny halves. The second whip slashed low, spitting sparks, igniting someone's marketing budget, and sending security into an overmatched flinch. The air smelled like ozone and bad decisions. Stark dove not for the sky, but for the future of luggage. He snapped open a metal suitcase, triggered an origami miracle, and the Mark V wrapped around him with the world's most expensive Tata. "Stylish," I allowed. "Flare points." "Hold," I told the Spartans, low and crisp. "This is his fight. We step in only if he fumbles or civilians get cooked." They nodded as one, heads tracking the same target, heart rates steady enough to shame monks. Iron Man charged. Repulsors flared. Whips sang. Metal screamed. The crowd became a physics problem, thousands of bodies attempting to occupy the same exit. Stark learned quickly, Vanko learned faster. Sparks sprayed like comet tails. The whips licked anything too slow to duck. A crack arced too close to our area, the energy splash hissed along a rail and kissed a vendor cart. A pocket of people flinched, compressed, and a kid let out the kind of shriek that cuts through brass and bravado. "Fun's over," I said. 03, clear civilians. 04, hold a perimeter. No bystander gets fried. 02, float. Intervene if something lethal slips the net. 01, on me. They moved at once, the ground plan redrawn, the mission swapped, the rhythm unchanged. 03 waded into the pocket like a tide moving the shore, voice level and hands sure as he peeled families away from the fence and pointed them down safer lanes. 04 stepped into the space the panic had left, forming a moving wall with nothing but his presence and a hand outstretched, a stop sign you don't argue with. 02 drifted at their edge like a shadow that had found discipline. Anyone who stumbled found themselves gently righted by a 200-plus-pound roomer. Back on the track, Stark figured out the homework problem. He stopped trying to power through the lashes and started playing chess with the arc reactor rig strapped to Vanko's chest. The Mark V wasn't built for marathon brawls, but it was made for stubborn people with short tempers. It kept him alive until he could get smart. Feints. Cross angles. A snap to the harness. The shine went out of Vanko's whips like a short day at a bad job. He sagged, smoking. You could almost smell the end of the monologue he'd practiced on the plane. Security swarmed now that it was safe to show up. The crowd, in the reliable way crowds do, flipped from terror to triumph like a switch. Phones up. Chants. 1,000 status updates in 1,000 variations of Iron Man just saved my life. Didn't need us, I said. Victory achieved, 02 added, as if reading the scoreboard more than the room. You can admit it, you wanted to jump in, I told them, because I never miss a chance to poke a statue. Predictably, no response. We stayed long enough to make sure the human tide was flowing toward exits instead of against them. 03 sent the last cluster of shaky parents toward a side corridor with an emergency egress map. 04 guided a lost senior citizen to her friend and returned her purse with a nod that said nothing and meant everything. A camera caught us in 3/4 profile, whispers traveled with the speed of gossip and the shape of a myth. Who are they? Private security. Stark's new thing. S.H.I.E.L.D. I jerked my chin toward the perimeter. Our work here is done. Stark got his applause. Nobody died on our side. I didn't spill my drink. We peeled away without a flourish. No capes, no quips, no press availability. I let the crowd's curiosity draft behind us. Attention is a currency, and sometimes the best way to spend it is to walk away counting it. Phones followed anyway. People love a mystery they can frame. Are those Avengers? They're too coordinated. Spartans, someone guessed wildly, and I almost laughed. Not Olympus, kid. Halo. Back at the fortress, the elevator doors opened into comfortable silence. 05 had the rookies lined up in the basement when we came in, sweat slicked their temples, and the air smelled like rubber mats and effort. He'd been running point the way he liked it, tight, relentless, unforgiving of sloppy ankles. I gave the recap from a crate like a foreman at shift change. Cliff notes: Stark put on a show, Whiplash crashed the party with glow sticks, Iron Man took the bow. We stepped in for civvies, not for clout. The mission was containment and protection, no escalation, no headlines with our name in them. Ding! Points earned, 500. Reason: civilian protection at Stark Expo. I didn't grin. I didn't have to. The system's blue overlay in my mind pulsed once and settled, cool and professional as ever. The scoreboard nudged in our favor, the tree shook and coins fell. See? I told the room. Paid to stand around. Best gig ever. The rookies pretended not to smile. 05 didn't pretend. He didn't smile. Night found me on the roof under a sky that never really got dark. New York at this height looks like a motherboard, traces of light, blinking nodes, energy humming in patterns you learn to predict. The Stark Expo's glow painted the horizon like a second sunrise. Somewhere out there, SHIELD was building a whiteboard with our silhouettes circled on it. Somewhere further, Tony Stark was explaining himself to Pepper Potts and a dozen lawyers with excellent watches. Not bad, I said to 01, who had been a statue until I spoke and resumed being one after. Stark got the spotlight. We kept the city safe and scored points. Progress steady, he said. He wasn't wrong. The thing about the Stark Expo is it's designed to make you forget there's a world where people don't clap when lights turn on. The morning after the incident, every news cycle replayed Stark's suitcase trick as if the camera had followed him home to brush his teeth. We let the media gorge itself and stayed out of the buffet line. Still, no plan survives the first contact with celebrity. Word that the tall guys in plain clothes had moved a few families to safety turned into posts, then threads, then shaky screenshots with circles drawn in neon pink. The fandom brain trust did what it does best, speculated with confidence and facts that fit their favorite theories. Not S.H.I.E.L.D. No badges. Not Stark too low-key. Mercs. Avengers beta program. We ignored it. The rookies ran drills hard enough to make the concrete consider suing. 03 and 04 rotated perimeter sweeps through the neighborhoods near the complex, quietly discouraging opportunists who thought a 10-story building with new locks looked like a question instead of an answer. 02 handled equipment audits like a man who'd invented standard operating procedures and was now personally offended that anyone else wanted to use them. The system sat in the back of my mind like a benevolent accountant. 500 points isn't a fortune, but it's proof the strategy works. Help named characters if you can, help civilians whenever you see them, avoid making a mess someone else will bill you for. If the MCU were a game, and don't think I haven't noticed how often it feels like one, then our build was finally synergizing. By afternoon I had the footage. Not the official Stark cut. A compilation of phone videos, each from a different angle, the whip crack, the sparks, the close UPS of fear that turned into awe when the Mark V hugged Stark's frame like it loved him. A dozen angles of 03 moving families out with the gentle inevitability of a tide. 04 standing in a gap with a hand up and a face that said please and a body that whispered try me. I watched it once, then again. I wasn't in any of them for more than half a second. Good. I prefer my legend in the plural. That evening, with the city humming its perpetual lullaby, I collected 01, 02, 03, and 04 and took them somewhere human. Rooftop, fold-out chairs, cheap takeout. I don't do speeches, but sometimes leadership is just occupying space next to the people who'd walk into fire when you ask. You executed cleanly, I said between bites. Minimal kinetic force, maximum effect. No broken bones on bystanders. No headlines with the words unidentified paramilitary group and lawsuit in the same paragraph. Avoided escalation, 02 agreed. Crowd mismanaged by event security, 03 observed, clinically correct. Adjusted, 04 added his entire after-action report in a single word. Exactly. I took a drink and let the carbonation sting my throat. Iron Man can fight. We already knew that. But the MCU tends to forget that it's not just gods and geniuses, it's crowds. And crowds are fragile. Today you were the breakwater. We lapsed into companionable silence. 01 watched the horizon the way mountains watch weather. You wanted to go hands-on, I told him without accusation. He didn't pretend otherwise. Parameters clear. Stark capable. Good read, I said. We're not here to steal the movie. We're here to make sure the extras get home. He turned that over, then nodded. For Spartans, that passes for a warm hug and a personal essay. My phone buzzed with a notification I'd set up for myself. Inevitably, a Stark Expo spokesperson had held a press conference to assure the public that everything was under control. The clip auto-played. A grin. A spin. A promise of increased safety protocols. No mention of a tall man named Vanko, or of a suitcase that turned into a skin-tight miracle, or of 4 Spartans deflecting panic with posture. Perfect. If Tony Stark wanted to be the story, he could have it. Stories come with gravity. I'd rather keep my orbit. The debrief with the rookies came with diagrams. 05 projected the expo layout onto a wall and had 0608 walk me through their would-have maneuvering if they'd been on site. Their routes were good, their timing was ambitious, their understanding of power arc spread was theoretical at best. Electric arcs love low resistance, I said, marking a line through the map. Metal rails. Puddles. Benches. Don't herd people into a pretty corral just because it looks like a fence. You want breaks in the flow, not bottlenecks. 07 asked a question about using tables as shields. 03 answered by flipping a table, bracing, and demonstrating how to make a temporary barrier that's more than decoration. 06 offered a counter-example, and 04 corrected his footwork with a tap and a shake of the head. Good, I said. We're not just strong. We're clever. That's the brand. If SHIELD had a satellite pointed at our building and I would have put serious money on at least one, they got a beautiful picture of a basement where 9 men arranged themselves around hypotheticals and argued about better ways to do the right thing. Let them watch. Let them take notes. Let the Avengers wonder where we came from when they eventually compared stories and realized a handful of rescues share a signature: quiet, efficient, never sticking around for the encore. Later, I ended the day where I'd started it, with the skyline and a thought that wouldn't leave. The Stark Expo shimmered like a promise. In another life, another timeline, I might have taken the stage. Sold the future to anyone willing to clap. But that's Tony's part in this shared universe, and truth be told, I prefer the role I've carved out, the crossing guard with a strategic mind and a private army, the guy who nudges fate so the right heroes keep their headlines and the right people make it home for dinner. You're thinking, 01 said, which for him is a paragraph. Dangerous habit, I said. Keep it between us. He didn't smile. None of them ever did. But I could imagine it. The expo would keep buzzing. The fandom would keep speculating. Whiplash would trade a cell for a stage again before long, villains with grudges always do. And we'd be there, in the shadows of someone else's spectacle, ready to pivot from hold to go the moment a child shrieked and a whip cracked too close. Damn right, I said to no one in particular. The city answered back in sirens and light. And somewhere a blue overlay in my mind glowed like a small, steady star, 500. Not a jackpot. But proof. Progress steady. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Carlson returns. Morning came in on tiptoe and decided to keep its shoes off. No clanging plates, no sprinting boots, no metal kissing metal the way the veterans usually make the building sing at dawn. Just the hum of the old fridge and the familiar cough of pipes that dated back to when New York pretended it could outlast the century with brick and copper alone. The fortress breathed like a sleeping giant. For once, it let us drink our coffee without a sparring match for background music. The TV kept doing its modern ritual, replaying the Stark Expo incident like it was the moon landing with better pyrotechnics. Same loop, same angles, talking heads layering commentary like frosting on a cake that had already been sliced 100 times. Iron Man vs. Whiplash. Mark the Fifth Suitcase Armor. Arc Reactor Genius. Who is the mysterious man with electrified whips? If you drink coffee long enough while they talk, you start to notice the rhythm, awe, fear, relief, repeat. World loses its mind over two guys having an expensive slap fight, I muttered, eyes half on the screen and half on the window's stale light. Guess they've never seen a Spartan punch. ALPHA01 stood near the window where he always gravitated, a silhouette cut out of granite and protocol. Sentinel mode. If the city ever asked for a statue of quiet menace, it would look suspiciously like him. He didn't answer, because 01 considers words to be tools you keep polished by rarely using them. Relax, 01, I said, even as the loop showed Tony Stark flare his repulsors one more time. Stark is the focus. No one's paying attention to us. It turns out fate has a sharp sense of humor. The kind that knocks 3 taps at noon steady, precise, unmistakable if you've ever served under someone who loves chain of command more than hobbies. I raised a brow toward 01. He shifted his weight so subtly most people wouldn't have noticed, but Spartans watch each other like pianists watch their hands. I've got it, I said, waving him off and opening the door like I expected a package instead of an institution. Phil Coulson. Pressed suit. Immaculate briefcase. An expression worn smooth by years of telling powerful people news they didn't want to hear. In any other universe he could have sold you a mortgage or audited your bliss. In the MCU, he's the man who holds the leash and pretends it's a handshake. Well, if it isn't my favorite babysitter, I said, cheerful as a wrong answer on purpose. Miss me? His eyes flicked past my shoulder one precise beat to catalog ALPHA01, then clicked back to me with that neutral SHIELD stare that means, yes, it's bad, and no, you're not supposed to enjoy it. We need to talk, he said. Top floor, I answered, stepping aside with a theatrical flourish. Best coffee in the building. 5-star service. Leave a review. Coulson stepped in with the efficiency of a man who has paced out 100 unfamiliar rooms and measured all of them against an exit. He set the briefcase on a table but didn't sit. That told me his clock had already started ticking. We have a problem, he said. Do we? I asked, leaning on the back of a chair I didn't intend to use. Buildings standing. Spartans are thriving. Stark's alive. I'm comfy. Your tie is straight. Call me a hopeless optimist. You were at the expo, Coulson said, doing that SHIELD thing where they unwrap a conversation like a file that's already been tabbed and highlighted. You and 4 of your soldiers were caught on camera. Eyewitnesses called it in. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division is fielding questions. What people think I'm Stark's new security? I said, feigning scandal. I should invoice him. Stark Industries has a very forgiving payment schedule if you hound them on television. This isn't a joke. He didn't raise his voice. He doesn't need to. Phil Coulson's disappointed silence has its own badge. It is to me, I said brightly. You should try it. The coffee is excellent, it pairs well with gallows humor and budget constraints. The stairs creaked our ancient building announcing arrivals like a polite rumor, and ALPHA02 and ALPHA03 entered from below, the air tightening out of old habit. Those two don't try to look dangerous, danger simply gravitates to them and asks for tips. Coulson's gaze shifted, logged their faces, their posture, the way they moved around me without choreographing it. SHIELD agents notice spacing and deference the way chefs notice butter. How many now? He asked, a surgeon's curiosity sutured beneath the words. 11, I said, and let the number hang in the room like a chandelier. He didn't flinch. Professionals rarely give you the courtesy. You're becoming too visible, he said. Sweeping alleys is one thing. Standing in the middle of an international broadcast is another. Then maybe don't bolt cameras onto everything, I suggested. Or call the press conference the Stark Expo and hand out spotlights as party favors. Tony's brand is explosions with a marketing budget. ALPHA04 arrived next like a horizon, 7 rookies strung out behind him in damp formation drenched from drills, muscles quivering under the discipline they'd been poured into. Sweat gleamed on their necks, focus bled off them in waves. Coulson's gaze went to the last of the line, the smallest, the newest, the one still learning how to keep his eyes on the mission and off the floor. That told me the agent was reading more than numbers, he was reading morale. You're running a private army in my jurisdiction, Coulson said softly, coming back to me like a compass needle that had remembered north. Correction, I said, folding my arms with the feeling of a door clicking shut. I'm running a family. These Spartans aren't here for politics. They're here for me and for the work. We're not a militia, we're a promise. That doesn't make it easier, he replied. Didn't say it would. Something in that made him sit, finally. The briefcase made a precise, expensive sound when he shifted it to the side. Nick Fury wants answers, he said. The name had mass in the air, like you could hang plans from it. He won't ignore this. You're drawing too much attention, and we can't cover your presence forever. Good thing, I said, taking the chair across from him without slouching into it, that I don't need covering. We're not hiding. We're helping. Civilians are safer because of us. That's not a problem, that's a perk. Until someone gets scared enough to pull a trigger, he said, not unkindly. This city reacts to shadows with bullets. Then they'll regret it, I said, calm as Sunday. I didn't raise my voice, I let the words sit there like a brick that had decided to be part of a foundation instead of a projectile. No one dies because a nervous cop twitched. Not a civilian. Not one of mine. My Spartans don't miss, and they don't lose. They de-escalate, and they end problems clean. Silence leaned in many boots, measured breaths, the building's old heart ticking away. Behind Coulson, the rookies had rooted to showers and rehydration. 04 stood at the threshold, a doorframe with judgment. ALPHA05 entered with 10 and 11 in tow. Coulson's eyes widened a centimeter, just enough to register that he'd added 2 new entries to the mental ledger, and then the mask slid back into place. You're multiplying, he said. Yeah, I said, letting myself smirk. That's how family works. He studied me like I was a puzzle missing the box art. He could see the pieces, he was still deciding which picture they formed when arranged with care. The last time we'd met, he'd tried to decide if I belonged on a watch list or a call list. Today, he looked like he suspected the answer might be both. Do you understand the scale of what you're doing? He asked. Not an accusation. A measure. The MCU had taught him to ask that question whenever someone without a badge started solving problems publicly. Indeed, I said, lacing my fingers behind my head to make the posture more casual than the message. 11 Spartans in New York, more formidable than any payroll force you have. Criminals are frightened. Civilians are safer. And this is just the beginning. What you call chaos is actually order, Agent Coulson. A new kind. Quieter. Smarter. Order without oversight isn't order, he said, and there was the old SHIELD creed, stamped perfectly. It's a coin toss we're expected to treat as gospel. Fury doesn't like coin tosses. Fury can bring a quarter, I said. We'll do the math. Coulson held my gaze long enough for the veterans to shift their weight a micro-inch toward me, reading the air. He didn't blink. I didn't either. Somewhere downstairs a pipe clanged. Old building, bad timing, convenient metaphor. He exhaled first, not surrender, not even concession, but acknowledgement. You are operating inside an ecosystem, he said. Stark Industries, SHIELD, the NYPD, the National Guard, a half-dozen intelligence agencies with different acronyms and the same allergies. Every time you move, they have to explain you. Explanations cause panic. Panic causes policy. Policy causes things. He didn't say the word accords because we weren't there yet in this timeline, but the MCU likes to rhyme, and I'd heard this poem. You want my operating picture? I asked. Fine. Here it is: we train, we patrol, we intervene only for civilian protection or containment, and we refuse to pick fights with capes who already have a camera crew. SHIELD can keep its files and its secrets. We'll keep the streets between the sequels clean. And if one of your people is hurt, he asked. Then we handle it, I said. Quietly. Fast. Without collateral. I'm not here to write a manifesto. I'm here to make sure kids who want a CHO don't get electrocuted by a Russian grudge in a leather harness. He almost smiled. Almost. Whiplash, he said, making the code name taste like paperwork. We have him. I figured, I said. SHIELD is very good at arriving exactly when it looks the best to do so. You're not wrong, he said, and the admission sat between us like neutral ground. You came to tell me to hide, I said, and then remembered I don't follow orders from the Avengers Initiative unless the donuts are very good. That made the smile happen for real, small and unwilling. Fury will be in touch, he said, standing and palming the handle of his briefcase with that gentleness he gives to objects that will become evidence later. Sooner rather than later. I'm looking forward to it, I said. Tell him to bring donuts. He paused at the door, head canting a fraction like he was recording a tag for the file, sense of humor, unhelpful but consistent. He looked past me again at the veterans, the rookies, the way they tracked him without prejudice. For what it's worth, he said, you did help. Yesterday. At the Stark Expo. Crowd control isn't glamorous. But it matters. He let the compliment exist without letting it soften the warning. Don't confuse results with permission. I don't, I said. I confuse permission with people being too slow to realize they need us. He left without slamming the door, which is as close as Phil Coulson gets to a hug. The old hinges did the thudding for him. The building swallowed the sound, and the silence that came after tasted like victory with caveats. I grinned at the closed door. Fun, I declared to the air. ALPHA01 asked, directive. Same word, every time. It's less a question and more a hinge. When 01 says it, the day changes shape. Same as always, I said, stretching until my back popped like a respectful applause. We train. We patrol. We earn points. SHIELD can watch the highlight reel. We're not stopping. Boots turned back toward drills with the kind of unified pivot that makes choreographers jealous. 05 clapped once, short and sharp, and the rookies vanished downstairs in a thunder of intent. 02 peeled off toward the armory to do inventory he'd already done yesterday because redundancy is a love language among professionals. 03 put a hand on the shoulder of the newest recruit and said something so low I couldn't hear it. The kid straightened like the words had a spine inside them. 04 posted himself near the stairwell, an avalanche in waiting. The Fortress exhaled and then accelerated. I finished my coffee and eyed the TV, which was obligingly airing an interview with a Stark Expo spokesperson promising enhanced safety protocols and a renewed partnership with city officials. No mention of SHIELD, of course. No mention of Spartans or civilians who didn't get toasted because 4 men treated chaos like a lesson plan. On the side table, the system blinked into my awareness like a quiet app that decided to remind me it exists only after it had updated itself. Points, 500. Reason, civilian protection at Stark Expo. The glow faded back to its usual steady star, and I felt the city tilt microscopically towards something better. De-escalation drill. We ran it 3 times that afternoon. I narrated the first while 03 demonstrated, 04 corrected, and 02 timed with the cold affection of a metronome. The second time, I threw curveballs, a malfunctioning metal gate, a puddle where a puddle shouldn't be, a camera phone thrust in someone's face at the wrong moment. The third time, I said nothing at all and let the rookies fail just enough to learn. Fandom keywords don't save lives, protocol does. But if the MCU ever bothers to write the smaller heroics, I want them to look like this: 9 men learning how not to be the story. Between reps, ALPHA11 asked me the question no one else wanted to voice. What happens if SHIELD orders us to stand down? Then we keep helping, I said. If they get loud, we get quiet. If they get curious, we get boring. We will never give them a reason to make us their problem. But if Fury calls me and I'll pick up. I don't mind conversation. I do mind leashes. You do not like oversight, 02 observed, which in his dialect counts as a joke. I like accountability, I said. I don't like theater. There's enough of that at Stark Expo. That evening, the light outside our windows turned the color of late-day oranges, and the city did that trick it does where it looks like circuitry if you squint. The rooftops of Queens and Midtown connected by arteries of headlights, the distant Stark Pavilion still pulsing like a carnival. I took 01 up to the roof without telling him why. I rarely do. He comes because I say his call sign and start walking. That's what family looks like on paper. You think Fury calls tonight or tomorrow? I asked, not because 01 would guess, but because I wanted to hear the question in the air. Soon, he said, which for him is almost poetic. I nodded, watching a helicopter cut between buildings like a slow dragonfly. He'll want to assess. He'll want to see if we're a threat, an asset, or a variable he can't afford. He'll start with soft questions and end with hard truths. He'll talk about the Avengers Initiative without saying the phrase. He'll pretend this is about public safety, and he'll mean it, but he'll also be measuring us against a ledger only he can see. Plan? 01 asked. Same as today, I said. We tell the truth, and we don't ask permission. We've carved out a piece of the MCU that doesn't belong to gods with magic hammers or billionaires with daddy issues. It belongs to the people who don't make it into the credits. That's our jurisdiction. Let Fury have the skies. We'll keep the sidewalks. He stood beside me the way mountains stand beside weather. My phone buzzed, a local place texting to confirm an order that had seemed like hubris this morning and now felt like strategy. Now where's my pizza? I said, because leadership is logistics and morale in equal measure. ETA 8 minutes, 02 called from below without looking at a clock. He'd memorized the delivery times of every restaurant within a mile. If he ever retires, he could run Manhattan with a clipboard and a stopwatch. I took the last sip of coffee, now room temperature and exactly what I wanted. Downstairs, the rookies laughed once short, surprised, shared and then swallowed it in case they were supposed to be stoic. Upstairs, the city lit itself like a marquee, promising more shows, more disasters, more opportunities to stand where the light doesn't reach and make sure someone's kid gets home. The door behind us opened, and 05 stepped onto the roof with the easy certainty of a man who negotiates with gravity only on his terms. He didn't speak. He didn't have to. We all looked out at the Stark Pavilion's glow, the reminder of yesterday's spectacle and tomorrow's headlines. Somewhere in that neon, SHIELD was drafting a memo, unidentified tactical group at Stark Expo, possible connection to Stark Industries, subject exhibits paramilitary discipline, recommend surveillance and controlled contact. I could almost see the bullet points. Let them watch, I said, half to the skyline and half to the ghosts of cameras. Let them take notes. We'll keep doing the work. Later that night, after pizza and another round of drills and a quick check of perimeter sensors that behaved because they were afraid of 02, I sat alone with the TV muted and let the captions tell me what the anchors thought the world should believe. The talking heads were already pivoting from whiplash to market impact, from who are those men, to what does this mean for Stark Industries stock. The Stark Expo spokesperson smiled with several teeth and promised enhanced security partnerships. Justin Hammer squeezed his way into a separate segment to sell an apology disguised as a product. The MCU keeps its clowns in expensive suits. I thought about Phil Coulson's face when 10 and 11 walked in about the fraction of an inch surprise, the way he filed it away. He is not our enemy. He is not our friend. He is the man who arrives just before the credits and reminds the protagonists that larger gears are turning. He told me not to confuse results with permission. He's right. But permission is a thing you ask when you want approval. I want outcomes. The system chimed again, a silent pulse only I could feel. No new points, just a reminder, gentle as a tap on the shoulder, you are on the board. Keep playing. I closed my eyes and pictured the map of our patrol routes, the choke points, the safe exits, the places where crowds become hazards and hazards become headlines. Then I pictured the next thing on the MCU schedule, the next bit of canon chaos. There are always more whips and more monologues. That's the nature of this universe. But there are also always more civilians. That's the nature of ours. I opened my eyes. The building creaked, content with its bones. The fridge hummed, loyal as an old dog. Somewhere below, 07 and 08 argued quietly about the fastest way to flip a barricade. 03 let them argue and then showed them why they were both half right. 04 made rounds with the patience of winter. 01 stood watch, because that is what he does when he's not doing anything else. The phone on the table didn't ring. Not yet. Maybe Fury believed in business hours. Maybe he believed in letting people stew. Maybe he was watching the same Stark Expo highlight reel, deciding which angle of Tony Stark's grin said liability and which said inevitable. Either way, we were ready. Progress steady, 01 would say if I asked him what he thought of the day. Damn right, I would answer. And that would be that. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Stark at the Gate. The day after Coulson's visit, the building wore its quiet like a well-fitted suit. Pipes sighed. The ancient fridge hummed that dependable bass line it has played since the Carter administration. No clatter of plates, no iron slamming into iron, no veteran chorus of controlled exhalations as bars come off racks. Even the rookies slept in, their alarms muted by the kind of exhaustion that follows a day of de-escalation drills and Coulson-grade tension. I poured coffee and leaned on the counter while the TV replayed the Stark Expo incident for the 1000th time, complete with lower third cheerins that screamed MCU, Iron Man saves the day at Stark Expo. Like that would make it truer. Same loop, same angles, same frame-by-frame dissection of the Mark V suitcase armor as if it were the Zapruder film with better pyrotechnics. Some analyst with perfect teeth was explaining arc reactor redundancy to a CO host who nodded like someone getting paid by the nod. World loses its mind over two guys having an expensive slap fight, I said to the room, more amused than annoyed. Guess they've never seen a Spartan punch. ALPHA-01 stood by the window, not so much looking out as letting the city announce itself to him. Sentinel mode, weight balanced, breath slow, awareness a calm circle radiating out past brick and sidewalk to the first hint of trouble. If a deer could learn geometry and carry a rifle the size of a lamp post, it would stand like 01. Relax, I told him, because I'd earned the right to lie to myself before breakfast. Stark is the focus. No one's paying attention to us. Coulson'll file memos, staple his conscience to a briefing, and spend the week telling Fury everything's fine. You'd think after yesterday I'd stop tempting fate with declarative sentences. 3 knocks landed on the front door firm, even, the cadence of someone who expects an answer and isn't worried they'll get a gun instead. Not casual. Not cautious. Assertive. The sort of knock that presumes gravity has an appointment. 01 had already pivoted a half step when I set my mug down. He didn't raise the rifle. He didn't need to. The weapon might as well be part of his profile now, an exclamation mark at the end of an otherwise self-contained sentence. Relax, I said again, gesturing him back with 2 fingers. Probably a pizza guy trying a new tone. I opened the door. Tony Stark stood on my threshold like he'd taken out a short-term lease on the block. Tailored jacket that said yes, I own mirrors, sunglasses indoors that trademark laws of optics are merely suggestions, look, a smirk so practiced it should have had a SAG card. He radiated that particular Stark field, half gravitational anomaly, half promotional tour. Every molecule around him seemed slightly more convinced of itself. Well, I'll be, I said, because sometimes the obvious is the best opening. Did the great Tony Stark just knock on my door? He slid the shades down just enough to peer over the top, a magician showing the audience there are no strings. Depends, he said. Is this the door that comes with the army of linebackers? Behind me, 01 shifted, blotting out a quarter of the daylight like an eclipse had opinions. Stark's mouth ticked wider. Right place. Come in, I said, sweeping an arm. Giants are housebroken. Mostly. Stark crossed the threshold like the floor had been laid to receive him. The lobby took him in, high ceiling, old bones, new locks, Spartans' shadows along the stairwell like doorframes with pulse rates. From downstairs, the faint thunder of footfalls and the rhythm of a heavy bag announced that 05 had decided quiet morning meant more cardio. Nice place, Stark said, taking it all in with the quick, efficient scan of a man who trusts his AI but prefers his eyes. It's a bit prison chic, very SHIELD, safe house meets Brooklyn loft, but overall, function over aesthetics. Bold choice for, whatever this is. Says the guy with a dance floor in his workshop, I replied. That was one time. 2. And it's multi-purpose. Don't judge innovation. It drew a smirk out of him anyway. We moved to the lounge, a big room with taxpayer walls and private army furniture. Stark didn't wait for an invitation to sit. He never has to. He folded into a chair like he was demonstrating how chairs should feel about him, crossed one leg over the other, and produced a phone that probably cost more than some cars. He thumbed it without looking, a habit from a life where the HUD is always on. If Jarvis, or rather, this era's Jarvis, wasn't already sniffing our Wi-Fi, it would have surprised me. I stayed on my feet and leaned against the wall, arms crossed, posture casual because casual is easier to weaponize in a hurry. So, I said, letting the word hang a beat. Stock options? Scouting? Because my guys don't come cheap. Avengers Initiative isn't a non-profit. You don't say, he replied, eyes darting from 02 to 03 to 04, who had drifted into the periphery with the gentle inevitability of a tide. Because I could swear I saw 4 of them at the expo. And I checked I didn't hire a personal SWAT team. Observation on point, I said. We like fireworks. Fireworks, he echoed, flat enough to iron a shirt on. Right. Whips. Sparks. Exploding cars. Semantics. Spectacle, I said. You're good at it. New York loves a headliner. He set the phone on his knee and tapped it with an index finger the way men who build things tap them when they're deciding which wrench to pick up. All right, he said, the smirk thinning like a tie being loosened before a serious question. Here's my question. Who the hell are you, and where did you find a small army that makes my Air Force buddies look like mall cops? I popped a soda because some clichés exist for a reason. The hiss punctuated the moment beautifully. Name's Shredder, I said. These guys are mine. That's all you need. Shredder, he repeated, tasting it like a wine he wasn't sure he'd buy. Saturday morning cartoon villain. You're not the first to say that, I said. But it sticks. His gaze drifted to 01, let itself be repelled, then bounced to 02 and 03 and 04 in sequence, measuring silence, weighing posture, testing for cracks. He didn't find any. Spartans don't hold still because someone asked nicely. They hold still because geometry says so. They don't talk much, he observed. They don't need to, I said. I handle jokes. They handle everything else. Convenient division of labor, he said, eyes returning to me. The phone vibrated once on his knee, he didn't look down. Somewhere in the building, a pipe clanged the way old pipes do when they overhear secrets. You've got people asking questions. You don't walk four giants into my expo and expect no one to notice. S.H.I.E.L.Ds buzzing. I'm buzzing. And I don't buzz unless it's a new engine. Glad to hear I'm interesting, I said. This isn't just interesting, he said. It's dangerous. Not for me, I said, and I let the confidence come out flat, not performative. There's bravado, and then there's having the receipts. He leaned back, recalibrating. This is the stark gear change most people miss, he doesn't retreat, he re-angles. So you've got a squad what, 11 now, running around New York catching bad guys and looking intimidating. What's the mission statement? What's the reason? Don't give me vigilante justice or just helping. I invented PR fog. For kicks, I said. Because I can. That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting. The phone buzzed again, a polite throat clear from the digital butler. He picked it up this time and flicked his thumb across the screen. I watched his face for the tell. There it was, a micro-quizzical notch between his eyebrows, the one he gets when the numbers don't add properly. Jarvis had clearly come up short. Unknown data frustrates a man whose whole life is built on models that work. No heat signatures that match Stark tech, he muttered, almost to himself. No off-the-shelf exo frames. No repulsor residue on your floors. Biometric anomalies, yes. Pattern recognition says soldier with a capital S, but not my soldier. Not Ross's pet projects either. He met my eyes. You're not running on military power. You're running on something else. Discipline, I said. Cute, he replied. But discipline doesn't bend steel. Depends how confident the steel is. He didn't laugh, but the corner of his mouth remembered how. He set the phone aside, finally resigned to the idea that Jarvis would not draft a neat Wikipedia entry about Shredder and the 11 Spartans of New York while he sat there. I should hate you, Stark said, and for once the performance peeled back enough to let the real man speak. You appear out of nowhere with unknown tech or training, and a team that unsettles half the world. That should bother me. But I prompted, because you never leave a Stark sentence hanging when the next clause might be a gift. But you didn't rush the track at the Stark Expo, he said. You didn't jump in front of cameras or try to wrestle a headline. You opted to protect civilians and let me do my job. He tilted his head, weighing me again. So, You're either very clever or very confident. Little of both, I said. Something like respect flickered across his face, so quick most audiences would miss it. People think Tony's made of showmanship and sinuses, they forget he's an engineer first. Engineers worship results. He'd reviewed the footage. He'd seen 03 shepherd families through gaps that shouldn't have been there, 04 stand where panic wanted to live, 02 walk a perimeter no one else perceived until it existed. He'd seen a team choose people over clout. He recognized a professional choice. Do your thing, he said, rising with the kind of economy that comes from living inside machines that don't like extraneous movement. Just don't get in my way. If you do, we'll have a very long, very unpleasant conversation. If I wanted your spotlight, I said, I'd have taken it already. He considered that, then slid his sunglasses back into place like a curtain coming down. You probably would have, he admitted, and the honesty bought him more goodwill than any lecture would have. He turned toward the door and took 3 steps like a man who had a conference call with a board that would try to scold him about liability. Halfway there, he paused and glanced back, something catching in his head. One more thing, he said. Carlson came by, didn't he? I raised an eyebrow. You two share a calendar. We share a city, he said. And a problem set. He stuffed his hands in his jacket pockets in that casual posture he uses when he wants you to think the next sentence isn't important. Nick Fury sees a variable. He hates variables. If he reaches out, answer the phone. It's better to make your case than let him write it for you. That sounded almost friendly, I said. He shrugged, a billionaire's version of a nod. Don't make me regret it. Wouldn't dream of it. Tony Stark laughed, not the stage laugh, the real one that sounds like relief and mischief. Shook hands. He pulled the door open, left the building like he'd timed it to coincide with a breeze, and the hinge did the punctuation thud, old wood giving its blessing to new trouble. Silence returned in the way silence does after celebrities, not absence, exactly, more a polite request for the air to stop vibrating. Well, that was fun, I said to the room at large. Tony Stark in my living room. Didn't even ask for an autograph. ALPHA01, who had not moved more than 4 inches the entire time, said, directive. Same word, same gravity. The hinge of our days. Same as always, I said, rolling the tension out of my shoulders until my spine gave a polite crack. Train. Patrol. Points. Stark does Stark. We do us. Boots thudded back down the stairs as if the building itself had exhaled. 05's voice snapped once again and the rookies went from listening at attention to being yelled at constructively without changing posture. 02 peeled off toward the armory to pretend he hadn't inventoried everything twice already. 03 drifted toward the rookies like shade on a hot day, ready to demonstrate the difference between running a route and not getting trampled by a crowd. 04 took up his usual station near the stairwell, shoulder to brick, eyes soft in the way glazers are soft. I sat where Stark had sat and let the grin stay longer than it needed to. Not bad for a Tuesday. In a different version of this universe, that would have been the whole chapter. Tony Stark arrives, we banter, he leaves, roll credits. But the Marvel Cinematic Universe isn't a place where one scene happens at a time. Everything echoes. Everything rhymes. You don't just have a conversation with Iron Man, you adjust your operating picture. I pulled my phone out and thumbed through our patrol grid. The system's UI glowed up at me clean, indifferent, the same quiet ledger that had pinged 500 points for the Stark Expo civilian protection. No new points now. Just a little nudge at the corner of my awareness, you are observed. Not a warning. A reminder. All units, I said into the building, not quite loud enough to be a shout. We are on more cameras than yesterday. Assume Jarvis. Assume SHIELD. Assume every MCU fandom blogger with a long lens and a Reddit account. That means cleaner routes, tighter timing, and no flourishes. If you want to be flashy, do it in the shower where 02 can judge your shampoo technique. A ripple of amusement moved through concrete and discipline. 05 didn't smile. 05 never smiles. But the rookie's shoulders eased a hair. Humor is a tool. Like a rifle. Like a lockpick. 03, I called, and he materialized with the uncanny talent he has for appearing where I plan to look. Rerun the Stark Expo egress, but swap variables. Puddles, metal rails, distracted civilians with phones at eye level, security yelling the wrong instructions. Understood, he said. 04, posture drills, I added. Make yourself look like a wall without being one. We don't want anyone bouncing off you unless they absolutely have to. Copy, he said. 02, I said, though I didn't need to. Randomize the patrol start times by 7 minutes, plus or minus 5. If Jarvis is trying to pattern us, he can work for it. Already done, he replied from the armory, because of course it was. Training resumed with a sharper edge. It wasn't fear. Spartans don't wear fear. It was awareness recalibrated, the knowledge that Iron Man knows the shape of our door and SHIELD knows which window to point a camera at. In the MCU, visibility is a currency and a weapon, you spend it, or it gets used against you. While 03 turned the rookies into human breakwaters and 04 sculpted non-threatening intimidation like it was a form of Tai Chi, I pulled up the feed from our exterior cameras. 2 city blocks looked back at me, a delivery van with the wrong kind of dent, a jogger with form too good to be casual, hello, undercover NYPD fitness nut, a sedan that circled twice before finding an excuse to park. Attention is predictable. People say we're not watching you by standing exactly where they can. The building creaked. Afternoon slid toward the color that makes New York look like it's auditioning for its own poster. Somewhere, probably within a 5-mile radius, Tony Stark was stepping into a lab that would scold him for talking to strangers. Somewhere else, Phil Coulson was writing Shredder on a whiteboard and underlining it just once, because he's not dramatic, he's patient. I went downstairs to the mat room because leadership is logistics and sweat. The rookies were running the child shriek scenario for the 4th time. 03 had added a reversible barricade and a puddle at an inconvenient angle. 07 tried to funnel a family around the puddle, 08 counter-signaled with a hand motion that would have confused a saint. I stepped in, took the father by the elbow, and showed 07 how to shift his shoulders so the crowd read him as go this way instead of please admire my muscles. Everything you do is a verb, I said. Even standing still is a verb. Be intentional with your grammar. They nodded. 05's approval did not manifest. That meant we weren't done. Between reps, 11, the newest, quietest, most ferociously attentive, asked the question I knew he'd been saving. If Iron Man returns, he said, somehow making the name sound like a call sign instead of a celebrity, directive remains civilian priority. Always, I said. Stark can handle whips, drones, friendly fire from his own toys, and the occasional I told you so from Pepper. We handle people. If he's the headline, we're the copy editor. Make him look better by preventing the worst. Understood, 11 said, and the word landed like a promise he intended to keep with his bones. We broke for 10 minutes because hydration is not optional. I went back to the lounge, reclaimed the chair Stark had warmed, and let the weight of the day settle. It wasn't heavy. It was honest. There's a difference between being hunted and being watched. One is panic. The other is posture. The TV, still on mute, cycled to a segment where a Stark Industries spokesperson vamped about enhanced security protocols and a renewed partnership with city officials. Justin Hammer squeezed his way into a split screen to attempt charisma with a budget. The anchors did that thing where their faces make questions their producers wrote. I watched their mouths move and read the captions and thought about how many different languages you have to speak to keep civilians safe, legal, logistical, emotional, tactical, PR. I'm fluent in exactly the ones we need. My phone buzzed with an update from the delivery app. The algorithm had learned our building's rhythms. It suggested the good pizza place 2 blocks over at exactly the moment a body wants carbs. Now where's my pizza? I asked the ceiling. ETA 9 minutes, 02 answered, without checking. He tracks delivery times the way other men track ammo. If 02 ever writes a book, it'll be a calendar and a threat. I closed my eyes for a breath and let the day play back. Carlson's neutral face, Stark's dangerous curiosity, the feel of my door when a universe knocks politely. I thought about what comes next in this cinematic neighborhood: drones in Queens, hammers from the sky, shields and secrets. The MCU loves escalation. Fine. So do I. But ours doesn't look like explosions. It looks like a kid getting home with a cho and a story about Iron Man that doesn't end in a hospital. The doorbell rang. Not 3 assertive knocks. Just a human ring. I stood, smiled at the empty chair across from me, and went to pay for dinner. Progress steady. Damn right.